Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. I played the wrong intro. I played the nighttime show intro, but that is fine by me. How are we doing? Woo! I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I am literally put together of popsicle sticks and whiskey right now. Good Lord. Oh my goodness. Let me get things set up here. Good God. Oh. Okay. Okay. Live chat. Let's see. Now we need to go here. We need to go. Let me get this thing pulled up. ASAP. Holy Lord. How are you guys doing today? I hope you're doing well. Man, I'm tossed. Not tossed. That means drunk. Just exhausted. But that's how it goes. It's always how it was going to go. Let me say something real quick. There is almost no way I get through the super chats today. Through the super chats on this show tonight. I have to leave I have to leave by about 5:30 Central Time, taking my boys bowling. So I gotta go at 5:30 Central, which will be about an hour after the court closes out. I'll do my best, but I'm probably not going to make it through all of them. Tonight at 11 p.m. Central Time, I will be interviewing Megan Fox. No, not that one. Megan Fox from PJ Media, who's been following along with this trial as well. We'll be talking about the media treatment of Johnny Depp, what that has looked like, maybe how that has changed, all of those things. So I'm going to stop yawning in just a minute. I promise. Is it really going to be a full day of depots? I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be. I know Rocky Pennington's depot is first. I know that for sure. Finishing up her coked out, cracked out, stupid, whatchamacallit. Her deposition testimony is going to be, that's the first part. So we'll see. Okay, let me delete a bunch of these real quick. Ooh. Okay, excuse me. Just getting things ready. I have the thing pulled up on my screen here, just waiting for it to start. The broadcast that I normally use has not started yet. There we go. Apparently Runkle made it in today. Good. Defense said yesterday it will be all depots and one live person today. Well, I mean, yeah, I have no idea what else they would do. They only have like all depots and one live person. That's their entire arsenal of people. So we'll see what's up. Let me send Mother F. Oh. Send out some invites to a couple peeps. Okay. Let me crank the volume up here. Thank you to everybody who joined me last night for that whopping 400K subscriber celebration. It was a bunch of fun for me, anyways. Hoping it was fun for you. So Amber does not appear to be in the courtroom yet. Johnny did. Amber's lawyers are there. Okay, where is this? That's what I was looking for. Whew, trying to get everything set up. Dun 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 dun. Every morning I wake up feeling like this. I think about that 24-hour stream and I think, am I dumb? Next time, get a really good unbreaded for the guest read. Yeah. No, I thought Chrissy did great. I didn't know I was going to have a guest last night. I didn't know that Chrissy thing. I forgot that it was even happening. And so it was, that was all just a pleasant surprise. Stupid Ralph. What an idiot. What a dummy. Don't ever be a dummy on the internet, y'all. It's too fun to make fun of them. Okay, Sir Ian. I'm single, 27, work 2 jobs, and attend grad school. And with all the work, it's depressing coming home and having no family. Advice on handling those emotions during this time of singleness. Brother, I don't know how you resolve loneliness. If what you're looking for is family, then you got to get family. Hi. Oh, hi, Elaine. Oh, there's the hug. They've clearly been watching the allegations on social media, right? The hug between Amber and Elaine. Everything's great. We're all good. There you go. There's another a dress. Oh, see, this look is really nice. Nice dress, suit coat. Oh my goodness. What's going on? That's a nice outfit. This is her best look. Yeah, by far. Oh my god. Why isn't she dressed like that every time? Real Hydro PX says stick to drinks. Did you not see one of her lawyers talk to her yesterday? Hold on. Ethan Ralph went into the call. He used the gun signal indicated by the sound of a seal clapping. Oh my god. What a disaster. Okay, there's no courtroom audio yet. I have it unmuted, just so you know. There's just nothing happening. God, I hate these depo days. I really do. What a mess they are. Oh yeah, back to Sir Ian though. Dude, if the hole in your heart is family, you keep busy, you keep doing your things. It sounds like you're already doing all those things, but finding family is the way to do it. I would suppose. I don't know how you handle those emotions other than as a man. You just have to power through them. That's how you handle emotions in general. That's how we do everything. And it sounds like you're doing it. You got 2 jobs in grad school. You're powering through. Jack Riley, Elaine is my working definition of the difference between pledge and donation. She pledged to be a competent counsel. Her performance, however. Side note, can't wait to see you at Matsuri again. Got fun news to surprise. Awesome. That sounds fun. I can't wait to see everybody at Matsuri. That's just a good fun time. Naughty 86, love you, Nick.
Judy.
Though I disagree with almost everything you say.
All
I'm
right,
from
good morning.
Australia. Yes, it
Do we have any
exists.
preliminary matters before
I'm
the jury comes
pro-choice,
out?
and I just voted
Okay.
labor.
All right, sure.
That's why I love your channel. We can disagree, but we're
Yes,
intelligent
sir.
to make up our own effing minds. Well, I mean, you say you're intelligent, but then you say Australia exists, and that's where you lose me on the whole argument. So, but everything else I agree with. Thanks for being here. Love you back. Jamie Anthony, good morning. Let's get ready to rumble. Camille was on fire yesterday. Can't wait to see what today brings. If it's deposition testimony, we won't see any fire at all. But if there is a live witness somewhere, we have some hope for something interesting. Obsidian Sinclair, would you say that after the second half of Cross plus Redirect, your opinion of Camille's performance improved? Yeah. Oh yeah. I think we said that when she finished Cross, even that all was forgiven. How she finished Cross was brilliant, and then her Redirect was, ooh, it was just dirty. It was dirty. It was good. Her Redirect was phenomenal. Or not her Redirect, but how she handled Redirect was phenomenal. Also, people have asked me if my opinion has changed since yesterday, because I was at 50-50. I was like, very conservative. I mean, I think Johnny's chances right now are north of, 80+%. I don't know what you do after the day they had yesterday. The things that they would have to bring up to rehabilitate this case are, I don't even know what they would be. I don't know how you'd do it. Yesterday was an unmitigated disaster. I said 55. Yeah. I'm after all was told yesterday, I'm well above that right now. Logan, is your law firm hiring in any position? No, my law firm operations are largely zero right now. My law firm operations are this is what we do. Not really taking on any cases or anything like that. So sorry. I'm considering, I've been considering for a little bit. Some people ask me about interns, considering, I don't know what the interesting thing about interns is. I would want them to tell me what they want to get out of interning with me, and then determine if I can deliver what they're after. That would be the real question. So, but I have considered taking on an intern or two. Some people have expressed interest in that, but I want to make sure I'm serving their interests. I think many people, for most lawyers, I think they would be better served interning with a law firm that is practicing in the courtroom. But it depends what you want to do with your law degree, as to whether it would be good to, hang out with me. Again, this is not, we gotta adjust this. We said this is probably her best look. This is easily her best look of the entire trial. Easily her best look. If she had dressed like this the entire time, I mean, this case would be a much harder case. Legitimately, she'd be more she's so much like, I know the second she opens her mouth, she's insufferable, but she's eminently more likable and approachable like this. Defense is almost out of time, around 8 hours left. Oh my God. That's a disaster for them. That's way too early to be ending this case if you're actually right. She's dressed like Camille, same color palette. Camille was in white yesterday. Like this is tan and navy. I mean, I didn't. Whoa, God, Judge, stop with the mic.
All right, we ready for the jury then?
Okay, same color as Camille today. Yes, same colors there. Yeah, very, very similar. But I don't think they called to coordinate outfits. Yu Yachtel says, congrats, Arcade. I got my 70-year-old father watching your trial streams, and according to my mother, he's been laughing the whole time. Keep doing the Lord's work. Hey, welcome to your father. It's fun to hear. Look, people in their 70s know how to laugh. People in their 80s know how to laugh. People in their 90s laugh harder at everybody else. They know. Benjamin Dustin says, my favorite moment so far, judge rules sustained. What, if any, is not a cure-all? Right. It's like she was watching the streams.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Hearing that asked about.
As you remember, we were in the middle of a witness last evening, so we'll continue with her testimony, okay?
All right. Yeah. Rocky.
Did you see Miss Heard shortly after she returned from Australia?
Yes.
How soon after she arrived back from Australia did you see her?
I believe it was immediately upon her return.
And she visited you in your apartment at the Eastern Columbia building, is that right?
Yes.
You testified that you observed injuries on Miss Heard on this occasion, is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
What injuries did you observe?
She had these deep cuts on the backs of her forearms.
Here's why she's here.
And
oh my God.
They were very, very deep, long cuts on the backs of her forearms.
Very, very deep, long cuts. Again, no medical treatment.
At first, when she came over, she had shoes on, and then she showed me her feet. Yeah.
What specifically do you recall seeing on Miss Heard's feet?
They were just they were cut. It was smaller cuts than the ones on her arms.
Were both feet cut?
I don't remember if it was both or one.
They should have gotten her.
You testified that Ms. Heard told you that she got these injuries from glass, from broken bottles. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were not in Australia with Ms. Heard when she allegedly sustained these injuries. Is that correct, Ms. Pennington?
I was not in Australia.
So your only understanding as to how Ms. Heard sustained these injuries is what she told you, right?
That is my understanding.
Yeah.
You testified that you attended a Thanksgiving dinner with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in November of 2015.
How you knew?
Is that correct?
Yes.
David McInerney.
And this dinner was held in
how many witnesses
5
is Amber calling?
Columbia building,
I assume she pledged at least 100. She doesn't have time.
Yes.
And just for clarification, Penthouse 5 was not Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's primary residence, correct?
All of the penthouses are connected.
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard lived in Penthouse 3. Is that correct?
Well, technically, they lived in all of them. They were all connected.
I mean, by a hallway with doors
Where
that
did they have
locked.
their bedroom? In which penthouse?
Their bedroom was in 3.
Who attended this Thanksgiving dinner?
I think that, well, Josh, myself, Amber, Johnny. There were a couple of Johnny's friends. I think Amber's dad was there. Jack, Johnny's son. I don't remember anyone else specifically.
Do you recall what time you all sat down to eat dinner?
No.
Okay, but you testified at some point late in the meal, Amber went upstairs to look for Johnny and stayed up there for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp sit down to dinner with all of you?
I don't know if we all actually sat down at one point.
Did you see Mr. Depp at some point leave the dinner?
I don't remember him leaving. I remember noticing that he was gone.
Did you see where Mr. Depp left to, where he went?
Where he left to.
I either upstairs or out the front door. I didn't see it happen, so I don't know.
Did you observe Miss Heard consume any alcohol before she went to look for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What was she drinking?
Red wine.
Did she seem drunk when she went to look for Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Miss Heard when she returned?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Depp when he returned?
No.
Do you remember that when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard came downstairs, they were wearing different clothes?
I don't remember Johnny changing clothes. I do remember that Amber changed clothes.
Do you remember anyone that was still there when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard came back downstairs?
Believe Josh and myself.
Oh my God, answer her question.
David Heard.
David Heard.
And I don't remember anyone else specifically who was still there.
You also testified that when, quote, you went to look and found that a full bottle of wine had hit and broken a piece of art that Amber really loved above the bed, and that broken glass was scattered all over the bed.
Did I testify that?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of what you saw?
Yes.
And where did you see this? In what room?
In their bedroom of PH3.
How did you get to this penthouse from penthouse 5?
I went upstairs in penthouse 5, across the top story, which all 3 penthouses were connected, through to penthouse 3. The bedroom was also on the top story, and all the way through and around.
Do you recall seeing any spilled wine?
No. Yes, she's gonna say yes, but come on.
I think there was wine Yeah, I think there was also spilled wine on the bed and on the ground.
Do you remember whether that bottle of wine was broken or not?
I don't remember that the bottle was broken, but there's also plenty of glasses around with wine in them that could have been part of that. There was glass everywhere.
So you specifically remember glass being everywhere upstairs. Is that fair?
On the bed, mostly.
What kind of wine bottle was it? Magnum? Red? Do you remember?
It would have been red.
Was it a Magnum bottle?
I don't think so.
What picture had been damaged?
Oh, don't do
I think
drugs,
it was
kids.
one of
Wolfram, Nick, has anyone heard from DUI guy after court yesterday? I haven't found anything yet about what he saw in court.
Eleanor Finney.
I heard from him after court. I invited him on. He was he had a long drive.
What did it look like?
He's invited on today. I
don't
sent him a
remember
message.
which one.
You saw the aftermath?
The aftermath, fair.
So you don't know that Mr. Depp actually threw the bottle, right?
I don't know.
Ms. Heard could have thrown the bottle. True?
Sure.
Could have.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. You say she could have?
She could have.
And was the evening still happening after you returned from observing the bedroom?
Yes.
You had to catch up with this chick,
Do you
so
recall
I
any
smoked an
other
ounce of
issues
Thai.
happening, any further problems during the evening?
Nerd Tremble, this is
I don't
Rocky
recall
Pennington.
any. No.
Do you remember providing deposition testimony about this Thanksgiving incident when you were deposed in the divorce proceeding?
If you have transcript of that original deposition, I could take a look at it and recall.
Do you have any independent recollection of testifying during the divorce proceeding about Thanksgiving?
Are you talking about the deposition or testifying?
I'm talking about your deposition during the divorce proceeding.
She's asking
Do you remember?
I remember the depo, but it was a very long depo and a lot of topics were covered.
She's
So,
not Amber's
do you
best friend
remember
anymore.
during
That's why
depo
she's not in court.
testifying
She
that
was.
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner. Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing had happened. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't
Okay.
remember the specifics of the testimony.
Okay. So can videographer, would you mind or tech pulling up Ms. Pennington's July 14, 2016 deposition transcript?
Okay, let's see what she said.
July 14, 2016, it's volume 2.
Razor Loki, Camille should have pointed out Amber's story about Johnny grabbing her by the pelvis has gone from having no specified date to a specific date to now happening twice. I think people caught that, honestly.
Where am I looking in the document?
Yeah, if you could please scroll down to page 238. Ms. Pennington, if you could look on page 238 of your deposition transcript from July 14, 2016, line 23. And if you could read to yourself through page 240, line 18.
BN says lightest outfit thus far, mild partial mimic of Camille's outfit yesterday.
Yeah.
It's more of a mimic of her outfit
I
today.
don't have like the scrolly things.
I don't have the scrolly thing.
You can do this now.
Don't use this scrolly thing. Use this pointy arrowy thing. Just in case anybody's wondering, that's her lawyer. You can be represented by private counsel at your deposition. Same outfit as the witness. Yeah, Rocky has the same color palette going as well. Tom Grawl says the owls should be in the nest today. Oh, very cool, Tom. Thank you. I will.
What line am I reading down to?
Either I or Lady Rackets will go by.
Page 240, line 18.
Oh boy, Mike the Dad Crosby. The emu wars are fake news. Neither emus nor kangaroos are real. Babies are dolls little girls play with and little boys fantasize, pop the heads off of. As for Amber Heard's look, it's almost white. Man, I can't tell if their Depo video's choppy or if mine is. I think it's the Depo video. Naughty 86, last chat of the night. Yes, mother effer. It's dark in Australia right now. I'm on holiday right now, about 40 minutes from the house where Johnny's finger exploded. About to send a Twitter DM explaining why the case matters to me. Oh, cool. Please do. Lauren, hey, Nick, appreciate you in the community. Can I get a toast to late and gay?
So you testified at your deposition that after Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner, Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing happened. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the night has faded in my memory, but as I read this, yeah.
Is that an accurate description of what you observed Mr. Depp that evening?
This description?
Yeah. Was it your observation the evening of Thanksgiving that you couldn't tell whether Mr. Depp was drunk or angry, that he just put on a facade?
I couldn't tell what he was feeling. I didn't know what was going on.
Can you imagine not remembering a night with shattered glass everywhere and
I couldn't tell.
Wine busted all over the place?
You couldn't tell if he was angry that evening either?
Well, I can't say what anybody else's emotions are at any time.
You didn't perceive him being angry in front of you that evening?
At me, no.
At anyone?
Not that I recall.
So fair to say that Mr. Depp not seem angry to you when he came downstairs for Thanksgiving dinner, right?
He didn't seem any particular way to me.
So you testified that in December of 2015, Amber called you over to her apartment so that you could check her out. Is that a correct statement? You testified to that?
Yes.
Okay, my question was, after you arrived, you observed injuries to Ms. Heard, right?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that her head was bloody, where a chunk of hair had been ripped out of the back of her head?
Yeah. Yes.
Was her head actively bleeding when you saw her?
Yeah. Yes.
It was, it wasn't like dripping down her head, but it was raw and red.
Was it actively bleeding, if you remember?
Define actively bleeding.
Was there blood?
Yes.
How could you tell hair had been ripped out of her head?
There was a bloody patch with hair missing.
Where was her face red?
Where was the bloody patch with
Her
hair
whole
missing?
face.
Could
We saw
redness
the
have been from
picture.
crying?
It could have been.
Where did her nose appear to be swollen?
It'd be like the upper bridge.
Did you observe that Miss Heard had any black eyes?
Miss Heard had any black guys? Oh
Not
my
that I
goodness.
recall.
Was there blood on her lips when you saw her?
It was cut open.
Was there blood coming out of that cut?
Sorry, you can answer. Sorry.
I don't remember if there was blood coming out of it at that point.
Was it on the top or bottom lip?
It was on the bottom.
Before we go there, have any independent recollection of seeing a laceration on Miss Heard's forehead?
There were many times that I saw injuries on her. If you would like to show me a photo or point me to another place where I can remember which injury
It's not
was
it's not her
which
job to
instance, then
point
I
you to
can
an
answer
injury.
the question.
So you testified that Miss Heard had a laceration on her forehead when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
If you remember, where on her forehead was this laceration?
What, laceration?
By the hairline.
Was it on the right or left side?
Not know words?
I don't remember.
Was the laceration bleeding?
An unbleeding laceration. What, a paper cut?
I don't think so.
Sitting here today, did you observe any other injuries to Miss Heard that evening that you remember?
No.
If we can go back to Miss Pennington's witness statement in the United Kingdom, that would be great. So in paragraph 20, Ms. Pennington, you testified that after you saw Ms. Heard, you, quote, called for assistance from a private nurse who was part of the concierge medical service which Johnny and Amber used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is Erin Barem the private nurse you're referring to here?
Yes.
Do you know approximately at what time you called Ms. Barem?
Evening.
Do you recall Ms. Barem coming over to the penthouses that night as well?
I don't know if she came over that night.
Do you recall Ms. Barem providing any advice or recommendation to you on the phone?
Why is the order of questioning reversed during depo, cross before direct? The person who notices the witness goes first.
I think she said to maybe not let her go to sleep and to listen to her speech.
Since depositions are not usually for testimony, but for exploration and discovery,
And you did that?
you usually notice the other party's witnesses for deposition because you want to know what they
You
know.
testified in paragraph 20 that on December 15, 2015, you took pictures of Ms. Heard's injuries
That's
on
why
your phone.
Depp's team's going first.
Yes.
Did you
Well,
send these photographs?
I don't know if it was on my phone or her phone.
You see the third line down, you say with my phone.
Oh, then it was my phone.
Did you alter the photographs in any way, Ms. Pennington?
No.
She doesn't even remember taking it.
Do you recall sending the photographs to anyone?
No.
Do you recognize this photograph?
What about misheard?
Yes. Amber's face with swelling on her nose, bruising underneath her eyes.
And to confirm, you don't recognize whether you took this photograph or not, right?
I don't know if I took that one.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 3.
Look at this
Do you recognize this
photograph.
photograph?
Yes.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's pull up Pennington Exhibit 6. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
What is this photograph depicting?
The part of her scalp where the hair was ripped out.
And that's when she lost the jury. Because the jury's looking going, where? Where's the hair ripped? You said bloody
You
scalp.
testified previously that you photographed a big clump of hair on the floor, which is blonde in color and clearly belonged to Amber. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, I remember.
Where did you see this clump of hair?
It was in PH4 in the bedroom.
And just to confirm, PH4, is this where Ms. Heard used that penthouse as a closet?
No.
Imagine having an entire
Which
penthouse
did
apartment
Ms. Heard use
as a closet.
Penthouse 5.
That's awesome. That's where I want to be.
How did you know that the hair clearly belonged to Amber?
Hair had been ripped out of her scalp and it was her color on the floor of her apartment.
But you didn't see the hair get ripped out of her head, right?
Correct.
And so your understanding that this was Ms. Heard's hair that was ripped out of her head was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
Yes.
My understanding that it was Miss Heard's hair was what I saw on her body and on the floor.
And the fact that it had been, quote, ripped out of her head, that was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
Yes, and common sense.
If we could pull up Pennington Exhibit 7, please. Ms. Pennington, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
This is a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony.
Yes.
This is a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony.
Objection vague.
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take it on your phone?
So the clump of hair photographs her. Again, she said bloody hair pulled out.
Yes.
And before you took this photograph, did you move the hair in any way?
No.
I gathered it together
So
from
this
the
picture is
dog.
the clump of hair
bed.
exactly as you found it, right?
Correct.
And when did you take this photograph?
When I was taking the other photographs,
And
Pull
you
it
didn't
up.
alter this photo in any way, correct?
I did not alter this photo.
Do you recall taking a photograph
There
of
it
a
is.
wooden platform bed which had a partially broken bed frame?
I do.
That's the bloody hair that was pulled out.
And did you photograph the bed just as you found it?
Yes.
You didn't move anything off or onto the bed?
No.
Where was the bed broken, if you remember?
There was a platform bed and the edge of the platform had like a long shard of wood off the corner, or like off the edge.
Where was the broken bed? In which penthouse?
4.
In which room?
The bedroom.
I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 8. Bears the base number Pennington 5. Do you recognize this photograph, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
You see that on the left side of what I assume is the mattress and the comforter, there appears to be something on the bed.
Is it possible to zoom in?
Oh, we can
Sure.
zoom in. Sure, girl. We can zoom in. We'll get you
You
zoomed.
see in the picture there appears to be something on the bed.
Yes.
Is this something that was already there when you found the bed?
I don't remember seeing that before.
It's not something that you put on the bed, right?
No,
No.
that'd be silly.
And you don't know what that is.
No.
So I believe you already testified that the next day Ms. Heard was going on the James Corden show, right?
Tortheo, I think the
Which testify?
ludicrous assertion is that part of the wood
Which
just
tested
scraped
today?
off from his boot. It
Today.
would have to
Oh,
already
today.
be cracked.
The next day, yes.
And you were with Ms. Heard when she was getting ready for the show at her apartment, true?
True.
And was this in penthouse 3?
Hmm. Uh, 5.
Do you remember that Samantha, Melanie, and Adir were there assisting Ms. Heard getting ready?
Yes.
Who is Samantha?
Samantha is Johnny's stylist and was also doing styling for Amber.
And who is Melanie?
Amber's makeup artist.
And who is Adir?
Amber's hairstylist.
Do you recall anybody else being there?
No.
Did you hear Ms. Heard tell anyone of these people about her injury?
I remember her showing the injuries.
Who did she show the injuries to?
She showed Melanie her lip and Adir the missing hair on her head.
How do you show someone missing
Ms.
hair?
Pennington, I want to talk to you about
If it's
Ms. Heard's
missing.
birthday in April of 2016. You remember that after Ms. Heard's birthday dinner, you and Ms. Heard and some other friends were scheduled to leave for Coachella the day after?
Coachella.
Yes.
Ella.
So after the dinner, I know you attended the dinner, but after the dinner the next day, when you arrived to the penthouse, you noticed shattered glass on Ms. Heard's bedroom floor.
Correct.
What kind of glass was it?
I don't know.
Can you tell where it comes from?
I couldn't tell where it had come from.
Did you notice any other damage in the bedroom?
I believe there was a broken lamp.
Ms. Heard had 2 dogs at the time, correct?
At the time of this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you recall where the dogs were
Yes.
when you were in the bedroom with Ms. Heard on April 22nd?
To anyone who's
2016?
with me who's seen Can't Hardly Wait, this is like when they ask Matthew Lillard where Preston is.
In the bed.
This whole conversation.
Were you concerned about the dogs injuring themselves on the glass?
Yes.
Did she look upset?
When I arrived,
Yes.
she was asleep.
When she woke up, did she look upset to you?
Yes.
What made you think that she was upset or looked upset?
She started crying.
Now let's turn to the event of May 21,
Press
2016. Okay. At some point, did Ms. Heard tell you that Mr. Depp wanted to come to the penthouse to get some stuff on May 21st, 2016?
I don't remember what exact day she said that, but she said that.
I'll make the representation to you that we're talking about May 21st, 2016, when Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her. So, do you recall knowing that Mr. Depp was planning to come by the Eastern Columbia building on or about May 21st, 2016 to collect some stuff?
I remember that she told me that he wanted to come over.
This is soul crushing testimony.
Do you remember who was at the penthouse?
It's so
before Mr.
ineffective.
Depp
The jury's sitting
came
there
over?
like, God, I hate this. I hate every second of
On
these.
when?
On May 21st, 2016. You were there, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Heard was there?
Yes.
Maybe.
Was Josh Drew
Whoops.
there?
Sorry.
Yes.
Was Elizabeth Mars there?
Yes.
Were you preparing for a jewelry show the next day that you were doing, Ms. Pennington?
I was preparing.
Was anybody assisting you prepare for that show?
Yes.
And you were in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, preparing for that show?
We were in and out of Penthouse 5 and Penthouse 1.
At some point, Ms. Heard left Penthouse 1 and Penthouse 5. And she went to Penthouse 3, correct? At some point that evening?
Yes.
Sometime after Ms. Heard left to go back to Penthouse 3, you received a text message from her, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were when you received this message?
PH1, Penthouse 1.
Where was Mr. Drew?
With me in PH1.
And where was Miss Mars?
She was either with us in PH1 or in PH5.
And do you remember what you were doing when you received this message?
No.
What did you do after you received this message from Ms. Heard?
I went straight over to PH3.
Could you remember when you went straight over to page 3, Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard yelling?
Sorry, will you repeat just the beginning of the question? You broke up a bit.
When you went to penthouse 3, could you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were saying to each other?
No.
Do you recall the door being locked to penthouse 3 when you got there?
The door was always locked.
Did you have a key?
Yes.
Oh,
Did you use the key to open the door?
Yes.
I believe you previously testified that the penthouses 3, 4, and 5 were all connected.
yeah,
that
but I'm
correct?
at 256.
Correct.
I've
And so you
seen
can get from penthouse 5 to
lots
penthouse
of torn
3
hair and
without going
scalps
out
from
the main hallway. Is that
domestic
right?
violence training.
Correct.
Yeah, it's nasty. It's gross. It's not clean hair, and the scalp looks like a horror movie.
You entered penthouse 3. Only Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were in the penthouse, right?
Joe Everyman says, I
Yes.
still have the scar from a short, deep cut that required stitches
Do
from
you know
nearly
where
6
Mr.
years
Depp
ago.
was standing?
Please explain to me how she has no marks to
Yes.
show us.
Where was he?
In the living room.
What part of the living room?
The living part of it.
The sort
Not-
of like the entry,
the-
like the in between from the kitchen to the living room.
And where was Ms. Heard?
On the other side of the living room.
She was in the room
Was
part
she
of
by
it.
the couch?
Yes.
And were they approximately how far apart?
8 feet, 10 feet.
And they were both standing when you first came in?
Yes.
What's the first thing you remember, Ms. Pennington, when you entered the penthouse?
The first thing I remember was just hearing them. I don't remember what they were saying, but it was verbal argument, and then he continued to yell, and I went over to her and then stepped between him.
Where was Mr. Depp when you stepped between them?
The sofa is an L in the corner of the living room. The coffee table fit into the L shape. Amber was on the far side. Johnny was on the other side of the L, with the coffee table between them.
Oh my gosh.
At some point, Mr. Depp's security team came in. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was Jerry Judge and Sean Beth?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Depp standing when they entered the apartment?
In the space between
I
the
wish we could see how much video was
living
left.
room and the kitchen.
They're already at 2:07 p.m. on this day. They started, I can't remember where it started, but it was early.
And you were with Ms. Heard on the sofa?
Yes.
Mr. Depp eventually left penthouse 3 with his picture. Is that correct?
Eventually, yes.
Gina says there's ladies in the chat. Well, yeah, I mean, they might want to
And
smash
he
her
left
past
you
too. I
and
don't
Ms. Heard
judge.
in penthouse 3?
Yes.
From the moment you entered house 3 until Mr. Depp left, did you see Mr. Depp touch Ms. Heard?
I didn't see him touch her.
Did you see him throw anything at her?
I didn't see him throw anything at her.
Seneca, no way. That's dangerous. I
What
don't
did you
like
do
that
after
idea.
Mr. Depp left penthouse 3?
We took Amber to penthouse 1.
Is that where Mr. Drew and Miss Mars were?
I don't know where they were specifically. I don't know if they were in different places or which apartment they were in.
What did you do once you and Miss Heard got back to penthouse 1?
Jonathan Sherwood says Camille smiled when she mentioned Johnny there. Kind of cute. She likes him a lot.
She wanted her purse. So I asked Josh to go find her purse in PH3.
Man, this vote is
Did you
this
observe
poll
any
is pretty
property
even.
damage in any of the penthouses?
Yes.
What damage did you observe in penthouse 3?
He had smashed a bunch of the.
He
On
had.
his way
How do you
out.
know?
I saw this.
Oh,
On his
you
way
saw this,
out,
okay.
he had knocked over a bunch of items that were on the kitchen island, fruit baskets and bottles and things like that. That was the main damage in PH3.
What damage did you see in PH5?
In PH5, there were photos that had been smashed off the wall, items that I had been working on the table that had been thrown against the wall.
Yeah.
You
Jerk off.
also observed injuries to Miss Heard's face, correct?
Yes.
What did you see?
Her cheek was red and swelling.
Do you recall when you noticed her cheek?
No.
Is there no some parts of it in the
And you didn't
options?
see how this occurred.
I think
right?
either
I
in
didn't
general you believe someone or you don't.
At some point, 2 police officers arrived. Is that correct?
I think there's too much
At 2
info in this
points,
trial
2
for them
police
to
officers arrived.
like, oh, I believe this
Before
one
the
part of her
first set
testimony,
police
but not the
officers
rest.
Showed up. Had you cleaned up any of the damage in penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't remember.
Where were you when the police officers arrived? The first set?
Missing, I can't physically pay attention to
PH3.
testimony. Yeah, no kidding.
Did you see Ms. Heard speak to the officer? The first set.
I believe Rocky because she doesn't remember anything.
Yes.
Did you see the officers enter penthouse 3?
Yes.
They look around penthouse 3?
Yes.
Yeah, the super long
Did
pauses
they
are.
enter house 5, the first set of police officers?
She's written statements. She's given this
I'm not sure.
testimony. Now she's probably trying to be consistent so she doesn't perjure herself, but
Is it your testimony, Ms. Pennington, that the first set of police officers saw the damage you allege Mr. Depp caused in penthouse?
I don't know what they saw, but there was damage there.
And another set of 2 officers came later in that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Between the first set of officers leaving and the second set of officers arriving, how much time had passed?
I don't know, like some or whatever. God.
I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, of course
Do you have an
Amber never
approximation
expected
of
Johnny
how
to
much
sue.
time had passed? An hour, 2, less than that?
Less than 3.
Nobody who does this ever expects them
3
to sue
hours?
because
Less than 3 hours?
they had the power.
Less than
over
3.
them. They just expect them to roll over and die.
In this time, do you recall cleaning up any of the damage to penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't recall.
I've invited some guests. It'll be up to them if they show up.
Do you recall Ms. Heard speaking with either of the second set of officers?
No, I don't remember if she did or not.
Jerk off Juggernaut says Vasquez as
Did these
2X
officers, the second set, look around penthouse 3?
is unintelligible because she speaks so fast. Makes Shapiro look like a slow speaker.
I can't guess, so I don't know.
You can guess so? Come
Ms.
on, I mean, come
Pennington,
on. Were you there?
Have you ever personally witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
Yeah, can you be specific to physically attacked?
What?
Did you ever witness Mr.
No, what do you,
Strike
how do you
Heard?
define it?
No.
No, never
Did you ever
strike.
witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
I never witnessed him throw anything at her, around her, yes.
So what's a
Question
physical
is-
attack?
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically injure Ms. Heard, cause her an injury?
I didn't see it.
So that's a no, right?
I didn't see it.
Your Honor, at this point, I start asking Ms. Pennington some questions, so we'll play that.
Like,
but maybe we just
what
approach
physical
just
attack?
get straight on some exhibits, please.
Okay.
You saw, have her, what physical attack did you see? Yes, I saw him physically attack her. Okay. When? You have to define physical attack. Punch or hit, throw at, kick. No, no, no. Well, then what the hell was the attack that you saw? Oh my gosh. Can you define physically attack? Oh God. Okay. Ron White says, got here late, Nick. Which LawTube guys made it into the gallery? 404,000 subs. Congrats, buddy. Thank you very much. I believe Runkle is in the gallery today. I don't know if Law and Lumber is in there or not. Okay. Yeah, for me, that I didn't believe her already, but that was such
Thank you,
a
Your Honor.
massive credibility hit. Yeah, I saw him. I saw him
we
physically
ready to
attack
Yes,
her.
yes, sorry.
Well, what do you mean by physically attack, though?
Yeah.
Hit, throw at, kick? No. What? Spit on her? Liquor eyeball. What is it? Law
Now,
number said
I
last
understand
night,
that you've
he had a teleconference
testified
hearing.
a number of times about
Whoa.
some of the events that we touched on yesterday, right?
Okay, so we have a whole new day for them.
Yes.
God.
Has there ever been anything in any of those prior sworn statements or testimony that you've given that has prevented you from telling the truth?
No.
And is all of your prior sworn testimony, including the testimony you gave yesterday, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are you here today on behalf of one side or the other? And by that, I mean on behalf of Amber or on behalf of Johnny?
Oh, no.
No.
I'm neutral.
Are you, would you consider yourself adverse or hostile to either party?
No.
No.
All my
Any other time
testimony is
that you
going to
can
go
remember?
against Johnny Depp, but I'm
Not specifically, no.
any other time you can remember what? What the hell edit was that?
Was there a name for what you describe as Mr. Depp's different self?
Yes.
What was that name?
We called it the monster.
Who is we?
All of us. Me, Johnny,
Everybody.
Amber, and anyone else in the inner circle that was privy to the private things that would happen.
The private things. What private things? People
How
will
do you
kill
know
you
that
with
Johnny
implication.
called it the monster?
He named it that.
He did it.
You heard him refer to this other version of himself as the monster directly?
Either heard or saw it written in a text.
Do you receive texts from Mr. Depp referring to this other version of himself as the monster?
I can't remember specifically any of them.
But you do recall hearing or reading Mr. Depp directly referring to himself as the monster.
Yes.
And why did you do that?
She asked for my help.
Why did you do what?
And over the course of your relationship,
You're cutting off the
When,
questions.
um,
Oh, it drives me crazy.
when Amber needed your help, you tried to be there for her, right?
Yes.
What do you mean by scary?
I was scared for Amber.
Oh God, the
I was
crying.
sad for her, and I was also sad for Johnny. Because he is my friend too. And I really wanted them to be able to get it together.
She's neutral, but there were no tears during her entire
Why were you scared
examination
for Amber?
from Johnny's team. Immediately crying on Amber's.
It could be very unpredictable. And she didn't have a lot of self-preservation.
Color me skeptical.
What specifically, what type of harm were you worried about for Amber?
Self-harm. I mean, that wouldn't be true. That'd be crazy.
In the beginning, I wasn't worried. Towards the end, when the physical abuse was more evident, I was worried. I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
He might. Did he?
when you say talk about abuse, is this signs of abuse that you personally observed?
No.
Can you explain
Can you
what
explain
you mean
personally
specifically
observed?
by that?
Did you
You
see it
observed.
happen?
Physical effects
What
on
effects?
Amber of that abuse.
That's not observing
Yes.
abuse. That's observing the
Um,
effects of abuse.
You testified a little bit yesterday about an incident between Johnny and Amber that took place in Hicksville. You remember that?
Yes.
Tell me as best you can everything that you remember about that.
We were sitting around the campfire. I don't remember who the larger group was. And Amber and Kelly Sue were sitting on a chair together, hugging. And Johnny came up and said, "Get your hands off my woman." And it was surprising because it was a very benign, two friends sitting on the same chair, hanging out.
Very benign.
And it was also surprising because Johnny had been hanging out with everybody in a friendly way, and a switch flipped when that happened. And Amber got up, went to go comfort Johnny, and then they went back to their trailer.
How would you describe Johnny's tone when he said, "Get off my woman"?
At first, I thought it was a joke.
Probably was.
I
There's
thought he
the-
was kidding.
There's
because it
the
was
tell, by the way.
so unexpected from the way that the rest of the night had been going.
This is shit I hate.
And
Thought it was a joke. Why would you think that if it was actually
and
violent?
then at some point, I think Amber realized that it was not a joke and got
Amber
up
realized.
to diffuse the situation.
Did you perceive Kelly Sue to be acting inappropriately in any way toward Miss Heard?
No,
Had you seen when you said a switch flipped in Mr. Depp? That was your testimony, right?
just now.
Yeah, just now.
Yeah.
Was it surprising to you to see?
No,
No, I always
And why
thought it
not?
was horrible.
he switched sometimes.
And what do you mean by that when you say he switched?
Johnny would be acting like his wonderful self for a certain portion of an occasion where people were hanging out, or sometimes just privately at home. And I never knew what caused it. The switch would happen to where he would either disappear or go somewhere off by himself, or his mood would change to something darker. And yeah.
What do you recall? And we'll get to specific instances in a little bit. But when you say his mood would change to something darker, do you remember any specific examples of times that you witnessed when his mood changed to something darker?
I can't remember at this moment specific times
It would happen, but I can't remember
when
when.
it would happen. Generally, he would go away from where the rest of the people were. Amber would follow to comfort. Sometimes they wouldn't come back, sometimes they would.
Okay. And tell us about the next morning at Hicksville, what you saw and observed.
I went to the trailer to go knock on the door. I think they had already left though.
Housefor says yes, she is on Amber's
I
team.
went
She
in
made previous
and saw
statements for
the
her and is compelled here.
disarray.
So to stay
Describe the
consistent,
disarray
she
as best you can.
has to stay with her lies.
Like I said yesterday, the light fixtures had been knocked off. Things were strewn about the trailer, cushions off the couch bank.
Whoever asked if they're wasting a lot of
Over
time.
the course of you know,
Yeah.
you've known
They
Miss
think it's
Hurd
worth
since
it.
2003, right?
Yes.
Have you ever known her to not pick light fixtures off a wall?
She have a
No.
character of knocking light fixtures
Have
off
you
the
ever
wall.
known her to throw pillows and cushions off couches?
No.
Have you ever known her to get in a rage and destroy property?
No.
Have you ever known her to threaten someone's life?
No.
What did Amber tell you? Did you ever have
Did
a
you know her
conversation with
as a
Miss Hurd
saint?
about what happened in that trailer in Hicksville?
Yes.
I'd like to fast forward a little bit in time, Miss Pennington, to an episode that we talked about yesterday to some extent. Do you remember being with Amber after something that happened the day before she went on the James Corden show in December 2015?
Yes.
What do you remember? And I know this is painful and emotional, but give
How
me
do you
your
know
best
it's
recollection
painful and
of
emotional?
what you recall from that time period.
From
Just
the night
Testifying
before.
to this stuff
You were
the day
were
before
you with
without
Amber
crying
the night before
or
the
having
James
a
Corden
single
appearance?
emotion.
Yes.
And were you with her the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And did you observe Miss Hurd and Miss Hurd's residence the day before the James Corden appearance and the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
So with that, tell me everything that you can remember, starting with the day before.
Yesterday,
And
she
I may
literally
interrupt you
didn't
and ask
remember
you to
taking the
clarify certain
pictures
things, but that's everything to remember.
with her phone.
So she asked me to come over to her residence, PH3 or PH5. I don't remember which one I entered. And
Runkle says the jurors look bored. Hopefully Runkle will be
She
able
was
to
very
pop in over
upset.
lunch.
her face was red, swollen. The
Is
hair
that from the
had,
alcohol?
been ripped out of her head. I went through all of the penthouses. She didn't cancel. I don't think I even slept that night watching her just to make sure she didn't.
You literally testified to this yesterday, which is in the same depot video.
Because you were worried she had a concussion?
We just watched it. And you had no emotion at
Yes.
all. God. Oh, it drives me crazy.
Why did
when
you
people
tell
do
her
that.
that you were going to go take pictures throughout the penthouses?
Why wouldn't I?
Why wouldn't I? I don't know. Why would you?
Ms. Pennington, I'm gonna you saw a few selected pictures yesterday. I'm gonna show you a number of pictures today that we need to go through and
Amber,
and
you
I'll
better
ask you
turn
some
on the
questions about them,
waterworks.
okay?
Are you able
should
to
start
see
playing.
exhibit 15?
Yeah, I can see it. Can you, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, does this picture truly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on December
It's very painful for me to look at this picture.
2015, during the night that you just discussed?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not you took this picture?
Did it look worse
I
in
do not.
person?
That you were with Miss Heard that evening after the incident?
It was.
What room was this taken in?
This is the bathroom of Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
What injuries, if any, do you observe on Miss Heard in this picture?
Her right eye has a mark and a bruise. Her nose is swollen. There's bruising on her left eye as well.
And exhibit 16 is up.
I mean, I guess.
What is this picture of Miss Pennington?
There's a picture of Amber's face with bruising and a mark on her right eye, swelling on her nose, bruising on the left eye, in the same bathroom.
And when was this picture taken?
Let me increase the resolution here.
I assume the same night.
I'm not seeing
Is that the night in
swelling.
December
I'm seeing some
2015
darkness
that you've
around
been testifying
here.
about for the last few minutes?
I could see
Yeah.
that maybe being dark, but that's
do you
not
see
swollen.
behind Miss Heard's left ear? There's a picture on the wall, and then a writing a note above the picture.
Boobs on the wall.
Yes.
What is that note signed? If you can tell.
You're
Steve.
Steve.
To your understanding, who is Steve?
Johnny.
Was that note a lie, Miss Pennington?
And
In
what
your
does it say
opinion?
right above that?
It says, "You're Steve."
What's the line above that say?
Love you eternally. Why is this a thing? Who cares? What the fuck does this have to do with her testimony?
Eternally? Something, always up. 3 exclamation points. Love you eternally, your Steve.
And Steve, in that note, refers to the same man that
She can't even read it.
you
She doesn't know what it
understood to have inflicted
says.
these injuries on Miss Heard, correct?
Oh, I see.
Yes.
And does this picture truly and accurately reflect what you observed on Miss Heard in that night in December 2015?
Partially.
When you said partially, what do you mean by that?
You can't see the rest of the injuries.
I can't really, frankly,
What
to be
other
honest,
injuries are you
Pumpkin,
referring to?
I can't see the first of the injuries.
The hair being pulled out.
Exhibit 17 is up.
She's taking her own hair down now.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
She's getting more disheveled by
Amber's
the minute.
face. turned at a slight profile with a bruise on her eye.
It does not
Smiling
look
on her
like.
nose.
And when was this picture taken?
Appears to be the same night, same moment of the previous two pictures.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night?
Her eyes are
Yes.
always dark
Exhibit 18 is up.
near here where she's not wearing makeup.
What is this document, Miss Pennington?
It's a
That's
photo
in the
She's
of
crying.
Amber's face
You just looked at these earlier in the depot. We watched.
with two black eyes and swollen bottom lip.
That
take this
lip
photo?
ain't swollen. It's normal with a
I don't
red
remember.
spot.
You said a swollen nose.
Yes.
Did she say a swollen nose? She said two black eyes and a swollen lip.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Remember that
Yeah.
the jury,
Yes.
if they even care, are looking at this going,
Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that night?
she looks like she just didn't sleep.
Yes.
She got 4 hours of sleep. That's how I look.
You
Bags
believe that
under
you
my eyes.
Took this picture?
I don't know.
You don't even know if you took the pic.
But in any event, it accurately reflects what Miss Heard's appearance from that evening.
Yeah, totally. I don't remember if I took it or where it
Yes.
was or whatever, but it's true.
Exhibit 19 is up.
Oh, she can't even take it.
And I'm sorry this is so hard, Miss Pennington.
Oh, this is.
We just need to get through as
Yeah.
Oh my
best we can.
God.
What is this picture?
Anyone who's actually
This is
seen
Amber's face.
domestic abuse
Her
photos
profile.
looks at this and goes, "What is hard about this?"
Showing more of her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
And what night does this, or when does this show Amber?
It appears to be the same night and the same series of photos as before.
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
And, it's in the bedroom, facing she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
Was anyone with you and Amber that night after you came over?
No, I don't think so, no.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Yes.
Does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
No.
Do you recall taking this picture?
I took a lot of pictures. It would be, yes.
Yes, are you sure?
Does Miss Heard's lower lip look like it's just chapped?
No, it does not.
Trying to head that one off. What does it
she
look
just has a
like?
cold sore?
It does not look like a cold sore.
Exhibit 20 is up.
I've never bought
What
the
is this a
cold sore
picture
thing.
of,
To
Miss
me, it looks
Pennington?
like a ripped chapped lip
This is a picture
that you
of
squeeze some blood out of.
Amber's hairline, a scratch injury on the hairline, and my thumb holding the hair back so that you can see it.
Does this picture depict marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December
Yeah.
2015?
Provigil dries you
that we've
out,
been
by the way.
discussing.
Someone in the chat mentioned that. She uses
Or the
Provigil
next
dry lips.
morning.
I can
One
tell
or
you,
the other.
Yes.
You go dry, like
And
have to drink like
Um,
crazy.
Lucas, if you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please. Pennington 19. I may have asked you this, Ms. Pennington, but I just want to make clear for the record. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015 that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Exhibit 21 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a close-up picture of the side of Amber's nose and mouth.
The grievous injury to her lip.
She has,
Did you take? Go ahead. Go
Can
ahead.
you auto-tune yourself
she
crying?
has swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
Are there any other injuries you observe in this picture?
And see, you could see at the top of the photo, bruising on her eye and the small mark underneath her bottom eyelid.
That
Did
this
Ms. Heard,
that's a
did she typically have that small mark underneath her eye or bruising around her eyes?
She did not usually have that small mark
what is the small mark from?
or bruising underneath her eyes.
My God.
Did she typically have injuries to her lip?
Sometimes.
Notice you can see all her pores.
And over the course of your
There's no makeup on her at
friendship
all.
with Ms. Heard during the time that she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you all communicate?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
During the time that Ms. Heard was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you communicate with Ms. Heard? Like every day?
When she was filming, less. When she was home, all the time.
And you just testified, I believe it wasn't the only incident in which you observed injuries to Ms. Heard's face or lips, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other times that you observed injuries to Ms. Heard's face or lips?
Yes.
Exhibit 22 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
Picture is hair pulled back to show the abrasion on the scalp where hair
The
has been removed.
abrasion now.
Whose head is that?
That's Amber's head.
Was this, do you know when this picture was taken?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
You just
And
looked
by
at this
event,
picture
you're
the day
referring
before.
to the event in December of 2015 that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, if Amber Heard
Do you
actually
recall
has a
taking this
skin
picture, Ms.
condition,
Pennington, of Ms. Heard's scalp?
these blemishes and discolorations would
Yes.
be normal. Again,
Does
it
this
almost looks like a
picture fairly
ringworm.
and accurately depict the
look.
top of Ms. Heard's scalp?
But as someone who
Um,
gets really dry scalps in the summer, kind of looks like that.
During the day of or at the day after the December
in the,
2015 incident that you've
seasonal
been giving
changes
testimony
mostly.
about.
Yes.
Exhibit 23 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
There's a picture of a clump of Amber's hair on the black carpet in the bedroom of PH4 with my finger there to show
How do
the
you know that's
scale
your
of the
finger?
hair.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take this picture?
Either the night of the event, the December, the occurrence that we've been talking about.
in December of 2015?
Yes.
And how did you know that that was Amber's hair?
Hair had been ripped out of her head. This is the color of her hair. It's her home.
Okay. How does that her hair? People are there all the time. She has dogs. Oh, God.
And this you said was in the bedroom of Penthouse 5.
4.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to pull out clumps of her own hair?
No.
Miss Heard ever
You sure?
paint on bruises or use makeup to make it appear as if she had a bruise when in fact she didn't?
I would definitely not have asked
your
the
knowledge?
last two questions.
No, the opposite.
I legit
What
hadn't
do you
even
mean
thought
when
of
you
her
say the
pulling out her
opposite?
own hair.
She often had to cover bruises and injuries on her face with makeup.
Did you see her cover bruises on her face with makeup?
Yes.
Can we pull up the document titled December 2015 ALH 28_B, please? What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
Is a picture of Amber. She has a small mark underneath her right eye. She's her coat and her shirt on. They're in the kitchen. She's in the kitchen.
Amber.
PH3.
Oh, there it is. Amber's squeezing him out. She's crying now. Everybody's
Do
crying.
you know when or approximately when this picture was taken?
The day following the December event or the day after, maybe. I don't know exactly when.
And
So no is the answer.
did you take this picture?
I don't know.
Does it fairly and accurately depict Amber's appearance on the day you described?
She doesn't even know what day it was.
On one of the days following, yes.
Exhibit 25 is up.
Do you know what this is a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the nightstand on the right side of the bed in Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3. It has a lamp that's fallen down, a book of rolling papers, half a lemon, a plastic coffee mug of Infinitum Nihil, which is Johnny's production company, a bottle of Tums, a bottle of tea, broken glass, and a small blue book on the floor that I can't make out what that is.
Did you ever know Amber to break glass next to her bed?
No.
Do you ever know Amber to break glass? I think we have
What's your
evidence
knowledge
of
about
her breaking
Mr.
glass
Depp's
elsewhere. I can't remember
tendency to
though.
break things made of glass?
My knowledge is that I saw him do it once, and that I saw
The
the aftermath of
The
him
aftermath.
breaking glass many times.
Oh, hey, we got something useful
And
happening.
on that evening in December 2015,
Hey, folks.
did you see
Good morning.
that we've been discussing? Did
Welcome
you see
to
broken
hell.
glass around?
Just more of this, huh? Is this Rocky still?
Rocky Pennington, yeah,
Yes.
still. It's her second day.
She's
Let's go to the
tearing her
next
up.
picture,
Very
December 2015
the
ALH
wet mop.
_509_B.
She had it up, then she pulled
You've
it
seen
down,
this
she
picture
put it back
before.
up.
What's this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the platform bed in the
So
bedroom.
this is day 2 of her
penthouse
deposition.
4.
Like,
The
she came
edge
back
of the
for the other
platform
side.
bed has a shard
And she's
of
now been
wood
crying
that has
to all the
broken
stuff that
off
she
onto the
testified
floor.
to emotionless the day before.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you
It's
take
driving
it?
me nuts.
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And when you say event, are you referring to, what are you referring to?
The
Yes.
December 15th event that we've been speaking about.
You said December 15th. You mean December 2015?
Yes, sorry, 2015.
Where is
rough
this bed in the
interrogation.
residence?
This is in the penthouse 4. It's the middle penthouse between the main residence, PH3,
Again,
Amber's closet, PH5. This is the
Law and Lumber
one of
does
the
this
rooms
better,
that you walk through to get
but a
to,
boot is not shredding off a
to
piece
go
of bed
through
unless it is
the upper story of the homes.
pre-existingly cracked like that.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy a bed frame?
No,
Have you ever known? Go ahead. Sorry.
She must not be very good in bed then.
no,
Have you
Autopilot
ever known
says,
Miss Heard to destroy furniture generally?
no.
Ms. Pennington, in all the photos that you
I'll get this chat in a minute.
have
Don't remember taking.
taken of evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny, have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, make them appear to depict something that wasn't actually there or wasn't actually real?
No, I've never edited a photo
No.
in my life. I
I
don't even
want
know
to talk
how.
about the day of the Late Late Show. When I say that, do you understand I'm referring to Amber's appearance on the James Corden show?
Yes.
The Late Late Show with James Corden.
Say it again. Are you sponsored?
Were you with Amber when she got ready for her appearance on that show?
Yes.
Who else was present?
A deer that who's her hairstylist, Melanie, her makeup artist, and Samantha, her stylist.
Were you there when her hair and makeup was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her
That's
lip?
today's luck, huh?
Did
It's
you
the best look
observe
objectively by
anyone-
miles.
Yeah,
ripping
I would
clumps of
concur.
her hair out of her head?
No.
Ms. Pennington, did you to the extent that it's alleged that Ms. Heard had no injuries when she went on the James Corden show, what is your reaction to that?
She was
My reaction
brutalized.
is that that is a false assessment or statement.
And what's the basis for that testimony?
I saw the injuries.
Because I saw injuries on her body from the time directly after they happened throughout the next night, the next day, and as they continued to heal.
In the time that you spent with Johnny, did he ever express a similar sentiment that he was screw up or fuck up, in his words?
Yes.
And what did you tell me what you can remember about the instances when he said that and what your understanding was of what he meant?
My understanding was that he was sorry and apologetic, and
What was he sorry for? Beating her mercilessly.
for his behavior.
When you say behavior, what are you referring to?
Verbal arguments, physical arguments.
They're never specific.
That was what he made clear to you in things that he
Is that
said
like
to
sign
you.
language?
Everything is so
Correct.
ambiguous.
Yeah.
How about for punching her in the
What
mouth?
he made
A
clear
handful of
to
rings.
me in our conversations
My
was
favorite was
that
when he asked
he
earlier,
was very sorry,
or that
and that he
Camille asked her earlier,
was working
did you ever see her
to get
Johnny
clean
Depp
and
physically
get
attack
better.
her? And she's like,
And
yes.
he was asking
When?
for
What do you mean by physically attack?
forgiveness.
Did you ever see him
and
hit her?
Trying
No.
to
Throw something at her? No. Kick her? No.
Hey, Nick, either you're a little quiet or she's a little loud.
think that he was
I don't know if
gonna
you
Probably
want it that way,
both.
but just to give you a heads up.
Did you
Probably
ever see
both.
him get better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
When?
God.
So, is there an explanation for all these,
lot of
video
times-
depositions instead of having these people on the witness stand?
But did you ever see him get
Virginia-
better permanently?
Virginia does not have a power to compel
No.
appearance for out-of-state witnesses,
Your Honor,
but they can
at this
compel
point, we
deposition.
start questioning Ms. Pennington about May 21st. We're happy to keep going, but if you wanted to take a break, I think we're about halfway through this volume.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our morning
This
recess for 15
volume.
minutes. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Apparently, the UFC Raquel Pennington just roasted this Raquel Pennington on Twitter. Uh,
Oh, we live in an amazing world.
let's see. Raquel Pennington. Oh, she just said this chick
She's
messing
come back
up a
at
great
11
name.
o'clock. Okay, thank you.
It's got a picture of her. That's good. That's good stuff. So how's it going, man? Welcome.
Good. Going good. I'm going to be in and out today. I've got a webinar I'm doing at
Yeah, that's
noon
right.
my time.
That's right. Whew. Yeah. So the so far it's just been this. I mean, they finished up Camille's questioning of Rocky Pennington earlier. That was then they clearly moved to a separate day, or the next day.
Right.
Well, I mean, the timestamp in her outfit changed. So the next day for Rottenborn to start questioning her, and her demeanor was entirely different. I mean, the first time, I think witnesses don't think that this is obvious, but you know, when she's being interviewed by Johnny Depp's team, she's got her hair down. She appears like stoned or bored or both. She takes forever. She can't remember anything. And she can't remember when she takes the pictures. She goes through this testimony about this horrific night before the James Corden show and is just stone faced. You know, she testifies, oh yeah, there's her ripped out hair.
And
There's
that's what we
her.
saw yesterday, right?
Yeah. Well, some of it yesterday, some of it today.
Yeah. Okay.
And then when she switches to Rottenborn, he's like, no, I know this is emotional and hard for you. So, you know, just take your time. And she's crying, like looking at the same pictures and talking about the same events. And it's like, wait, like you realize that, well, I mean,
She doesn't
Actually-
realize. No, people
Yeah, they-
forget. I mean, in these video depositions, unless they're reminded, they forget they're on camera. So it's a completely
Yeah.
different demeanor because the camera's completely passive. When they're testifying on the witness stand,
that's true.
they're in court. There's a jury. There's people there in the gallery. And it's so intense that you can't possibly forget that you're being watched. But in these video depositions, it's you, it's a couple lawyers, it's a video camera running, and you forget the camera's there.
Yeah. And I guess, you know, thinking about it, we don't forget a camera's there. 'Cause, well, at least for me,
We're
I'm
trying to
looking-
capture stuff on the camera. So it's very important to us.
right. And I'm looking at my face, like while I talk. I'm not even looking, I don't even talk to you. I talk to me. So I see me all the time. I constantly reminded that the camera's there, but I have heard, yeah, if you put like a security camera in a room or whatever, people forget within minutes that they're on it.
Right. So if the deposition lasted for 10 minutes, you'd be fine. But when a deposition lasts for hours, people just completely forget the camera's there.
Yeah. AJ is saying Asmongold is getting the same thing from this. I can only imagine what the jury thinks. I mean, I think we're past the point of pretending that there's some giant contingent of people out there who are believing all of this. There may be bits and pieces that people latch onto, and there will be minorities in every chat that will support Amber Heard or that side, or just violence against women in general. That like this concept that forever, and that's fine. But the general shift in sentiment from everybody is that this is not true. And it's everywhere. It's on every streamer's channel. It's on Law and Crime, who is effectively neutral. There's no commentary. There's no like poisoning of the well going on there. And you've got a sample size of 700,000 people a night or a day checking that out. So you don't have to go very far. When you've got celebrities on Twitter roasting Amber Heard and her witnesses, that's really bad. When Hollywood has turned on the person they believed, that is really unfortunate for her.
Yeah, for all practical purposes, Depp's already won. And
Yeah.
that's true. Even if the jury were to find against him and award Amber Heard $100 million, he still won, because he can make the $100 million and pay her and still be fine. She's done. I mean, first of all, now we know she can't act, because she can't even act when she has tens of millions of dollars at stake of money that she has to lose or to gain. But who would work with her? I mean, she's clearly a fantastic fabricator of allegations of horrific sexual assault. No man could afford to work with her. I mean, it's too much of a risk.
Yeah. What would you do? Like if
Not
you
only no man, no woman, apparently.
Right, because we can't discriminate. She is at times in her life, including right now and prior to the Johnny Depp relationship, she's a lesbian. So she could fabricate an allegation against anybody. If you're in Hollywood and they cast Amber Heard, you would almost have to ask that any scene with her be done where she's CG'd in.
Yeah, you can't. You just can't do it.
I like Jason Momoa. I won't be on location with this person. If he has half of a brain, that would be the smartest insurance policy of his life. No, I want it clear in my contract that I will not be on location with Amber Heard. Happy to work with her remotely, but no, thank you. These hover hands need miles.
So it'd be like if they cast you in a Quentin Tarantino movie and the actress playing against you is an actual killer. I mean,
right.
you can't do it.
No, you're right. I was going to come up with an exception, but I'll skip it. We're getting into Hollywood sort of rumor circuit here, but after Amber Heard stormed out yesterday, because were you around when we discerned that she actually stormed out prior to the jury leaving?
I don't remember. I don't recall. I remember her storming out, and there was some question about whether it was appropriately done or not. It appears to me it certainly wasn't, having seen it a couple times after that.
Yeah. So she storms out before the jury has been dismissed from the courtroom. And
the judge was not expecting it, right? The judge told her to go sit with counsel.
Right. Because that's what you do.
What you do.
You go to your counsel table. So after that, the allegation is that, and the insider rumor mill is that the Warner Brothers executives called an emergency meeting, and she may be completely cut from Aquaman 2. Not just pared down as her testimony was yesterday, but that will have happened like because of yesterday and how bad that looks. And again, Warner Brothers has stuck with her through all of this. It was revealed that she still had her contracts with Warner Brothers. She still had her contract with L'Oreal up until yesterday. Who knows what happens now? If that's true, it's an indication of what everyone is seeing, everyone is seeing. No, you're not crazy. If you are like, I don't trust this person, I'm not buying this. I've modified my perspective on the case. I think Johnny Depp moved from like barely winning to clearly winning the legal case at this point. Because unless some significant rehabilitation occurs, or you just have a rogue juror, I can't see any jury reasonably finding that she didn't defame him at this
Yeah,
point.
not reasonably. I mean, you always worry about crazy jurors, of course.
Yeah, you always have your 10%, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but she's I mean, it's just getting worse and worse for her. And frankly, any fair person would have to acknowledge how much damage she's done to actual victims of domestic violence. Right?
Yeah.
Because you could have a Harvey Weinstein now, a new one pop up and say, "Hey, listen, there's these accusations against me, but they're Amber Heard accusations. You know, they're just fabrications. They're just lies, regardless of whether they are." This example of someone will go to this extreme and real abusers, as an example.
exactly. So here I've got I put this up on Twitter earlier. Because let's put it out on Twitter.
I don't give a fuck if you're 6'3". I'll slap the shit out of you, fucker.
Let's put it out on Twitter. Here we go. This is so Rocky's the one who took the pictures of the scalp and the hair, and she described it in her deposition as a bloody scalp and long bloody strands of hair. And then the jury is looking at these pictures while that's being described, and it's like, this is your bloody scalp. This is the long strands of hair, a bloody strands of hair that she described. It's like, where's the hair? Where's the skin bits? Where's the roots of the hair that's attached? You don't rip hair out of someone without some nastiness coming with it. That's not how this works. Thank God I've never had to personally witness this. But I've done plenty of training as a foster parent that involves seeing actual pictures of abused kids and women. And when you see pulled hair, it's a different level. It's bloody. It's gross. Ask Chemo in the UFC. Royce Gracie held on to that scalp the whole time back in UFC, like 2 or 3. And he looked like hell the next day. That's why all the UFC guys shave their hair. But yeah, God, oh, it pisses me off. Anyway, yeah, but I think your point is excellent, that this has set domestic violence victims into a really nasty place. Like, actually,
I mean, and all of this evidence, it looks so fabricated. And this happens all the time. People want to say that somebody cut them, so they put a little scratch in their skin because they can't bring themselves to actually cut themselves, right? She can't bring herself to actually bloodily rip hair out of her own head or even have someone do it on her behalf. So they do this half-ass fake that looks like nothing but a half-ass fake.
Yeah, and how could you? Like, realistically, inflicting horrific violence on yourself takes some brokenness, like real brokenness. Even cutters aren't inflicting horrific violence on themselves. It's
right. They don't end up needing
practice.
stitches.
Right. They make these cuts. They're deep enough. They get whatever rush or feel out of it that they need, or emotional support, I guess. And then they move on, but they don't want to go to a doctor about it. That's part of the whole thing. Glass isn't like that. You can't just, oh, I've got a little cut of glass. So you have glass. She's talking about having, Rocky Pennington was testifying to having to make sure Amber Heard stayed awake from the concussion. It's like, what? From the concussion, I mean, where's the evidence of any of this? It's just driving me nuts.
I loved it when Amber was testifying and she was getting a concussion diagnosis via text message from a nurse.
Yeah, we'll walk you through the concussion.
We'll text you through it.
The concussion check. It's like, that's not how that works at all. Autopilot says the office that Rocky is sitting in is the same law firm that my ex worked at. They were the ones that wrote the crayon Paris Hilton letter and worked very closely with TMZ. She is my ex because she was just like Amber Heard. Oh, I'm glad you're out of that situation, buddy. Well, Aoki says, morning, Nick. Interesting to hear that Rocky remembers grievous injuries that were never photographed, but can't say if Johnny was mad or not. Also, do we know why they are no longer friends? I have no idea why Rocky says that she doesn't consider Amber like an enemy, or a not friend, but she doesn't really consider her a friend anymore. I'm not sure about that. But yeah,
Where are Amber's current friends? All these people who are being deposed are like, yeah, we used to be friends.
Yeah, I can't figure that out. I have no idea who she hangs out. I guess just Whitney. I guess just her sister, maybe. But maybe people get mad when you drag them through like a trial in the public, and all of these people were dragged into England to do all of this stuff, to testify on her behalf.
Ugh.
And then it might make them annoyed to find out that she didn't follow through on the promise to donate. Whatever sensibilities someone, or whatever I guess proclivities or bias someone may have towards someone else, like, oh yeah, Amber's great, she's my friend or whatever, she's very noble, she makes this noble gesture, she's going to donate the money, and then you find out that she didn't donate a dime of it. Like, unless they were in on that grift,
Well, she pledged it.
right? Yeah, but unless they're in on it, they're looking at that the same way. Like, I think maybe that's not okay. So that could
I think she
be.
just cuts them off. They're no longer useful to her. They've served their purpose, and she's just moving on to the next crew that she can bamboozle with her fantastic lies.
Yeah, that very well could be too. Because and that when you meet someone who's histrionic or borderline personality or whatever, they get exhausting after a while, and it's exhausting for that person because the people start to see through it too. Again, they're very charming, outgoing people when you're on the surface level. When you get past that surface level and you get in with them, they know that eventually the people will stop seeing their game for what it is. And so cut them out, find new people.
Well, a weird thing about their game is they want to compel you to buy into their game. So it's not enough that you're around. You have to be believing them. You have to be reinforcing them. You have to be an active participant in their lunacy. And if you fall short of that, they get mad at you. And that's why it becomes exhausting.
Yeah. Matthew Self, this won't be down to the exact minute, but it's approximate. Johnny Depp has 20 hours, 6 minutes remaining as of yesterday. Amber Heard has 17 hours, 32 minutes remaining as of yesterday. Cheers. Whoa.
So how many does Depp have?
20 hours and 6 minutes.
20 hours and Heard is 17.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Heard's on case in chief. So if Depp keeps his cross examinations short, well, and the video depositions are going to be broken up by the respective parties. I think they should be reserving about 8 hours for rebuttal if they're playing their cards right. They'll get a full day of rebuttal in at least. But it'll all depend on how that goes. Or just burn it all on Depp when you get him on cross. Cause I'm not sure if you heard, cause I can never remember who was on when we talked about this, but Amber Heard's team is planning to call Johnny Depp in their case in chief. And in Virginia, if you call someone who is an adverse party witness, you get to treat them as hostile, but their counsel gets to treat them as cross still.
Yeah.
So once that happens and Johnny goes up on the stand with his own team, they get to just ask him whatever they want and he can run with it. So that's
I don't see that going well for Amber Heard, but I guess what else are they going to do at this point?
Yeah, they've got to try and get out of him. And I can't believe they didn't do this on cross, because that would have been the smart move.
Easy, right?
They've got to try to get out of him the fact that Adam Waldman's statements, that's what he's being. If this isn't clear, her countersuit for $100 million is about these statements made by his attorney, Adam Waldman, in a publication. And the damages amount of $100 million is so laughable. The analysis of it, when her highest grossing movie is $2 million with no residuals. They're like, the idea that she's worth $100 million on the north end of 35 with her level of acting quality is just a joke.
2 million
But-
and no residuals.
That's what she testified to, that
Wow.
Aquaman 2 is her highest movie with 2 million.
Man, she is done.
Yeah, there's no way she's worth $100 million on the damages analysis. But that being said, you know, it's about these statements made by Adam Waldman. They have to elicit from Johnny some testimony to link Adam Waldman's statements to him. I mean, just because someone is your agent in some capacity, attorneys act as agents often in their client's capacity, does not mean that they're always acting in their capacity as an attorney or representative. So his personal statements can't be automatically imputed to Johnny Depp. They have to try and get some information out about this smear campaign that Amber keeps telling the jury exists. And her evidence so far was when she looked at the jury and said, well, look me up. You'll see it. And it's like, well, the jury can't look you up during trial, sweetie. So that's not going to help. But they have to get something out of Johnny Depp there. And they didn't do it on cross. And I don't know why. You already had him up there. They must have forgotten.
I want to see Elaine do a bunch more leading questions.
Well, she'd get to then. Because he's hostile.
Oh, that's true. Yep.
Yeah. Are they calling Adam Waldman? I don't think so. CS says, met with a woman who had been decked once by a man, swollen orbital bone broken, swollen orbital bone broken. When she blew her nose, that side of her face blew up like a balloon and blood squirted from her eye. You don't forget images of the described violence. Squirrel 69. Did I hear correctly yesterday that at the end of Amber's cross, she said that she has never assaulted anybody she was romantically with or something like that? Didn't she admit to assaulting
Continue with your witness.
Johnny?
Yes, we'll
no, only in
resume with
self-defense.
the testimony of Rocky Pennington, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you.
I see in the comments, no, folks, if your attorney makes a public statement, that's not attorney-client privilege.
Right.
But that doesn't
wanna
mean it's
talk about,
necessarily attributable to the client.
The events of May 21st, 2016. Do you remember that
So
night?
sad.
She has to get worked into the
Yes.
So if
crying
I
mood.
gotta confess, if I got a subpoena, I had to do 2 days of deposition as the person being deposed, I'd look like
Walk us
this. Too.
through
I'd be crying at home.
what you
Right.
I'd be
recall
done crying by
about
the time I got
evening of
in.
May 21st, 2016.
She's wiping her whole face and her chin.
So in PH5, I was getting things ready for a artist craft show that I had, and making jewelry. And
What a life Depp has, though,
My
huh?
friend
Not
Liz
just a
was there.
penthouse, but a
Josh
whole
was
so
there.
many penthouses they have to be numbered for reference.
we're set up in the
He owns
downstairs
a village in France
living room of PH5.
and an island.
my gosh.
And at
Liz
some
Mars?
point- Liz Mars, yes.
Okay. And your fiance Joshua Drew, is that right?
Yes. And at some point, Amber got a message from Johnny that said that he wanted to come over and
All these
talk
S's.
or
It sounds like she's going to
hang
peel
up.
her
I don't
face up and a
remember
snake is going to wither out of her
exactly
body.
what it was. And
She unhinges her jaw.
we thought it was a really bad idea, but it stopped somebody from coming over to their own home.
You
And
can try with a
so
restraining order.
Amber went upstairs to get ready for him to come over. And eventually he
Just to
showed
think,
up.
this is the high water mark of her
See him
career
show up.
right here, just like a ring in a
Show
toilet
up.
bowl.
he went to PH3.
She'll never be more famous than she is in this
And-
moment.
Nope.
And then at some point I got a text from her, or I might have checked in, or I got a text from her that said, come over. So I tried to come over there and the door was locked. Their front door was locked. So I went to go get my key. I have a master key I had a master key to all of the apartments. And I came
That
back.
seems like a good idea.
Unlocked the door. And
He treated it like a hippie commune.
he was
man.
yelling, and I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And she was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. I went and I cut through the space between the coffee table and the sofa. And I went up to him and he was yelling and yelling. And I put my hands up on his chest and I was like, stop, just stop. Just trying to calm him down. And he hit my hands away. And
You put your hands on his
so
chest.
I just went straight over to Amber.
First.
She sat down on the couch. She was crying. And I just put my body over her. And he came a little bit closer to us. And he was yelling at her to like, get up, or I don't know, quit crying or get up or something. And it was really loud. And he was getting closer and closer. And I remember thinking there was this like big orange ceramic ashtray on the coffee table. And I was thinking, if he gets any closer, I'm just going to pick up that ashtray and like hit him with it, because he was so close over us. And
You've witnessed zero violence.
Jerry and Sean came in from the front door of PH3 and came in, and they were like, boss, come on, let's get out of here. And
let's get away from these bitches.
Jerry always called him boss. He's like, boss, come on, boss, let's go. And then Johnny grabbed like his leather bag off the stool that was by the island, and he had a big Magnum bottle of wine, and he was just like smashing stuff off the island and yelling. I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And then they finally left. And I could hear.
So again, no actual or threatened violence against anybody.
And clattering around.
Well, Johnny was touched.
Amber, sort of just waiting for it to pass and clear. Until a little bit later, and then I think Josh came in.
Why did you get between and put your hands on Mr. Depp and get between him and Miss Heard?
Which is a battery.
I just thought I could calm him down.
And when he hit your hands away and then you went and laid on her, why did you do that?
It was the thing to do.
It was the thing to
How
do.
would you describe Mr. Depp's mood?
Irate.
Were you afraid that Mr. Depp was going to hurt Miss Heard?
Yes.
And when he stood over you, you testified a little bit to it, but describe what he was yelling as he stood over the couch.
I don't remember everything that he said. The thing that sticks out the most is that he was just yelling at her to get up. To get the fuck up.
Did you let her?
No.
And where were you, just to be clear, where were you when you received the message from Amber asking you to come over to Penthouse 3?
In either PH5 or PH1.
You weren't already in Penthouse 3 when you got that text?
No.
To the extent that there are allegations that you were lying in wait in penthouse 3 before Johnny walked into that penthouse, how do you respond to those?
That's
That
crazy.
is not true.
I will also represent to you, Ms. Pennington, that Mr. Depp's lawyer has been quoted as saying, quote, Amber Heard and her friend Rocky Pennington staged the May 21 crime scene to prove the abuse allegation against Johnny Depp. Is that statement true?
No, that's entirely
No.
false.
Did you stage anything about May 21st, 2016?
Yes,
No.
I did. I committed
Did-
crime. I did
It'd
that.
be a pretty poor stage. I mean,
Amber stage anything
even in their version,
your
there was no
knowledge
actual
about
violence.
May 21st, 2016.
No.
But see, they don't want
Describe for us
they
the
don't want
damage
it
that
to be
you
that
observed
bad.
Mr. Depp cause
It's more effective if it's not bad enough
to the
to fully
penthouses.
investigate.
to penthouse 3.
In 3, stuff had been knocked off the kitchen counter. Stuff had been knocked off a bar cart.
By whom?
By Johnny. I saw this happen on his way out. He was
With
smashing
his-
stuff
With what?
with a wine bottle.
What other
It-
damage can you remember Mr. Depp causing?
In the hallway, there was wine splash spilled in the hallway. There was a dent on the outside of PH1's door, front door. And then in PH5, where we had been getting stuff ready for my craft fair, my jewelry and materials had been thrown against the wall, and everything that was on the table was like strewn off of the table, thrown
And
down.
for all we know, Amber Heard did
I'd
that.
like to go through
Yes. She wasn't
with
there
you
when
some
Any of
photographs
that stuff occurred.
of the incident that we talked about. So can you pull up May 21st, 2016, ALH 7051, please? And while he's pulling that up, Ms. Pennington, did you or either yourself or anyone else take photographs in the aftermath of this incident?
Yes.
Who took photographs?
Josh Drew. That's the only person that I can say for sure.
Were you with Mr. Drew when he was taking photographs?
I can't remember.
Did you go through the penthouses to see where the damage has been done?
Eventually.
Ms. Pennington, what is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the living room in
couch?
PH5 with the back corner of the sofa. It has the beads that I had been working on and the stand that I used to display them thrown to the wall. Some of the beads are on the windowsill. The stand is broken.
And did you, does this fairly and accurately reflect damage that you saw to Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And again,
Exhibit 30 is
people are
up.
looking at this going like, it's stuff on a
What
couch.
is this a picture of? if
Those
you know?
pictures aren't even broken.
Yeah.
They're just like
This is a
laid
picture
there.
of the Johnny and Amber's bed.
Which makes me think maybe the
bedroom,
person didn't want
bed
them
in
broken.
PH3. It has several photos framed photos stacked on it.
Look how
And,
violent that
do
picture
those
is.
photos appear to be intact?
Yes,
These do, yes.
these do.
In your experience, do those photos normally sit on the bed?
No.
Does this, did you witness, well, was this part of the aftermath of what Mr.
He
Depp did in
can't
Penthouse
ask,
Three?
did you witness Johnny Depp doing this?
I didn't
Because you
see him take these down,
Yeah.
but they were not down before he came over.
That's not knocked down.
fairly
That's
inaccurately
placed
depict-
on a bed.
What you witnessed the night of May 21st, 2016.
If I knock a photo
I
down,
didn't
it
see
falls
this happen, but
and
I did
probably breaks
see
the glass.
this scenario.
You saw the pictures. That's my question. Does this fairly inaccurately depict something that you personally saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up 7053, please. So my question, Ms. Pennington, will be, what is this a picture of?
A rug with a wine stain on it?
Can
Some
the
broken glass.
info thing move off to the side?
No.
You know, no, I don't. Not in this version of the pictures. So I apologize for that. If you need it zoomed in or out.
It's the landing of one of the staircases.
And what do you see on the picture?
It's broken glass and something spilled on the landing of one of the staircases. I can't
It
tell.
looks
if-
like pieces of broken glass were carefully placed on the ground.
Okay. Does this picture fairly inaccurately depict something that you observed
Even
on
if
the
they
night of May
weren't.
21st, 2016?
So someone dropped a glass of
Yes.
wine on the landing of a staircase.
You'd never ever know misheard to
It's not
smash
thrown against
glasses
the
on
wall.
staircases?
No.
Did you find that question vague and ambiguous, Ms. Pennington?
No.
They edited out the objection, vague and ambiguous. Did you find that vague and ambiguous? She's not a lawyer.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
These are stairs appearing of the same staircase with broken glass on them.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you personally observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
33 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
All
This
of
is
the
a
broken
picture
glass and
of
wine stains
the
are on various rugs.
Floor mat in front of the doors that would lead out to the balcony of PH3, and it has a broken, looks like top of a martini glass on it.
Or the bottom of a wine flute.
Okay. Did you see this glass or material around this being broken on the evening of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
I mean, was it a martini glass
Who
or a
broke this
mosquito?
glass?
I mean, where's the rest of the glass?
Johnny did.
And does this photo fairly and accurately depict something that you observed after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 34 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
That's
This
the
is
food that
the-
Johnny killed.
Space
He ripped it
between
right off the
cabinets
trees,
and the
started rotting
refrigerator
immediately.
and the kitchen islands. It has a rug on it, and it has a fruit basket and fruit on the ground.
And do you know who knocked that fruit on the ground?
Yes.
An image
Vegans
of
everywhere
pure havoc.
crying.
Johnny.
And does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you saw on May 21st, 2016?
So far, this kitchen looks cleaner than
Yes.
mine after my kids have lunch.
Exhibit 35 is
Oh
up.
my God, yeah.
Thank you. What is this a
Like,
picture
it's not
of,
even
Ms.
close.
This is the landing of PH5 that Amber's office was set up on. and this is her desk and her files, and boxes have been outturned, and there's papers all over the floor.
Zoom in, all those little post-it notes say red rum, red rum, red rum.
And is this how Miss Heard normally kept her office area?
Literally, yes.
Does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Everyone with an office that's used is like, that's clean.
36 is up.
Is this that same office area?
Yes.
And is this
Again, for
an
like
accurate depiction
rampaging
of
through an
what
office
you
and
observed on
trashing
May
it, this is
21st,
remarkably
2016?
intact. It's like
Yes.
tumped over one box
37
of
is up.
unimportant papers.
Well, this image is clearly decisive in the trial. That picture's not quite level.
Lancelot says,
is
lay
this a
off the
picture of,
shrooms,
Miss
woman.
Pennington?
There's so much dead air in this depot. I'm going to charge her with murder to brain cells.
This is a picture of 2 photos on the column, the staircase leading up to Amber's office. The top photo is a group photo of Savannah, Whitney, Io, myself, Amber, Aaron, Brittany, Morgan. We were in London. The glass is smashed. The bottom photo is a photo of Amber and me in France.
Does this photo fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
38 is up.
Again, look at the wine that's like, it's an empty wine bottle that fell over. Oh,
They could have just had guests for dinner.
What is this a picture of?
Picture of a large bottle of wine on the floor.
On May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Is this the bottle he was swinging, if you know?
I don't know.
It's a dead bottle. Killed.
But it accurately depicts something you observed on May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Did you notice, you or Miss Heard or anyone that you were with, spilling wine in penthouses that night in order to stage damage?
No.
And by what is this a picture of? I meant the whole scene.
Oh. It's a picture on the floor.
Do you know what penthouse that is in?
Can you zoom out again, please? Three.
Do you know who knocked this picture on the floor?
did you witness it being knocked on the floor?
I didn't see it knocked down.
Okay, no.
Did
Her video doesn't seem slow. She seems slow.
other than Mr. Depp, did you see anyone causing any damage or knocking anything down in any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
No.
Well, she didn't see anybody do most of this.
And did you see Mr. Depp knocking things down?
Some
Yes.
things as he was leaving.
Does this picture fairly and accurately describe something that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, did you see any injuries on Amber on May 21st, 2016?
Why these long pauses?
Just a swollen, like red swollen cheek.
I mean, she knows why she's here, right?
Let's pull up the
I'm
May
not
21st,
sure.
2016 ALH 7077, please. And while he's doing that,
Look at all the ring
did
marks you can't see there.
I know we talked about pictures of damage in the penthouses. Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that evening?
Hmm.
I don't remember if it was me or Josh.
Were you present when pictures were taken of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately reflect observations you made of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
42 is up.
What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
Again,
This is Amber's face.
I think women who
Red.
have been abused look at this and go,
Right cheek and eye is
I wish.
more red and swollen. Her right. My left.
Does this fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition that you observed that evening?
Yes.
Can you pull up 7083, please? What is this picture of?
This is Amber's face turned at a slight profile. Her eye is red and bruised.
Really?
The side, the side brow, temple, and cheekbone.
Does this fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition that you witnessed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And were you present when police arrived?
Yes.
What
These would be the police, including female officers who saw no sign of domestic violence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who interviewed her
and
in
what
private.
penthouse did they come in?
The female officer.
Penthouse 3 both times.
How close were you to the police officer?
In the same room.
Okay. Could you see damage that he had caused while you were standing there when the police officers were present?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Miss Heard say, express any financial motivations for wanting to remain in this relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Miss Heard ever express that if she went public against with what happened on May 21st, 2016, that she stood to gain financially from doing so?
No.
Just go finish. Jerk off Juggernaut says I'd smash Rocky,
Now-
but it looks like the job's already been done.
At some
Or is it
point
just makeup?
after May 21st,
Damn.
2016, Miss Heard filed for divorce from Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
And at some point she filed for a domestic violence restraining order against him. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm gonna come back to that line of questioning in a second, but before I forget, you mentioned Jerry and Sean Bett on the night of May 21st, right? Was there a space in the floor of the ECB where they would wait for Mr. Depp when he was in one of the penthouses?
Yes.
And what was that space?
We called it the guard shack, and it was a vestibule separate from the penthouses, except that a door from the vestibule also connected to the door of the patio of PH5.
Was the okay? Was it if someone were in the vestibule or the guard shack, as you called it, would they have seen you go into penthouse 3 when Amber requested that you do so?
No.
Did you see Jerry or Sean or any security guards when you entered penthouse 3 that evening?
No.
Okay. Going back to the domestic violence restraining order, did you accompany Ms. Heard to court when she got that order?
Yes.
I'd like you to pull up, please, May 2016, Court Pennington 1292, please. And while he's doing that, do you know if Ms. Heard wore any makeup that morning?
She did not.
I don't remember seeing her put on any makeup.
Was that rare for Ms. Heard not to wear makeup?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
This is Amber and Jody, her publicist, sitting on the bench in the hallway waiting room of the courthouse.
When?
The day that the restraining order was filed.
Do you see any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I do.
Describe what you see.
On
A
her
zit.
cheek,
A big
bone,
fucking zit on her cheek.
right cheekbone is bruised.
Oh, this drives me nuts. That doesn't look like a bruise. It looks like a zit. Why is it raised up? Why is it in a little tiny
And
spot?
how long after May 21st?
Because she's holding her stomach too. She's like,
Approximately.
whoa, whoa.
I don't know.
Looks
I don't
like my
remember.
youngest when she learned she's not getting dessert because she didn't eat her
Matter of
dinner.
days.
Maybe she
weeks.
just got out of Planned Parenthood.
Less than a week.
Did you ever see any makeup artist paint on this bruise? Put a fake bruise on Ms. Heard's face?
No.
Can you please pull up Pennington 1295, please? And before we do, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's condition the morning she, or the day she applied for the domestic violence restraining order?
Do you know anyone else
Yes.
who's ever gotten a domestic violence restraining
Do
order?
you know whether you took this picture?
Do you know if it's common for them to take a bunch of pictures while
To
they're
the best of
waiting
my
in the hallway
recollection,
next
I
to their
took that.
publicist?
And I'm going to ask you the same thing about this next picture, 1295.
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
Didn't it
Does
come
that
out
fairly and accurately depict Ms.
yesterday
Heard's
that she was
condition on that
banging
morning?
James Franco the night before this? Maybe that's why her
Yes.
stomach hurts.
They were
Maybe
just
got
being
up in them
friendly.
guts.
Little rearranging was going on.
Like, look at it. It's like one of those old infomercials where they went to the starving African children and they're like, look hungrier so we can raise more money. It's like,
What is that a picture of?
It is Amber at a slate profile in the same courthouse room. Her hair is behind her ear. You can see a picture of a bruise on her cheekbone. She looks like a skeleton.
Oh, Johnny Depp did that to
Did you
her?
take this picture
He
Yes.
punched her thin?
again,
based on your personal knowledge?
beat
Is
the
there
fat
any
right off
truth
of
to
her.
the allegation that Amber did this because she's, quote, a gold digger?
No.
Ms. Pennington, you came to understand at some point, at some point, did you learn that Mr. Depp had lost the tip of his finger in Australia?
how did you learn?
Yes.
Through hearsay?
And what is that other way that you learned that Mr. Depp had cut the tip of his finger off?
He showed it to me.
In addition to showing you, how did you learn from Mr. Depp that he had cut off the tip of his own finger?
He told me.
What did he tell you?
Said, I don't remember how he said he cut the tip of his finger off, but while the nurse was dressing it, I wanted to see it. I also had a very small injury on the tip of my finger. And I continued to see it throughout its healing process, but I don't remember how he told me how he cut it off.
But you remember that he told you that he cut it off.
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, I'll finish where we started, which is you've given a number of you've testified a number of times about the events that we talked about today, and I really appreciate you you being here today and talking about these. I know it was tough and it was emotional at times. Is there anything that you would change about any of the testimony that you've given today or previously about any of these events?
No.
And you've done your best every time you've testified about this to tell the full truth about everything that you know, everything that you saw, everything that you heard, everything that you've observed, right?
You're
I have
really,
done
really
the very
super
best
serious,
to
right?
tell the absolute truth, exactly as I remember it, at all of the points of time.
All right. Yes, sir. Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. That
Oh.
concludes the testimony of Raquel Pennington. Ms. Hurd calls Joshua Drew as her next witness.
Okay.
By video
and if we may
deposition.
approach just to discuss a
All
couple
right.
exhibits.
And that's by deposition. Is that correct?
It is by deposition,
All right.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
How could you couldn't get any of these people to show up? I think that's actually a really powerful statement that the jury is going to be is likely thinking about here. Like, Johnny had people show up. Isaac Baruch showed up. He was there to testify on Johnny's behalf. They can't get these people in court. Why? I would be so curious as a juror. Why the hell aren't these people here? Why do I have to watch a video?
And it's such a painful process. I mean, listen, at least you and I can hop on my browser and download an Audible book for my next motorcycle trip. You know, I can tell a joke. The jurors just have to sit there and watch this.
You could listen to an Audible book for your next motorcycle trip. You listen to an Audible book list of books for your next motorcycle trips. And it'd still be more interesting than what this video deposition is. They're stuck there in that jury box just going, when is lunch? When is lunch? These people cannot even come in to support her. That would, oh God. Like, I would have begged as counsel, I would have begged Rocky Pennington to be there in person. Please come in and testify to this violence that you saw. You're our only witness who
If it
saw
was
this
true.
stuff. Right.
Right. But it's not true. So, I mean, just imagine what Cross would be like. So you see this
Oh, yeah.
picture here. Did you see Johnny do this? Did you see Johnny do that? Did you see Johnny do this, that, the other thing? All of it's going to be no, 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 no.
You mentioned long, bloody strands of hair, didn't you? Yeah, it was horrible. Looking at this picture, where's the blood? You don't see any blood, do you? Because there wasn't any blood, was there? No, there was. Are you alleging that the blood has been cleaned off? Like, what? So there was blood, but the camera just didn't get it then, did it? No, there's blood. I can see it. You can't see any blood. No one can see any blood. Oh gosh, it just drives me nuts. I can't, but I still think like you should have that rather than the video depositions, because they're awful. At least a jury would listen. Let me get to where my chat window was. Here we go. Where were we? My window reset. That's why. Sorry, guys. Here we go.
Okay.
Matthew Perkins emailed you a leftist copium article that makes some bold assumptions about the legal validity of the case. How this is an example for abusers to further abuse and protected speech. Would love to hear your thoughts on it. Well, there's a very simple answer to all of this, and always. Defamation is not protected speech under the First Amendment. It is not. It is not. It is, and just look at it. If you're Johnny Depp, would you rather be punched in the face by Mike Tyson or defamed by Amber Heard? And any sane person would take defamed by Amber Heard 10 days out of 10. Or, I mean, punched in the face by Mike Tyson. I fucked that up. Punched in the face by Mike Tyson 10 days out of 10. Even with the risk of death, because he's going to get over the punch. But if Mike Tyson punched Johnny Depp in the face, he would go to prison. Amber Heard will never go to prison for what she did to him. Defamation is not protected speech. It is an assault on your rights. It is assault on your reputations. It is violence in every sense of the word. It is assault on your economic status.
Yeah,
your
it's
ability to
arson of your reputation.
So it's crazy. So no, it's not protected speech. I know people are like, "Oh, you're for free speech, then why do you support defamation laws?" It's like, well, because they're a violation of the other person's property rights, which we don't allow. That's just, it's not acceptable to use a lie to cause damage to someone else. Now, if she didn't defame him, then it's protectable speech. He's alleging defamation. I'm kind of seeing defamation, so I'm going with not protected. But as far as example for abusers to further abuse, abused victims would pay money to be abused in the way that Amber Heard is alleging Johnny abused her, much less the practical reality of what happened. She's not going to the dentist to have reconstructive dental surgery. She's not showing up to kids' soccer practices having to wear sunglasses the whole time. There's barely any even alleged signs of physical abuse on this woman. And when you see the outcomes, again, there are women who would pay to not have to go out in public the way they do and to go out the way Amber had to suffer.
I mean, years of abuse, supposedly, right? So many punches by the ring-covered fist that she couldn't even keep count, bottles in the vajayjay. And the only photo she has is an apparent pimple on her face.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's it. She should be cut. She should have had a hospital stay of some sort, checked out. She should have felt like she needed to be checked out like a doctor and maybe couldn't get there, but she could. She had all the resources in the world to do any of this. Again, actual prisoners of domestic violence are terrified all the time of this stuff. They can't get out of it.
Not quite.
God, it drives me crazy. Gonfall, the way she tilts her head while she's acting sad for Amber is a posture
Miss Heard calls Joshua Drew.
that is usually overly amplified to emphasize empathy. It is hilarious how fake this woman is. I usually see this from manipulate.
Los Angeles. What is your occupation? I run my own hospitality development consulting firm.
Whatever that is.
Anymore. What, if any, education have you had since high school? I have my associates of science in culinary arts.
And it looks like they set him up to be in the green screen.
Did you receive
Except gray?
I did. In what year?
It's like, are they doing this at the Glamour Shot studio?
Who's Raquel Rose Pennington? My ex-wife. Because I want to be respectful, how should I refer to her? Ms. Pennington, Rocky, or Raquel? Rocky or Raquel is perfectly fine. Okay. You were married to Rocky, so there came a time when you began to date.
I said Rocky or Raquel
when
as
did
one
you
word.
start dating Rocky? That would have been June of 2014.
It's like a budget Nick Offerman.
Became engaged to Rocky. Correct. When was that? That would have been in summer of
Like the stunt double
2015.
in a bad high school video.
Do you recall
Nick
when you
Offerman
were
had
divorced
sex
from
with the
Rocky?
guy from Epic
Officially
Mealtime, and
September
this is what
24th of
came
last
out.
year. We separated officially October of the previous year. When did you first meet Amber Heard? Probably about 3 or 4 weeks after Raquel and I had started dating, very early on. When did you first
He
meet
sounds
Johnny
like
Depp?
Patrick Bateman from American Psycho.
Shortly after I met Amber, I want to say, if memory serves, about 5 or 6 weeks after Raquel and I started dating.
Again, I understand it was a long time ago, but do you recall under what circumstances you met him?
Funny enough, I actually do very clearly. I had come over under the auspice of what was called Family Movie Night, and it was Amber and Johnny and Jack. I honestly don't remember whether Lily Rose was there. She might have come later.
I need this guy to tell me about Huey Lewis and the
and
news
it was
right
just
now.
us in their apartment eating burgers and watching movies.
Since that time, on how many occasions have you seen and interacted with Johnny Depp from that very first time on movie night?
I couldn't even speculate the number of. It's not that it was infrequent so much as it was.
You just know nothing.
And
Nothing's coming from
for
this
a large
guy.
portion of it, fairly
Nothing.
casual. Not the kind of thing where you would just count the number of times. It was regular interactions over various periods of time.
People keep comparing him to the quartering, and someone said, my fiance is under attack.
Ask you to get a range. Is it more than 10 times?
Yes.
More than 50 times?
Yes.
From the time that you first met Mr. Depp on movie night until this very moment sitting here today, have you ever seen Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard?
No.
Have you ever seen him throw a telephone at her?
No.
Have you ever seen him hit her with a fist?
No.
Have you ever lived at a building located at 849 South Broadway in Los Angeles known as the Eastern Columbia Building?
Correct.
Another
Did you
dude
live
Johnny
in
paid
a condo
for his life.
known as Penthouse One?
Correct.
Here, have $1.5 million condo
With
to
whom
live in for
did
free.
you live in Penthouse One?
Did you at least paint creepy art for Johnny?
When to when did you live in Penthouse One with Rocky Pennington?
Again, my memory is a little bit foggy of exact dates.
All these broken relationships, it
bear
just
with me
makes
a
me think
minute
of, Amber Heard just leaves a wave of destruction everywhere she goes.
So
Yeah.
while I was a frequent guest, I didn't actually live there until I want to say about October or November of 2015.
Was Rocky already living in Penthouse One when you started visiting and ultimately moved in there?
Yes.
Did Ms. Pennington move into Penthouse One in or about June of 2014?
I couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I believe it's around that time frame.
Who owned
Those are the
Penthouse
eyes of a
One
man
at
who
the
has
time?
slain
Johnny Depp.
packages after
While
packages
you
of Twinkies.
and Rocky lived together in
It's
Penthouse
like he got the
One.
McDonald's and he just when they stopped
Did you
serving
or
breakfast.
she have a key that allowed you access to all of the penthouses on that floor?
Everything except PH2, yes.
It's like it's 1 minute past 10 a.m.
Did at the
I want
time,
that big
like-
muffin.
did Mr.
Isn't that the
Depp
background
and
they use for
Ms.
school
Heard
photos?
live together in
Yes.
PH3?
Sporadically, yes.
The key to which you and Rocky had
Probably
access
blame it on Johnny. Did Johnny model this
to
tape
enter PH3?
in a drunken stupor?
Did it? Who was in PH5 at the time?
Nobody. Nobody lived in PH5 for the entirety of our time there.
Did you
No one
or Rocky ever pay Mr. Depp
It was a
any
cold
rent to
house.
live in PH1?
Offered and refused.
Did you consider the refusal of your offer to be a generous gesture by Mr. Depp?
Exceedingly.
In your experience, is Mr. Depp generally generous to his friends?
Yes.
Is he generous to people generally?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp own Penthouse 5?
Yes.
Would
They
your
should have
key
set the
open
camera to
Penthouse 5?
Yes.
zoom in on him over the
When
course of the
you and
entire
Rocky were
deposition,
living
just
here in
really
Penthouse
slowly,
One,
so you don't notice it for
Keep
like
the head
30
bigger
minutes.
and
noticed
bigger.
that there were
Till the end, it's just a nostril talking.
standing outside the door of Penthouse 3 when Mr. Depp was in Penthouse 3.
Not normally, no.
Did you ever see the security personnel standing outside of his door?
On very rare occasion. Normally they were in a storage room off to the side of PH5.
Moving aside from Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge, while you stayed at the East Columbia building, did you come to know any of the employees of the building?
Casually.
Who is
I'd
Trinity?
like to know where he bought that really
She was
unfortunate
one
shirt.
of the front desk people.
That's just not a
Did
flattering
you have
look.
communications
Not
with her?
good at all.
In the course of living there, yes.
Did you find it to
I had
be
jersey
pleasant?
knit bed
No.
sheets for a while. That
What-
looks like the
how
same
was she
material,
unpleasant?
She
but
was
in a
not
button up.
particularly polite or
It's
accommodating.
weird.
to
Yeah, it's like a
people
jersey, and
or
then it has a
Raquel or
button down
any
collar.
Amber's friends. I wasn't there specifically, but I heard
Clings
similar
around that
things
belly
from
bump,
Amber
the baby
interaction
bump there.
throughout the course of our time there.
While you lived
Hey,
in
that baby
Penthouse
bump is the
One,
bane of my existence right
did you
now.
have the opportunity to interact often with Amber Heard?
Yes.
Did you and Rocky see Miss Heard frequently?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Looks like an ISIS video.
Did you ever see her drink to excess?
Yes.
Did you observe Amber Heard during her wedding to Mr. Depp?
I'll define excess. Thank you very much.
Is she a woo girl when she
Was
drinks
she
to excess?
intoxicated at any time during the wedding weekend?
Yes.
Most of it.
As were we all.
Did you ever
As
hear
were we all.
at any time Amber Heard yell at Mr. Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Incessantly for 4 years.
Did you ever see
There's a
her
lot.
strike Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you and Rocky ever discuss the relationship between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Honestly, probably hundreds, if not thousands.
Mr. Drew, moving to April 21, 2016, do you recall that there was to have been a birthday celebration that night?
Yes.
Was that Amber Heard's birthday?
Yes.
Do you recall which birthday it was for her, how old she was?
It was her 30th.
It's almost like if they opened up the Zoom here, you'd see his feet in a bucket of water and like jumper cables attached to his junk.
It was held in PH5. Johnny was
Answer
hours
carefully
late.
now.
And Amber spent the better part of the evening making excuses for him. And he came
Just
very
off screen is like an old dentist chair.
intoxicated
Is it safe?
and put on a show for everybody. And when the party was over, or we left, cleaned up, and the next morning we heard.
I feel like
about
this
what
guy
had
has
transpired
gone to
after
8
that.
costume
So
parties
Johnny
as
was supposed
Chewbacca.
to have attended the dinner, correct?
Correct.
And at what time did the dinner begin?
I don't recall.
You and Rocky were guests at the dinner?
Correct.
Who else was invited to the
Be
dinner?
quiet. Why?
Again, you'll have to forgive me. It was
We're
quite some time
still
ago.
in the
I
foundation
remember
part. Nothing
Amber's
interesting's
friend
happening. yet.
Brandon being there, Amber's friend Iggy, a rabbi. I want to say that Whitney was there as well. To be very honest, I can't say with specificity whom else was there.
When you say Whitney, are you referring to Whitney Heard?
Correct.
Is Whitney Heard Amber's younger sister?
Correct.
Putting aside the state or condition in which Johnny arrived, do you recall sitting here today approximately when Johnny arrived for dinner?
I really couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I can say it was quite a few hours after the party had started.
Did he provide any excuse or explanation to the group as to why he was late?
No.
Putting aside Mr. Depp's intake of alcohol that evening, had Miss Heard been drinking before Mr. Depp arrived?
Yes.
Do you know how much?
Couldn't tell you.
Did she seem intoxicated at any time during the evening?
Yes.
Would you measure the amount in
Did you
glasses
see
or in
Amber
full
Heard
containers?
the next morning, April 22nd, 2016?
I believe so, yes.
Did you notice any marks on her face or elsewhere that morning?
I don't recall.
That morning, April 22nd, did you and Ms. Pennington and Amber Heard drive together to Coachella?
They did. I did not.
Are you still in contact with Amber Heard?
Sporadically, yes.
Like when I'm called for a deposition.
Like when she stops by the Games by James that I work at and I tell her about Twilight Imperium and how cool it is.
Just to be clear, and I'm sorry to jump around, when you say strike that, are you say sporadically? How frequently you're in contact with her?
We did speak for about 2 years following my divorce, and she reached out to me to make amends about, I want to say about 2 months ago, if memory serves.
I'm going to come back to that.
So
When you
shortly
said,
before this deposition.
you don't recall seeing marks on the morning of April 22nd. Is that because you didn't see any marks on Ms. Hurd, or you didn't see her at all that morning?
I honestly don't recall the state of her the next morning. If memory serves, it was, but that the girls were hustling to get everything together to go out to Coachella. So it was a pretty frantic morning. I couldn't say with any specificity whether I interacted with her that morning before they departed.
And Mr. Drew, you said that Ms. Hurd reached out to you. When did she reach out to you?
Sometime in the last 2 months.
What did she say when she reached out to you?
To paraphrase, it was something akin to,
Remember that time Johnny beat me?
her and Raquel hadn't spoken in some time, and to tell me that she loved me and that she missed me, and she just wanted to make amends and, reconnect.
Did she mention anything about this lawsuit?
Not in the initial interaction.
That would be a yes.
Did you respond to her in this initial interaction when she said she wanted to make amends?
I didn't for some time. I think I waited about a week and a half before I responded, and before I could, I did get a note from her letting me know that she had tried to keep me out of it, but more than likely people were going to be contacting me either about being deposed or a statement of some kind. There was nothing explicit about whom it would be coming from, whether it was from Johnny's side or from her side, only that somebody would more than likely be reaching out to me.
And when you had a glass of wine, again, only lawyers remember these things, but do you recall approximately when you had a glass of wine with her?
Probably about 5 or 6 weeks ago. Oh, I'm sorry. It would be longer than that. Probably about 2 months ago.
Mr. Drew, let's please change subjects and move to.
I would say on
the
that
evening of
subject,
May
that
21,
subject was really
2016,
interesting
which
to
you
me.
had referenced previously.
Let's talk more about your
Was
communications
Mr.
with Amber
Depp
Heard leading up
at
to
the
this
condo
deposition.
At the East Columbia building that day prior to the evening?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see him arriving at the condo that night?
No.
Did you see Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge that evening?
Yes.
When did you first see them?
I saw them when he ordered them to open the door to PH5 following the incident.
When you say he, to whom are you referring?
Johnny.
Did you ever see them that night somewhere outside the door of PH3?
No.
Do you know whether she received a text from Amber Heard at 8:06 p.m.?
I can't certify the time, but the text message itself and the receipt, yes.
Were you with Rocky when she received that text?
Yes.
Wasn't she already in Penthouse 3 as of 8:06 p.m.?
When she received the text, she was not in Penthouse 3. She was in Penthouse 5 with me. But again, I can't recall with specificity the exact time of these events.
Any time, including that night, did you ever see Mr. Depp strike Rocky Pennington?
No.
That evening, did you see Mr. Depp smash bottles of wine?
No.
Did you see him break furniture?
No.
Did you see him kick a hole through a solid door?
No.
Do you recall when Mr. Depp, Mr. Bett, and Mr. Judge left the building that night?
If we're presuming that text was received from Raquel at 8:06, they had left the building within 30 minutes, to my recollection.
So it would be approximately sometime around 8:30, 8:29?
Thereabouts, but I don't recall specifically.
What else do you remember about the events of the evening of May 21?
I mean, I can tell you contemporaneously from the start if there's something specific you'd like me to expound on.
Who is Officer Melissa Science?
My understanding, it was the name of the Latina officer that first responded with her partner.
When did she arrive at the scene, if you recall?
Vaguely, I remember them arriving about 45 minutes to an hour after Johnny had left. But again, exact times I'm a little foggy.
Going back to the Latina officer, was there another officer with her?
Yes, there was a bald gentleman, white,
With which officer, if any, did you speak that night?
both.
What do you say to them, if you recall?
When they arrived, I greeted them at the door. I walked them through PH3 to show them the damage, show them the broken glass. They had already walked through the hallway over the gigantic wine stain throughout the entire hallway. I took them through PH3, like I said, to show them the damage. I took them back out of the hallway, showed them the dent in the door shaped like the bottom of a wine bottle in PH1, took them into PH5 to see broken picture frames, smashed glass, Raquel's jewelry and things like that strewn about the apartment. And then I brought them back to PH3, at which point they separated. The Latino officer pulled Amber aside specifically to speak to her one-on-one. The door was closed. I was outside with the other officer. So I can't say with any specificity what happened inside. I don't know whether anybody was in earshot. I don't know whether everybody else was around. They told me specifically it was one-on-one. And I was outside the door with the male officer.
They told me. Didn't see
Specifically, my
anything.
communication with him was asking what, if anything, could be done. Because we were obviously
This would all be
upset.
hearsay in
And
court.
his comment to me specifically was, there's damage in these apartments. Her face is red. If she wants to file a report, we have enough here to go pick him up.
But you've never seen Johnny hit Amber.
That would have been
That's correct. And I've
hearsay and
affirmed it to everybody
excluded
that
as
I've
well.
spoken to. I've been explicit about that.
And you've never seen Johnny hit any woman.
Correct.
Do you recall having a conversation with Rocky and Amber after Mr. Depp and his security personnel left the building, but before Officer Science and Officer Haddon arrived?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
You'll have to forgive me again. My memory of the exact sequence of events, that transpired after all this is a little foggy. If memory serves, Amber was damn near catatonic after all this. We had gotten her into PH1 so we could deadbolt the door and keep her safe until he left. A few minutes thereafter, I had gotten a little bit of a rundown from Raquel over what had transpired. Raquel got her to call her lawyer, Samantha Spector, to find out what to do. And if memory serves, Samantha's recommendation was that we immediately put together a contemporaneous, matter-of-fact statement together of what had transpired that night. And that ultimately was up to Amber as to what she wanted to do with the police or whatever it may be.
Are you aware that
Or whatever, maybe.
Amber Heard spoke to Officer Science and Officer Haddon that evening?
Yes.
Were you present when she was speaking to them?
No.
Did Amber file the complaint that night?
No.
Did the police arrest Mr. Depp?
No.
Did they issue a warrant for his arrest?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Drew, let's turn for the moment to May 22nd, 2016. Did you see Ms. Heard at all that day?
Yes.
When did you see her?
At various points throughout the day. If memory serves, Raquel had committed to a jewelry show somewhere, I want to say it was downtown, I might be mistaken, it might have been out in Venice, somewhere in Los Angeles. So she was out most of the day. So I cleared my schedule to be able to be there should Amber need anything. If memory serves, either her attorney or somebody in her group had a friend come over with a locksmith to change the locks just to be safe. And I was there to make sure that happened and just, like I said, be there for Amber should she need anything, just so she wasn't alone.
When you saw Amber on May 22nd, you don't know whether it was the morning or the afternoon. Is that right?
It was sporadic throughout the day. I think it was some point late morning and throughout the afternoon.
When you first saw her, did you notice any marks on her face?
Yes.
Describe the marks, please.
To be very honest with you, I don't actually remember which side of her face it was, but I do distinctly remember there being a red mark and a small bruise on her cheekbone. and red marks just above her eyebrow and to the right side or to the side of her eyebrow.
Aren't those consistent with
Did you
Botox
see any
injections?
swelling?
A little bit.
Can you remember anything else? Did you see marks anywhere else other than the ones you've described?
No.
Yeah, the cops testified
Did you ever
differently from
notice
this guy. That's
anyone
pretty
visiting
important.
Amber Heard at night while Mr. Depp was away?
During the time that I was living there,
Yes.
yes.
On how many occasions?
I wouldn't even be able to estimate.
Was it more than 10?
Yes,
Was it more than 20?
yes,
Was it more than 30?
yes.
Was it more than 50?
Again, I can't really speculate. I was there for quite some time.
When did that first occur?
So it's between
I mean,
30
I'm
and
not-
50.
Again, I'm not privy to her comings and goings, and she had other friends than us that were coming to see her. So,
And again, to be specific, I'm just talking about visitors at night when Mr. Depp was away.
again, I can't say with any specificity.
When did that first happen that you were aware of?
I mean, I would say pretty early on, but again, there's no context to it. The other consideration that I would say is that the hallway between all of these penthouses was public right of way going to the pool. So my understanding
I
of
wouldn't say
people
public
coming
right away.
It might have been the public, it might have been residents, or no, sorry, not public. It might have been residents in the building. I can't really say with any specificity.
Who was Elon Musk?
Common space is not public.
Elon Musk was a gentleman that Amber dated intermittently following the restraining order.
When did can you recognize Elon Musk?
Yes.
When did you first see Elon Musk at Penthouse 3?
I'm a little, again, I'm not quite clear exactly, but I want to say it was about.
Did you ever see any bruises on the
after,
face of Elon
The
Musk?
restraining order was filed.
If I ever had Elon Musk alone,
But
like in a
while
room, I feel like
Mr.
I would
Depp
walk
and Ms.
out
Heard
with
were
some
still married,
significant
correct?
investment for cool technology that I made up.
After May 22nd, 2016, did you ever see any marks on Ms. Heard?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would you please describe, as far as you can remember, what cleanup efforts were undertaken and by whom?
Well, myself.
Just
in
me.
Penthouse
I let the
3,
women sit
there
by the
was
side.
a number of pieces of broken glass and items strewed about the counters and the
I
floor.
said, I
in the
got this,
kitchen.
queen.
Only in the kitchen, sort of around the kitchen island. In the hallway outside of the penthouses was quite a bit of spilled wine. I don't believe we dealt with that at all. And then in PH5, all of Raquel's things had been strewn about pretty dramatically. So we did our best to sort of put that back together and pack everything back up. And there were, things like piles of books and picture frames were broken, or piles of books were strewn about and picture frames were broken and things like that. We just picked the glass up off the floor so the dogs didn't get hurt. And I think we left everything else for the time being.
Did you actually see who strewn about? That's not the right verb. But did you actually see the person who threw her clothes around?
I didn't witness firsthand any destruction of any kind.
Are you aware that Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp hit her on or about December 15?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you know about that incident?
So my recollection of that is Raquel and I had come back to the penthouses from where I don't recall specifically, sometime, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. And Raquel was supposed to meet with Amber as soon as they came back. Amber had not been responding to her text messages for some time. So we let ourselves into PH3 together to go check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came in,
He's like the one guy who hangs out with the Mean Girl Club in high school, so they have someone to take their lunch trays away when they're
and then
done.
when we turned the corner on the section,
And when you ask one of them out, they all go, "Oh, we all thought you were gay."
Something written on the counter, and I don't know. I can't remember what material it was, and to be honest, I can't actually recall exactly what was written. It was something very, very weird, like all is such a fraud or something akin to that.
You never saw Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard on or about December 15, 2050,
No.
correct?
Correct.
Did you see her Did you see Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
Did you notice any bruising or other signs of injury?
Yes, pretty significant.
Yeah, this is a good look for her. This is as good as I've seen her look all trial.
I noticed specifically she had
Yeah.
she had pretty significant bruising on the inside of both eye sockets, kind of extending down the bridge of her nose, and her forehead was red.
But you have no first-hand knowledge of how that injury occurred.
That's correct.
Are you aware that she made Amber Heard made a television appearance the next day?
Yes.
Do you ever see Mr. Depp take drugs, either prescription drugs or
Oh no, we're under the lane.
drugs that were not by prescription?
Yes.
How many times?
I can't speculate on the number of times, to be honest.
There was some questioning before where people were asking you about emphasizing how many times. Is it fair to say more than 10 times?
Yes.
People
Fair to
were
say more than
asking,
20
or
times?
one
Yes.
attorney was.
But to be very honest with you, he was also a very private person, and a lot of that behavior was done in private. I didn't witness a lot of it.
How would you know?
Did you ever hear Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me when you recall that and what happened?
I can't say with any specificity the number of times. There is one incident specifically that I do recall. Myself and Raquel were vacation
nice suit.
friends with the two of them,
She get a suit like that.
and we were staying separately, separate houses.
I like the time.
And the two of them were having a very, very loud argument with one another, screaming at each other that we could hear through the walls.
How long do you recall approximately that yelling lasted for?
Yeah, Johnny and his lawyer do not get their suits at the same place.
I want to say that I witnessed personally, maybe 30 minutes.
Did Mr. Depp often wear heavy rings that you noticed on his fingers?
Yes.
More than one?
Yes.
And were they large? Is that fair to say?
If memory serves, yes.
December 15, 2015, Los Angeles, California, which is the next page.
Yes,
And
they
you'll see-
covered my lips almost entirely.
In case it refreshes your recollection, there's a specific reference to Rocky. What knowledge do you have about this incident?
Specifically, coming home, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. It was myself and Raquel. Melanie was not present. Amber had not been responding to Raquel for some time. They were supposed to hang out, the three of them. So we let ourselves into PH3 to check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came inside, the kitchen and the dining table were a mess. Like the kitchen island area, things were strewn about outside of the norm. And there was something written on the counter adjacent to the kitchen sink, like I stated previously, something like always such a fraud or something in that vein. We realized something was off right away. Raquel told me to go back to our place and then booked it upstairs. I didn't hear from her for about 10, 15 minutes, which I was obviously concerned about.
The incident you just testified about, you talked about the kitchen being, with Mr. Chu, about the kitchen being a mess on one incident. Is this the same incident you were referencing?
Correct.
Okay. So I think you testified that when
It
you
sounds
came
like
in, you saw
Elaine's
some
talking
lighting
with a
around
cat in her mouth.
the kitchen. I've showed you a document, which is a photograph that we've marked as Drew 10.
It might
and
not be
asked
Elaine.
you if that's what you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
And did you come to learn, Mr. Drew, who had written this language? Is this the kitchen?
How did you come to learn it?
It's
Oh,
the
somebody
kitchen counter
told
next to
me.
the kitchen sink.
And this is in the apartment of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
PH3.
And did you come to learn who had written these words on the kitchen counter?
I'm sure there'll be an objection to this response, but I knew it's his handwriting.
When you use the preposition his in that answer, you meant Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And why, and are you saying that you recognized at the time that it was his handwriting?
Correct.
And how were you able to recognize Mr. Depp's handwriting?
He has a very unique mode of penmanship.
And you had seen that
That's
mode
a
of
unique-
penmanship previously?
Many times.
Can you read what is written on the countertop in Drew 10?
Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit.
Is this, Drew Tan, an accurate photograph of what
Words
you
are
were
violence.
seeing that day?
To my recollection, yes.
Was anything else written on the countertop?
Not that I remember.
When you saw these, when you came into the apartment and saw the mess in the kitchen and saw these words written on the countertop, were you concerned?
Immediately
And what were you concerned about?
that something very, very bad had happened.
And
What-
that's in part because you
what is that?
assumed immediately that Mr. Depp had written these words?
Yes.
Can you read you read into the record what it says? Could just correct me if I'm wrong. That little kind of red thing there, in the top right-hand corner of the photograph. Do you recall, is that a lipstick? Part of a lipstick?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. At the time, did you have any idea of what this was written in? Do you recall?
Looking at it, I can answer. I don't recall from the time, so I'm going to say no.
And I take it, Mr. Drew, you didn't take this photograph.
No,
Do you know if Rocky did?
I don't know.
And when you say you were concerned that something very bad had happened, what do you mean by that?
You walk into somebody's house and it looks like they vandalized it and things are amiss or things are strewn about. It doesn't portend anything good.
What bad thing did you think might have happened? You've never
Did
witnessed
you go
violence.
anywhere else?
So what bad thing did you think would happen?
Mr.
Such a
Depp
vague
and Ms.
statement.
Heard's apartment, other than the kitchen that day?
The living room later.
So, again, to the best of your recollection, I understand it's a long time ago, and I understand these aren't exactly happy memories, but can you tell me chronologically what happened? You let yourself into the apartment, you saw this. Just tell me the story again, to the best of your recollection of what happened when.
How I remember it is that like I said, we came home late afternoon, early evening. Hadn't heard from Amber in some time, which was out of character for her. Let ourselves in to go check. Saw that written on the counter. Saw the kitchen amiss. Raquel looked at me and said specifically, "Go back to our place. I'm going to go check on her." Bolted upstairs. I was sitting over in PH1 in our apartment waiting, and I heard from her. Again, I don't remember exactly. I want to say it was about 10 or 15 minutes later. I really don't remember what my response was. I don't remember what transpired after that, other than there was some time that she was over there. I don't remember when or even if Melanie came over at any point during that evening.
What do you recall about that?
And I remember it specifically because she had pretty significant visible facial injuries and didn't know
Like, really?
if she was going to be in a state to do it or didn't know whether she was even going to have the physical appearance to be able to do it.
Okay, when you say these things, first of all, she in those statements is Amber Heard, correct?
Yes,
Did you see Ms. Heard's face that day?
yes.
Do you have good vision?
I didn't have glasses and I didn't need them then, so yes.
So I'm handing you a
Wait.
document that was marked as 211.
Not having glasses and not needing them at the time are
Attached
different things.
to Ms. Heard's affidavit declaration is Exhibit 13. And I want you to look at the photos of Ms. Heard's face and tell the jury, Mr. Drew, if those were consistent with what you observed on her face that day.
Tell the
It is.
jury.
I was with Raquel when she took the pictures.
And the pictures were taken on Raquel's iPhone or photo camera?
To my recollection, yes, they could have been taken on Amber's phone. So there wouldn't be any potential accusation of bias or anything like that.
And you described earlier to Mr. Chu that there was, as I recall, kind of color under both of her eyes.
Yes.
And I say her, I mean Ms. Heard. If you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photo, this one, so I'm going to hold it up.
Yes.
Did you personally observe that day this injury on Ms. Heard's face
I did.
in December 25th?
I did.
And you said before you were there when Ms. Pennington was taking the photos?
Yes.
There's a couple more photos in there. It looks like there's a busted lip. See those photos?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that? personally on Ms. Heard's face that day?
No.
Honestly, I don't remember without looking at this photo, so I'm more comfortable saying I don't know.
At least he's
Mr. Drew,
honest.
were you there?
Because
Do you-
they had to
just
squeeze
refresh-
that
refresh
blood
your
drip
recollection,
out.
You were there when all of these photos were taken, or just the photos of the face?
I can't say definitively.
But there's
Is it
some
because they were
photos
taken
there
over
for
3
that are
different
here.
days and they
Correct.
lied
But
about
at
it?
least some of the photos in Drew 11, you recall being there and personally observing Ms. Pennington take them.
Correct.
And are you aware of any efforts by Rocky or anyone else to manipulate the photos that were taken that day with Photoshop or any other method of changing a photograph?
If I had any knowledge of that or even suspected it, this would be a very different interview.
Ooh.
Different deposition.
Bringing the testosterone.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn now.
I would have
to,
definitely defended her honor.
The incident on April 21, 2016, in connection with Ms. Heard's birthday party. I guess it was her 30th birthday party. What I'd like, if you can, Mr. Drew, is for you to tell me in your own words, again, separate and apart from anything that's in Ms. Heard's declaration, what you recall happening that day and what you did.
I wonder if this guy
saw,
went to go
and
defend Ukraine.
So if memory serves, it was Amber's 30th birthday. She wanted to have a dinner party at the apartments, just close friends, and I offered to cook dinner for everybody. There had been some mention that he had appointments or he had some things, and but that he would be there and so on and so forth. I really don't recall specifically who the appointments with, what they were for, what time they were, and anything like that. Quite frankly, any talk of schedule with either Amber or Johnny was pretty much moot, to be very honest. Everybody arrived. We were sort of, I think we waited for a little bit of time, expecting him to show up. And at a certain point, I don't know who made the decision. They're just like, let's sit down when he gets here. And we had the party in PH5. We sat outside. I want to say he showed up not towards the end of the evening, but pretty close to. Again, this is just my observation, but it appeared that he was inebriated in some way. I won't say whether he'd been drinking on pills or whatever it was, but it did have the appearance that he was inebriated in some way.
I won't say, but let me just
she
give you
did
some
not
examples
react
of
to
what
it.
it was.
She being
Amber, yeah, played nice.
I was at a Johnny Depp's party. I was on my second 6-pack of estrogen.
It was quite pleasant. He does what he always does when he comes and sits down at dinners, put on a show and connect with everybody and, be entertaining, be pleasant.
What a horror.
Have the same thing. You would have never known that there was.
He's an entertaining, dynamic host who welcomes everybody at this table.
I didn't hear anything until the next morning.
The monster.
There was a scramble. The girls were leaving the next day for Coachella, which I did not attend with.
Oh, he's still upset about that.
They had gotten in a pretty big argument. But
He didn't have the girl invitation to
that
Coachella.
day, I didn't really get too many stories about it.
You cooked the dinner that night?
Correct.
What'd you cook?
Oh, I don't remember that. Actually, I do remember.
Yeah, we know you remember. Of course you do.
I made tacos, actually. Don't ask me why I remember what I made.
Closest he ever gets to the JJ.
She wanted
I
Mexican
make
food,
some
so I
pretty
did
good
Mexican.
tacos. I'm just saying. That's why I made them for her birthday.
When you say that when Mr. Depp walked in, he appeared inebriated, do you recall, was he swaying? Was his voice, his words slurred? What do you recall?
Because I had come to know him pretty well at that point, he was pretty good at hiding it with people who didn't know him all that well. But you could sort of see that if you spend enough time around with him, you could see the little ticks, slurring his words a little bit extra, swaying, being a little bit more discombobulated, and being a little bit more, what's the word? Like just gregarious and loose. It's not his normal mode.
It sounds horrible.
Okay, I hate to
Don't come to my house, dude.
to what I'm going to refer to as the poop incident.
It's
I
hilarious.
think you testified earlier that you
When she, like,
observed,
shit on his bed
a
or
number of
whatever?
occasions, dog poop or dog pee in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's apartment. Is that correct?
In perpetuity.
When you say in perpetuity, what do you mean?
It's pretty much constant. I've cleaned up my fair share in that apartment.
And I think you testified that the dogs weren't trained to only poop on the sidewalk.
They weren't trained at all. They had their run, and they'd be left at home for large portions of the day sometimes. And if there was nobody there to take care of them, and at some point there was pee and poop on everything. Couches.
Sounds like that was your job, dude.
Chairs, the bed, you name it.
So let's go to the May 21 incident, which is covered on pages 10.
All of these people in their employ, and they didn't have a freaking dog watcher for while they were gone.
Johnny was probably smacking stuff off the counters. He was like, God damn you people, you all live here free. You can't walk the damn dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, the same thing that we did for April.
Could you
21. I'd like
imagine?
it, Mr. Drew, if you could just tell me the story of your role, what you saw, what you observed, what you did, chronologically in connection with this incident.
I don't remember what day of the week it was. It was either a Friday or Saturday. I want to say it was a Saturday because I was not in the office. Raquel had her first jewelry show the next day, and the plan was for her and her friend Liz, who would come over to help her specifically get set up for this. Amber was around. They
The
were
screen caption is so funny sometimes. So it just said Raquel had a Jew show.
And
Yeah.
make necklaces and things like that. I was sort of in and out most of the day.
Joe
hanging
was
out with them,
there.
and pretty rapidly thereafter. I don't think it was more than like
Her first jewelry show. So this was not something she did. This was an affectation so that she could indulge while she was living free in Johnny's penthouse.
a really
Lots of
loud
cool stuff you
slam,
can do when you don't have
which
to
I
pay
later
for a
learned
house.
was a wine bottle being smashed into our door, PH1. And then I heard keys jingling, and Johnny shouting at one of his security to open this. Is it all right if I swear? I mean, I'm telling you here. That's okay.
You should say the words exactly as they were said.
As I remember, he said, "Open this fucking door, get me in here." And he came in, caught eyes with me right away, and beeline for me, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face. I walked calmly to leave, realized that I'd forgotten my keys and the dog, so I turned around and walked back to go get both. He stayed and followed with me, walking, pacing, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face, and I left calmly.
How's he following you
At that
but
point,
spitting in
Liz
your
was
face?
still in the apartment, and the last look I saw of her is that she bolted around the corner and went upstairs to hide from him.
Had Mr. Depp ever done this to you before?
No.
Did he? How close was he to you when he was when he entered your apartment and was screaming at you?
Close enough for it to be aggressive.
How close is
in a
that?
foot?
Yes.
And you said that you originally heard him say, open the fucking door.
He's not accustomed to men treating him like that.
Spitting and screaming at you. What was he coming?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it sounded like gibberish. At that point, I don't think I was really hearing anything. It was just, how can I get the hell out of here without something else happening? Because quite frankly, even though he's standing there in front of my face, he's also got, 2 bodyguards right there with him that are bigger than me. What's really going to happen here?
Yeah, I would have taken him. I would have taken a man.
What did happen is what was going to happen.
I mean,
no violence.
I don't think, honestly, I didn't feel threatened. I'll say that flat out. It seemed really, really silly. I wasn't really surprised. I just wanted to get out and make sure that the girls were okay.
And sometimes you can say someone's spitting at you because they're like performing on a stage and they're.
He wasn't like actively spitting in my face. It was just the nature of how close he was and the way in which he was acting.
It wasn't like in my dreams.
So you go get your keys.
That's when he spits in my
have your
mouth.
Dog, I take it?
Yes.
You got your dog. You go out. What happens next?
I walked out into the hallway, and to be very, very candid, I don't remember in this instance whether I went to PH3 to go.
And I realized I forgot my parasol, so I went back and got it.
Months after that, as to when I actually got to Raquel and Amber, or whether they came to me, I really don't.
I love when he
remember that
says,
sequence of
to
events
be very, very
offhand.
candid. Bro, you're under oath. You have to be candid at all times.
So when you got to Raquel and Amber, what
You
did
don't have to indicate truth.
I remember first speaking to them specifically in PH1 in our place, but how it is we got there, I don't remember.
What a weird hand tat. Is that a crab on his hand?
And Amber was like,
Does he have herpes on his other hand?
like 1,000 yards there, just.
I mean, keep a consistent
was,
theme.
Trying to calm down herself, and I was like, "Just what the fuck just happened?" And she started to recount a little bit, and I went right out the door and started banging on the door to do something regrettable. He was already gone at that point.
You, just so I understand that you banged
Always
on the
the
door.
phantom tough guy.
I'm gonna go to Drew 1 if you don't mind.
I was gonna kick his ass, but he was gone.
So tell me where you are, where he was, where you went.
I was in here when Johnny came in. Doors right here.
The witness should reflect, the record should reflect the witness putting to PH5.
Door was right there.
I wonder where he lives now. You think he lives like in a tool shed in Gary Busey's yard?
Door to PH1, right smack in the middle. And I went back, started banging on the door to
Tool shed
PH5.
number 3,
Still in there, but they were already
Gary
gone.
Busey's backyard.
So what sparked you to go back to try to go after Mr. Depp was hearing from Rocky that Mr. Depp had pushed her
Correct.
as opposed to Ms. Hurd.
Correct.
By the time you got over there, he had already left.
Yes.
This guy is the defender of all women.
You said that Amber, when you saw
Just
that
like every
Amber
other one,
Rocky,
always
I think
would
you said
kick
Amber
someone's
seemed
ass, but
catatonic.
never
Yeah,
gets the
so it's
opportunity.
just the ghost.
How did Rocky seem?
From what I remember, sort of like when somebody's coming down from an adrenaline rush, she was just sort of like, she didn't really know what to do. Couldn't sit still, just sort of standing there and shaking.
So
It was like I hadn't
after
folded the laundry yet.
you had gone to try to find Johnny, he already left. What happened next?
I went right back to the girls to make sure that they were okay after my own little selfish outburst.
And they were
Selfish.
at that point still in your apartment.
They were still in my apartment. I came in. Amber had started to come out of it a little bit. Raquel had started to calm down a little bit. I started to get a little bit of information as to what happened. The thing I remember most distinctly was that Amber had Johnny's cell phone in her hand, so I took it from her.
And when did you first learn about the police?
We were in PH1. I believe at that point when I came back upstairs, Amber was already on the phone with her attorney. We went back to go take pictures of all the damage, took pictures of the wine stain in the whole.
Is that the first time you saw the damage in her place, or had you already seen it and kind of been back and forth?
Again, I'm a little foggy on that. I can't say definitively whether I've seen it before or whether that was when I saw it for the first time. So we took her back to PH3. We took photos of the damage inside. And I want to say the first responders came pretty shortly thereafter. Maybe, again, I'm really guessing here. I want to say 20 or 30 minutes at the most.
The first set of police officers who were there, how long do you recall them staying?
Maybe 15 minutes. I was asked to greet the officers specifically because Amber didn't want to file a report, and I said that I would speak to them to see if I could, get them to leave, say that everything's okay, even though we all.
If there's apparent evidence of domestic violence, the police don't need a report, folks. They just make an arrest.
Okay, so 2 questions. Why did you know that there was no way they could do that? Let me ask you that question first.
Survivor of domestic violence myself.
What was your understanding of why she didn't want to have an
She
arrest?
was still protecting him.
What else?
He has a defamation suit against them in 3, 2, 1.
Do you remember either the female Hispanic police officer or the Caucasian gentleman saying that
He's a survivor of domestic violence himself.
I remember I was the one who walked them through PH3 where the original incident had occurred. I showed them the broken glass. They had already walked over the wine stain in the hallway, or the big spill of wine, and I showed them the bolt in the door. You could see looked like the bottom of a wine bottle. I took them into PH5 and showed them through. Their communication to me throughout was me just pointing things out to them. The Caucasian police officer pulled me outside solo. I can't say what happened internally, so I don't know whether anybody was in earshot, whether it was just Amber and the officer having a one-on-one, or whether there was anybody else around them. I don't know what was said either, specifically outside of what I might have heard secondhand, which has already been talked about ad nauseum.
You have in front of you, Mr. Drew, a series of photographs that we've marked as Drew 13. And I think I'm just going to take you through them one by one, if that's okay with you. And I'm going to ask you if you remember, if you can tell me what these photos are.
These are photos taken of her the night of the incident.
Who took the photos?
Some were taken by me, some were taken by Raquel.
And when you say the night of the incident,
May 21.
and are you sitting here today, can you distinguish which were taken by you, which were taken by?
No.
Were you present when they were all taken?
I can't say that definitively.
Okay, were you present when photos were taken of Ms. Heard's face, like you see on the first page of this?
Yes.
And is this image of Ms. Heard's face on May 21 consistent with your recollection of what her face looked like?
Yes.
And am I correct that unlike, it's a little hard to see because there's shadow on the right, but unlike the prior incident that we looked at where there were photos, here the injury looks like it's mostly on one side?
Correct.
Let's look at the next photo. Tell me if you can remember, if you can identify what that is.
Oh God, the pictures. These are photographs.
Pictures pulled off the wall and placed onto their bed in their bedroom.
Let's go to the next photo where it's clearer. Do you recall seeing this on the night of May 21?
Yes, this is on the column in PH5 going up the stairs.
And there, the glass on the pictures were shattered.
Yes.
Starting with the first photo.
No, the glass on the picture
of Ms. Heard's
is
face.
shattered.
Is that what Ms. Heard's
one
face looked like
picture.
when the police arrived?
Yes.
With the next photo of the pictures on the bed and the broken picture frame on the wall, did you show these you personally show these to the first group of police officers that night?
Honestly, this one, I really can't say whether I did show them to the officers. I don't recall this.
And just so the record is clear, you're pointing to the photos on the bed.
Correct.
What about the photos on the wall?
The third photo, yes, I showed them personally.
For the photos on the wall, you had been in the apartment prior to this.
Yes.
Was the glass broken when you had last been in the
No.
apartment? Okay. Go to the next one.
Did you witness the glass being broken? No.
This is broken glass. I believe this is from the landing directly beneath the photo shown in the third photo.
And it's a landing on a staircase?
Yes.
Did you show, was that photo taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Did you show that glass to the police officers who came, the first group of police officers who came that night?
Yes, I did.
Next photo. I take it even I can figure that out. That's the stairway, I
Yep.
think. And that photo was again taken by either you or Rocky?
Correct.
Was the broken glass on the stairway depicted in this photograph shown to the first group of police officers that night?
Yes, it was.
What's the next photo?
This is the hallway where there would have been spilled wine right outside the door of PH1.
And do you see spilled wine in this photo?
Yes.
Can you indicate for the record where that is?
Here and
Here.
here and here.
He's pointing to the sort of middle of the photograph on the right side. On the floor,
God.
on the stripes.
And was this a photograph taken by either you or your then wife?
Yes.
And did
Again,
the
all
police
this
officers,
is-
the first group of police officers who came,
All
see
this is balanced
on
against the
that
police
They
officers
would've
who
walked
looked
through it
Amber Heard in
before
the
they even
face
got
and
to the
said,
door.
"You don't look
But that's not
injured
something
to
you
me."
showed them.
No.
Last photo in the series.
I want to see him spread out like 6 photos, like a
Oh,
photo
cute.
lineup, and ask him to identify
That
which
is
one is the
wine
vagina.
bottle and
I
spilled
bet he
wine on
can't
the
do
floor.
it.
Is this a photo that was taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Is this something that you showed the first group of police officers that evening?
Yes.
Which apartment is this in?
I
You're
believe
going to arrest somebody for a wine spill?
We showed him the pictures of the spilled wine bottle, and then they
Which
didn't
one?
arrest him. It's weird.
in the living room.
We thought
As
for
I
sure
asked
that would
with
get him.
the other series of photos that we saw, first of all, are you aware of anyone who made any efforts to Photoshop or otherwise manipulate these photos to make the incident
To make them appear less pointless.
worse than they were?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any understanding that evening that looking at the first photo of Ms. Heard's face that anyone had somehow put makeup on her face to make it look like she had an injury under her eye?
No.
With respect to these photographs generally that we've looked at in Drew 13, was there any effort to stage the photographs in any way?
Absolutely not.
No, of course not.
Um,
I don't like these
and,
bolstering
do you
questions.
know how the
They don't make
photographs
sense.
got ultimately to Ms. Heard?
I do not.
So I think you testified earlier with Mr. Chu, Mr. Drew, so I'm rhyming here, that you were in contact in the building with Ms. Heard on the day of May 22nd.
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that the photos in Drew 14 were taken on that day. Sitting here today, do you know who took
Were
these
they?
photos?
Well, I hope Johnny's getting paid for that
Yes.
Fiji bottle placement there.
It was either me or Raquel.
Is this consistent with your recollection of how Ms. Heard looked the next day on May 22nd?
Objection,
Yes.
lack of.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face on May 22nd?
Yes.
Did you or your ex-wife take photos of Ms. Heard's face on that day?
Yes, to my recollection.
And similar to questions I've asked in the past, was any effort made to stage those photos in any way?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any effort made to put makeup on Ms. Heard's face to make the injuries look redder or more serious?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any manipulation of the photos done, either using Photoshop or any other similar method?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I'm showing you a document that's been marked as Drew 18. I'm directing your attention to the photos there and asking if you can identify where these photos were taken.
The photo on the first page,
Violence against the clothing rack
honestly,
has
I'm not
occurred.
sure. I don't really remember which stairwell this was from which penthouse.
Each penthouse had a stairwell.
Yes.
Next one.
Both of these photos are taken from PH5 where Amber's closet was located, or what Amber used as her closet, I should say.
She had a whole penthouse for a closet.
Next page.
Yep.
Same thing.
Oh my God.
Same thing.
Next page, at least the top one.
The top one, same.
Bottom photo on that page.
Bottom photo is taken from, it looks like it's taken from the landing on the stairwell of PH5 towards the kitchen, towards
Is
the
it
Broadway
possible
side.
that Amber Heard did this damage herself? No.
And the next page just seems like similar copies. Were you ever made aware, Mr. Drew, of anyone destroying Amber Heard's closet this way?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any efforts between and among Rocky Pennington,
Damn, it's 5:30 there now. They've been there a long time.
Melanie Iglesias, Elizabeth Mars, or Amanda DeCadenet to, quote, get their story straight?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you had any outreach from any of those people that I just mentioned to you to coordinate your story or your recollection or your testimony about the things you testified here today?
No, I did receive a phone call from IO, I want to say maybe 3 months ago.
But they were talking about the ball,
To
not
catch
about
up.
the depositions.
And did you discuss during
You
that
also
whole
talked to
conversation
Amber Heard.
your recollection of the events that we've been discussing?
No.
You testified that the dogs were too small to climb the stairs. Is that
Correct.
correct? And if the dogs, in fact, were too small to climb the stairs, how would they be able to jump on the bed?
One of them was not.
So it's your testimony that one of the dogs had the ability to climb the stairs and jump on the bed, and the other had neither.
Correct.
Oh, thank God.
Ladies and gentlemen, that completes the testimony of that witness. So we'll go ahead and have our lunch break. Again, during your hour lunch break, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. We'll see you in an hour.
All right. I believe Runkle is going to pop on here when he gets out of the courtroom. We can get his idea about the jury. He's tweeted a little bit about it. I hate video depositions. Or watching them as testimony. I hate it.
All right, so we'll come back at 1:45 then. Is that fine? Okay, live witness at 1:45, so we'll take it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Oh, finally some life in this courtroom.
That's just when my webinar starts. I won't be here for that. I'll try to join after.
R.I.P. to you. Wait, what time's your webinar start?
2 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay, yeah. So that'll not work. Well, you were here for the boring stuff at least.
Yeah.
So
I had fun regardless.
any I guess any opinion on the video deposition testimony? I mean, did you
Again, nobody saw anything. I mean, nobody saw any act of violence. Nobody saw anybody striking anybody. Nobody saw anything except a bunch of stuff knocked over, things that were spilled that anybody could have done, things that were not broken, just in disarray. I mean, the whole thing is insane. A little pimple from someone who punched her in the face so many times she lost count with a fistful of rings, and there's no evidence of any of this.
But have you considered that there was a display of soy-based rage on the video deposition? And I'm sorry, like I cannot get over the dudes are like, oh, if I was there, man, things would have gone way different.
If it wasn't for his bodyguards,
we'd have a different conversation. He'd be dead, and I would have murdered him. Now I'd be on trial, but those ladies would have been safe. Like, come on, buddy. He came at you and he screamed in your face when you did this, and you walked away. Like you weren't going to do anything because normal people don't do anything in that situation. Stop acting like you're not just a random guy who shops at Urban Outfitters or whatever. I mean, come on. Ugh. Yeah. I hate those depositions with unbridled passion. I don't think they're useful. I don't think the jury cares. They're not able to identify with the person. I know they have to get some facts in for closing argument or whatever, but I feel like I feel like we really didn't get anything new. What their closing argument is going to be is you heard testimony from Amber Heard, from Raquel Pennington, from soy guy whose name I don't remember, from so-and-so. You heard all these people corroborate the same story. And yet they didn't hear them corroborate any story actually, because
let's talk about what you didn't hear.
Yeah. And that's the counter. So it's just this boring thing. Actually, Johnny Depp's counter is you heard that Amber Heard has perpetrated domestic violence against a former partner. You heard that Amber Heard that was
sufficient to get arrested.
Would be great. Well, they couldn't say that. They couldn't get the arrest in, unfortunately. But sufficient for an article because it was witnessed in public and reported on in public.
Well, Amber did tell them to look her up on the internet.
Yeah. You know that Amber Heard has admitted to hitting Johnny Depp several times, and you know that Johnny Depp has admitted to hitting her 0. So every time you hear about domestic violence, domestic assault, domestic abuse, know that there's nothing in the record. No one could put in the record that Johnny Depp struck Amber Heard except Amber Heard. She's the only one who could possibly claim it because nobody else saw it. We'll see how it goes. I've got more chats here, of course. Walter Deadman says, why is Rocky dressed as Mr. Furley from Three's Company? Can no one dress themselves properly? Nathaniel Curry, I pledged to like this video, Nikki, but unlike Turd, I'm donating it now. Remember, chat, if you're watching, you ought to go ahead and smash the like button with your nose. Hey, thank you. Sky News is now just playing the arrival of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp again. Oh, let's hear what happens when she gets out, though. This might be funny. Well, I better turn it down.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, they don't seem overly friendly.
I think that's the first time she said good morning to them.
Oh my God.
Here comes Johnny Depp. I have this turned way down because of this. It's that Michael Jackson moment, right? When Michael Jackson showed up for his trial, he stands up on his car and does this or whatever.
Yeah,
and the
look at
crowd
a bodyguard being all pro, stepping out while it's still rolling. Got to protect Johnny from that blizzard of panties that's coming in. I love you, Johnny. Oh, he's got a rose.
He's waving at people from up above.
Anyway, I brought this way.
Who's this lady?
Thank you.
Again, the differences in charisma is astounding. But I mean, that's why. Whoops. That's why he's Johnny Depp, and that's been one of their biggest hurdles. There's no way to eliminate it. The jury will experience the same thing to some degree, not because they're not seeing this stuff. They're out of the room when he waves to the gallery and everybody. The judge is very controlling, but it doesn't matter. There's just a presence that people have about them, and A-list celebrities tend to be surface level, at least likable. That's very, very dangerous for the other party. Amber Heard is not, which is weird. She should be. She is pretty enough to be eminently likable, but she just comes across as cold. Let's see. Light B says everyone's saying they'd smash Raquel, go directly to horny jail. I didn't find her particularly attractive, but Alex A, sometimes they would come back, sometimes they wouldn't come back. And when she came back, she had these lifeless eyes, black eyes, like a doll's eyes. Clifford McClarty, Amber Heard needs to take acting lessons from Rocky. At least she can cry. Lancelot, I miss Isaac. He was the only one of these people that acted like a human, and he was believable.
Concur.
He's great. And again, notice they got him there in person. He was willing to come out from Los Angeles or wherever he lives now to Virginia and testify. Runkle.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. How's it going?
Oh, I am really tired.
I bet you are. But you didn't have to get there till 1 a.m. this time.
No, I was there at 6:30 p.m.
I thought they posted a note that you couldn't line up till 1.
Yeah, except that by 1 a.m., all 100 spots were spoken for.
Oh, okay.
So you just can't line up in front of the actual courthouse itself.
You just have to line up elsewhere.
I got to move a little here.
You about to get thrown off for loitering?
No, other reasons. Just 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, God. I want to know the other reasons. Is he being hounded by a bunch of fangirls? That'd be funny. Oh, maybe it's the Orukan.
We love you, Runko.
Saruman found him. Saruman the White. Josh says, day late. Congrats for 400,000 subs. Really dig the streams and LawTube friends, and looking forward to you on Slightly Offensive soon. Yeah, that'll be fun. Oh, welcome back, Runkle. Oh, now his video's frozen. He's killed. He is killed.
I am back.
Okay, there we
find
go.
A suitable place and also has reception. Okay, good. All right. So, yeah, that was interesting. It's been an interesting day for the whole trial.
It's been exceedingly boring from this end. What's the jury doing?
Well, the jury has been very tired, and they've been yawning. A lot of yawning, in fact, from several of them. I think this last witness, though, was not a great moment for Depp.
Oh, here, let me turn you up. Okay, so you think that this witness was effective for Amber Heard?
Deposition witness.
Yeah, with the weird guy, like the Nick Offerman.
A lot of people who started taking.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Damn. I'm assuming you're saying started taking notes, but your video is so choppy right now.
Of note taking, so forth, because there's not that many spots with great reception, and at least one of them is the definite no-go.
You say like right where you are,
So,
you're good.
Okay, I will try to stay right where I am. All right, so yeah, I mean, when he started talking, juror I was watching, the screen intently where they're showing it up. There was juror B was writing, and there was a lot of writing when he said he never saw Depp hit her. Juror D, who apparently has glasses occasionally. She has never put them on before. But today there was a couple of moments where, and this is one of them, she put her glasses on, was writing stuff down, takes her glasses off in about a minute after that. So, and there was a lot of interest when they mentioned that she reached out to make amends.
So you think that was bad for Depp?
Right there. Oh, fair enough. Sorry, I got to keep moving a little further here.
No worries. See, because the things you're telling me that there's interest when that Amber Heard reached out to make amends, that doesn't seem good for Amber Heard to me. That sounds like a good thing for Depp. Like, because I'm suspicious of that immediately.
It is. The problem is that they kept their interest through the remaining bits. So,
okay, I got
and
you.
then yeah, I mean, he sort of initially comes out and starts off sort of seeming like a pretty great shooter, great dealer. So that establishes his credibility a bit. And then, of course, things get worse in terms of what he's providing, what he's testifying to. So there was a lot of sort of continued interest there. And I mean, he was also charismatic when he gets around to the "actually I do remember" line. There's laughter from the gallery and so forth. But as things got more into the deeper matters, I mean, I could see the gallery, who were mostly like really strong, supporters for the one side, looking really unhappy. And in fact, some of them got up to leave early to go for lunch. They just didn't want to hear it. So that was not great. The other two, I don't think, scored any real hits. The other two were just kind of there. And in fact, it seemed like the jurors were mostly just kind of tuned out from that. So that yeah, there were people yawning, all of them. They were just, seemed like they were just exhausted, to be honest. Juror A, a lot of the time, he was focusing, he's got a really sore neck apparently. A lot of the time he's sort of rubbing his neck and rolling his head and sort of trying to crack his back. I don't think he was paying any attention, but he stopped for Mr. Drew. So I think there was some, some real issues there in terms of him paying attention to that one witness. We had, at the start of it, they basically just seemed like they were annoyed that they still had to be there. Like, why does this have to continue? Why are we still having more trial?
Well,
I think there might be more.
Okay, so if you think that the jurors are annoyed that or questioning why they're still having more trial after yesterday, do you think the jurors are firmly on the side of Johnny Depp? And that's what I would have to infer. I mean, yesterday was such a knockout.
That was kind of that's been my impression, is that they're pretty, but I think that was eroded a bit today with Mr. Drew. So up, like, had they not had him, I think that we'd still be seeing jurors basically going, are we still like actually doing this? Why do we still have to be here? Can't we just go home? This is over and done. I think he's given some new life to things, and that's gonna make things interesting. So
yeah,
but we'll have to see ultimately. But
yeah, I'll be curious how the rest of the day goes, since we have a live witness next, which I mean, these video depositions are killer boring. So having the live person will be so much better.
Try doing them on 3 hours of sleep.
I am. No, I'm with you.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, I literally slept on the sidewalk in front of the courthouse today for about 3 hours. And
Yeah.
yeah, I'm feeling that. That made it real rough to get through those video depositions. And I feel
I don't
like
know
the,
how you I don't know how you can do it. At least have a chat, right?
yeah, well, and I don't know, like the jurors seemed even more tired than I was. They were just, and I'm like, don't they get to go home and just sleep? Like they're not streaming or anything. They could go home and have a rest. But there was a lot of yawning from several of them. So the other thing I sort of noticed is that in terms of the pacing, these video depositions, I think, actually kind of hurt Depp's team. And that's because they tend to score on these objections, and all the objections are edited out. So sometimes you can hear a tiny fragment up and then it cuts out. And so the jury's not actually seeing this whole pantomime of these objections landing or not landing. And I feel like that actually kind of is reducing their effectiveness because they've been so good with that.
Well, and this Drew guy had several instances of inadmissible hearsay. If this were in court, that would not, I mean, that would not have flown, but they made it into the edit for whatever reason. But I mean, I
wonder if they did better on their, like, on the responses to objections when they were doing it in writing and so forth. Or, you know, having more time to discuss. Maybe they're just not as good at thinking on their feet. But like there was a point when I actually noticed that one of the jurors appeared to take a brief, like 2-minute nap. Like he just closed his eyes, rolled his head over onto his shoulder, and was literally immobile for a few minutes. And then he sort of springs his eyes open again and kind of turns back in the game. Thinking, okay, that's not a juror who thinks that this is still a live game, right? This is not somebody who thinks that they're in the, they're still watching an active hearing. Right. So, but that changed. I mean, they were paying a lot more attention with Mr. Drew. So,
well, he was.
I wonder how that's going to.
Just in general, he was more charismatic than Rocky. I mean, Rocky's testimony was so slow and labored at the beginning. I mean, she perked up a little bit when Amber's team was questioning her, but it was uninteresting. She's very flat. He was at least dynamic. He smiled. He seemed like he had energy. So I think that, I think just his presence would engage people more than Rocky's did.
Well, and he also comes off as more of an honest dealer. And there was a lot of places where Rocky comes off as like really mercenary and really self-interested. Whereas he comes off as, hey, I'm just, what do you call it?
I'm just a guy who was there.
I just want to tell the truth, and I just, he says things like, well, I know this now, but I didn't at the time. And that was your question. So I'm going to go with no, and it's kind of a clear answer. And he's saying, I just want to address this properly. He doesn't do any of this fighting with them stuff. He just answers the questions that are being asked. He's never combative or, I thought he was a really good witness in which is a problem for if you're looking, if you're convinced that Amber Heard is, making this stuff up. So that's, I am sort of adjusting my, my odds calculation, substantially as a result of that. I thought the jury was absolutely kind of.
What's your odds calculation at now?
40-50 or 40 or 50. And that's down from 70 when I was streaming earlier this morning. The jury just seemed to be really paying attention to him. And he was a bad witness to be paying a lot of attention to, especially I noticed some people kind of looking up when he said, I'm a victim of domestic violence too. I saw some jurors sort of go and sort of do the head turn. And I was just like, I don't, that's not a place for a head turn. If you're, that's a damaging head turn.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not reading the jury, but I just read his testimony completely differently. I found it not particularly non-credible, but I just didn't find it that persuasive or damaging on the issues. Because I'm looking at this, I'm going, okay, so he still didn't witness anything at all that happened in these apartments, and we've just got him seemingly taking care of friends that he sees is in a bad situation. But I don't see like where any facts come in that sway me. But I'm watching this from the outside. I'm not a juror. So.
And that's the thing is, I think that if this was a judge trial, that would be absolutely this. I'd be less concerned, because a lot of this is kind of rumor and innuendo kind of thing. It's, they go off and then she's got these bruises and where do they come from?
Right.
But juries don't tend to think that way. Juries don't tend to think, in terms of doubt necessarily. They think in what is the narrative. And I think it bolsters the narrative. I don't think it's over. I'm not saying anything like that. When I say the odds have dropped to 40-50, I mean, that's still very much an open place, and it's better than where things were along. Amber Heard's testimony is still a huge drag. And that was, I think, another sort of thought on things is that he's got a little bit more distance from Heard, which is to his benefit, because the others we didn't really hear about how they're alienated. And so the Heard's sort of stink kind of rubs off on them, as opposed to their testimony helping her in some real way. They come off worse for standing with her. But I mean, the gallery was not looking happy about that last witness, and they were a lot more pleased about the previous two.
Sure.
So, and I think the gallery is a pretty good metric of kind of what the jury is likely thinking. Unfortunately, we've got a jury that's very poker faced. There's like one guy who's kind of an attention canary, in that when things are boring, he just tunes out very visibly. And like to the point where he'll just drop his head down and actually look like he's just doesn't care at all. He's got his head down. He's having not really a nap, but he's just not thinking about it at all. Or, and he's actually relying on a sort of an assistive device. He'll actually take it out of his ears at points. And I mean, that doesn't, that really, how can you have a more clear indicator that you just don't care what's happening than not even listening to it anymore? But he wasn't doing that during the last witness.
Yeah,
that's at least they were paying attention to him.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I'm curious what they get out of it, because these jurors have also sat through the police officer's testimony that they look, and I mean, they saw her on the night and they say no injury. They look at they go through the pictures on each of those depositions and they go, yeah, no injury. And it's the same pictures that they're showing for Rocky Pennington and this guy. And so I'm curious how the jurors weighed that out. I mean, that we won't know, obviously, but who do they
well,
believe?
And the one line that I also thought was a pretty heavy line, and we might see sort of them making more of later, was if those pictures were edited, that might change my opinion dramatically. He makes a comment like that. And I mean, we know at least one set of pictures is one real picture and one photo edited picture. There is no way that you end up with those being two separate pictures. They are I haven't been able to post the video of it, but I overlaid them and they're the same picture, like 100% the same picture to start with color and so forth manipulated. So,
a guy sent me a guy sent me a video of them going back, like of it just switching between the two back and forth, and it's clearly identical pictures.
Yeah. So they can say, listen, if they can establish that these are edited pictures like that, they can say, listen, his whole opinion, he said he'd change it if he knew those were edited pictures. We know they're edited pictures. What good is... So, I mean, that might be a way that they can deal with it, but Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts there. It's really been an interesting day, notwithstanding the fact that we're dealing with some of the most boring kinds of testimony imaginable. But yeah, I guess any sort of questions you got here?
I mean, you're the main questions I have is what the jury's doing, which you've been very informative on. I think it's interesting to see that they perked up the gallery. Listening to you, I'm warring with myself on like trying to argue because I have a bias, right? I have a bias towards Johnny Depp from what I've witnessed and my initial opinions on it. So like when you say, well, the gallery isn't having it, I'm going, well, if I'm in the gallery and another video deposition comes, all I want to do is go and leave the gallery to find a bullet as fast as possible. So I reflexively read that differently, but again, I'm trying to be more observant and eliminate that. So I'm trying not to just like throw up counters for everything.
The people who were there sort of had a pretty cheerful mood going in, and through the past two witnesses, they were looking like somebody kicked their puppy, and that's kind of my thought there is. And I mean, sure, some people were probably going, you know what, I'd just rather get lunch because this is roll tape, but I don't think they were happy with what they were hearing.
What about the counsel teams at each table? Any read off of them or Amber or Johnny? When things
Amber has been. I'm right behind Amber, so all I can see is like the side of her hair. Her hair today is very much kind of a wall of. So even when she turns to face Elaine, I see a bit of her nose. Johnny's been very, sort of his usual thing of sort of eyes down, looking forward.
Right.
There was an interesting moment when they come in because there'd been some discussion of tension online, and frankly, I'd seen tension. And Elaine and her shared a hug and some warm
performative hug. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was thinking like, this looks a little too obvious because they met in council chambers, but like they would have been hanging out beforehand. Why are they coming out to have this big hug?
Yeah, they're clearly monitoring the social media image of the trial, like which of course they should.
Yeah, but still, I mean, you kind of just know what happened there. That is what it is. So sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go. No, I was going to say, that was entirely performative. That's all I was going to add.
Yeah, that was kind of my read on it as well. But anyway, I should let you go here. I've got like everybody who is streaming has a request for me to spin at least briefly. So I'm going to try to do some of the rounds.
No, I very much appreciate you coming on, man. Thanks for what you're doing. I know
eventually pop on and do a stream and sort of discuss it.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, guys, check out Runkle of the Bailey's channel. Thanks for popping in, buddy. You're really breaking up, but yeah, we'll hopefully see you soon. Thanks for sleeping on the street. you madman.
Yeah, I was like, well, I guess I'm homeless now. It's a bit of a weird moment, but I'm just like laying out aside. I'll talk about that later. Anyway, talk to you.
All right, buddy. Peace.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Thought I was muted.
You weren't. We heard you. We heard all those nasty things you said. Okay, I'll remove him from the stream. I think he's having trouble even disconnecting. The reception there around the courthouse is clearly terrible. But okay, so what's your opinion on Runkle's feedback? I mean,
it's hard to have an opinion. He's there. I'm not.
Yeah.
I can only respond to what I see. And what I see is not consistent with what he's sharing with us. But of course, he has a unique perspective. He's actually seeing the gallery. He's seeing the jurors. I mean, I have to respect that. He's in a position where I'm not. It doesn't mean I necessarily agree with that take, but it's hard to substantively disagree because I don't share that perspective.
Right. And reading juries, expressions and reactions is a bit of tea leaf reading. I mean, because so one of the things, and this is not criticism, right? Runkle has a limited set of information that he's able to garner from these people. But when you think about it, well, they looked up and started writing something down. Well, that could be interpreted two ways. Well, probably more, but two obvious ways. Oh, they're really interested in what's being said, or they're saying this doesn't jive with what I saw earlier. So now I want to look into it in a different way. Or they're critical and they say, no, I don't believe this thing. Don't trust this person. You never know how any of that goes. And so I think the most interesting and useful analysis that the guys in the courtroom are able to pull is when people are paying attention visibly and not. I think that is the best sort of information we can get here. And finding out that people were checked out completely during Rocky's testimony is unsurprising. She was not dynamic in any way. It was very hard to get through. Finding out that they paid attention to Josh Drew, a little bit less of a surprise. And whoever edited that video, I mean, they got his testimony out like from both sides in 45 minutes to an hour. That's quick. I mean, that was the smart move.
Answering questions in a timely fashion, right? They'd ask a question, he'd say yes, no. It wasn't this long.
Right.
Well, no.
Yeah, that because that's horrifying, and it. I don't know why people do that. But and the worst is when they'll answer 10 questions in, breakneck speed and then, and it's like, okay, well, that's a no then. Like, because if it was consistent with all the other answers, it'd just be the same. You just snap it out.
But again, this guy too, I mean, whatever we may think of him in terms of, I don't know, his presentation, he didn't see Johnny strike anybody.
Right. And that's always the catch. And I think Runkle, to draw minor criticism to his valuation of chances, I think he's heavily weighting this witness against the key witness, which is Amber Heard. And if after Amber Heard's testimony, you're thinking slam dunk win, and then undoing it entirely because of this one witness, I think that's to give a lot of weight to someone who's not in the courtroom, that the jury is not able to identify with and is not a party to the case. So,
but listen, I mean, there's a reason I don't predict jury verdicts, and that's because juries can be insane. I mean, they're dangerous and unpredictable creatures. You never really know what they're going to do until they return a verdict. So, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked out of my mind if they returned a verdict against Johnny Depp here. It would be unjust, in my opinion, but it's certainly possible. But even if they do, he still won. I mean, in every substantive sense, he's won.
Okay, I'll put up a poll after this morning. How do I poll this? That's the question. Morning testimony. Are you persuaded towards Amber Heard more than before? I think that's the fair question. No matter where you were on the spectrum of support for Johnny Depp or Amber Heard, are you now towards Amber Heard more after the testimony this morning? I hope that's clear. That's for the poll. Because if I just say, do you believe Johnny Depp or Amber Heard, we're going to get 97.3 like we do every day. And so I think this is more useful, although early results are unpromising for Amber Heard. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's a tough thing to poll. But I appreciate Runkle's feedback. Again, he's there in the courtroom. Those guys, I mean, going out there, not catching me sleeping on a damn street in Fairfax County, Virginia to get into a courtroom. Oh, kill me. Whew. My hat's off to them every single time for doing that. That would be, and then go sitting in that stinky, sweaty courtroom full of people who haven't showered. God.
Right. Everybody's been in line since yesterday.
Yeah, everybody's been sitting on the street. They may have run home because he's been there since 6 p.m. He said, like, so court ended at 5:30. He went and got a meal and then went back in line. I mean, what do you do? That's crazy town. Billy Witch Doctor 99. Amber's split lip looks to be about the same severity as that cut on Chandler Halderson's foot. Congrats on 400K, Nikki. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Bhavana Shivakumar says, how does she tie up her hair in evidence? Is she not in pain from chunks of hair being pulled out? The area was scarred, allegedly. Yeah, I still don't see a scalp injury at all. I've mentioned this before. I get a very dry scalp on season changes and through a lot of the winter. And if I, if I'm absent-minded about it, I'll scratch. You start scratching because it itches, it gets dry. And when I do that, I will often leave red marks in my scalp because, well, your head hurts and itches, so you'll scratch. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like a scrape or a scratch that you would get from something like that. It did not look like hair had been ripped out of her head. Again, hair being pulled out, the bruising is disgusting. And you're not makeuping and concealing a bruise on your scalp.
That photograph of her scalp looks like the kind of photograph you would introduce into evidence to show that there was no injury.
Yes. Yeah. It's Johnny Depp's team had to be delighted having that as the as the evidence against them. Beth says the one photo in front of the fridge has a January 2015 calendar on it, but yet it's from December 2015. Look, I don't give too much weight to the calendar thing because people put weird stuff on their fridge. It's not indicative of any date. The questions that people have related to the metadata will probably go unanswered in the courtroom, but there's metadata suggesting a 3-day picture period for all these photos that were purportedly taken on the same night. So that's a problem or could be a problem if it's addressed. But again, in my opinion, going to a jury in a trial like this with a bunch of metadata on pictures, you're looking at a snooze fest of an expert that's going to take a lot of time, and you may not really get any progress out of it. So that's my opinion. Some people would disagree. But the internet gets to do all that research for you guys, and that's the most important part. You can go find all sorts of analysis about the metadata. But one alternative is if they did adjust the color saturation, for example, which I think they did on some of these photos. If you color saturate a photo, it saves a copy that'll generate new metadata. So that's a simple explanation. If they go in and say, oh yeah, we need to adjust the lighting, the brightness, contrast, and saturation on this photo, then you'll have a new saved result with new metadata that could be a day or two later. So that's an Occam's razor explanation as to why you would have that rather than having pictures taken over multiple days, potentially, is that there was some minor adjustments done. That's not okay. For the record, that's not an okay thing without disclosure of what adjustments were done so that the adjustments could be undone specifically with repeatable methods. But that would explain some things. Brendan Conway, I heard that you and Brittany Venti tag teamed Ralph's dead mom. No one gets that mad over a shart. That must have been it. Ron White, wow, I just realized Amber Heard's hair is down and more blonde showing to match the hair allegedly pulled out. Thoughts? I don't know if it's to match the hair pulled out. I think she just looks like a female today, which I think is a good benefit for her.
Right.
And
Not a prison guard.
I can't believe they didn't have her looking like this the entire trial. I mean, frankly, she's attractive today, but not overtly so. It's the look that I've been saying she should have had the whole time. Like, you need to look like a woman, but not like overly sexy, and not obviously conservative. She looks good. That's how she should be pulling this off every day. Todd Goucher, how can a judge not allow the police report in yesterday of Amber Heard's domestic violence against her ex in Seattle? What are the rules concerning that? Well, the big hurdle is that no matter what happened yesterday, there was never an actual conviction. That makes it very hard. In fact, the case was dropped because the alleged victim did not want to cooperate and pursue the action. So
In fact, I
when
think she made a statement saying that it didn't happen, basically.
Right. Now, the counter argument to that statement would be this wasn't based on a phone call where a cop shows up blind. Cop witnessed the incident and made the arrest based on their observations. That would be in the police report. But when you have a non-conviction, we have a presumption of innocence. And so we can't use a police officer's observations as a presumption of guilt. It's highly, highly prejudicial for that to happen. Now, if they'd somehow gotten or get in the weeds on this police officer, like somehow someone on Amber's team testifies in some way to get into that police report and they open that up, that's a different story. But until then, they're not going to let the police report in because police reports have weight to them, undue weight, in my opinion, but they get weight. And if you say, oh, you've been arrested for domestic violence, whether you're convicted or not, you're guilty in the eyes of several people. So that's actually the whole point of this case for Johnny Depp in a way. So that's why it doesn't get to come in. There are ways that it could come in, but those, as each day goes by, those are dwindling by the minute. And I don't think we should expect it. How they got the headline in yesterday and when they put it there, that was about as good as it could have been done. They closed out the testimony with it. Camille had the pointed question. Johnny Depp's not the only domestic partner you've abused, is he? And it was boom. That's the mic drop. She can say no all day, but the jury's all thinking it. They just heard about a news article talking about this thing. And that's what you got. So they did very well. Felipe Movie. Richie, did you read about what Kevin Costner allegedly said about Amber Heard entering his trailer naked after she broke up with Johnny Depp? I did read a little bit about that. So good job, Kevin Costner, for saying be gone thought to that one. Keon says, during Cross yesterday, there was a side-by-side of two photos of Amber's bruise on her cheek. Were they in different positions on her face? One picture seems to show the bruise higher up than the other. I
think those were the ones with different coloration, right? One was redder, one was paler. Same photo.
Yeah. Yeah. If it's that one, it's the exact same picture. Like you can do the Pam from The Office meme. It's the same picture. One just has the colors drawn out. And I mean, one, her skin is yellowish, orangish, more lively, and the other, it's very pale, cold lighting, without any sort of photo filter on. And you get in a room with the wrong white balance, that's what you get. So those two, but the bruise looks higher up just because where the bruise, I mean, just the more color that you get out of it brings up more. But you can do this on your iPhone too, ladies and gentlemen. Run up and down your steps in your house 15 times, take a picture of your face and adjust the color saturation and see what happens to your cheeks. You'll see a similar effect. Squirrel Knight. Hey, Nick, could you say one of your beautiful obituaries for my mother-in-law, Ingrid, please? Which ain't dead yet, but I have a really bad day and need a little lift up. To Ingrid, the mother-in-law, the interferer, the bringer of misery, the event ruiner, and the perpetually unwelcome guest of Squirrel Knight. May she be pledged to rotten hell. Get there today. Good luck, buddy. My mother-in-law is actually delightful, but I know that's a pretty common sentiment and there's not shit you can do about it. Timothy Reapers' poll idea is Rocky a better actress than Amber? Now, come on. I don't want to do that to Amber. That's mean. She'll get a restraining order against me for that poll. Funeral Man 04 prediction: in 10 years, Amber will only be able to get roles as a B honor slasher victim, surrounded by 50 cats. Elaine will enjoy retirement watching those B horror movies with Amber's death scenes on repeat. She's only qualifies really for B horror movies now. I think the cheek fills, the cheek implants that she got have messed up her face. Personally, I think the gaunt look, it's not for everybody, but I think it was a better look for her. I think the way her face is filled out is not doing her any favors, to me. I mean, donated.
She's had that work. Just based on appearance.
highly speculated, I think. I'm not sure if there's any official testimony to it, or not in this case, but maybe in some other case. I'm not sure.
I mean, it definitely seems. So I've seen her. I don't really know her at all. So really, my exposure is in the courtroom, and everyone says how beautiful she is, and I mean, today she looks pretty good, but typically she hasn't looked that exceptional to me. But then I see photos of her from like when she was married to Johnny 5 years ago. She looks much more attractive there.
Yeah,
so
when
maybe it
she's-
is the cheek implants that make the difference.
Her red carpet appearances and stuff. She's wearing very nice dresses. She looks great. That's interestingly, some of those pictures were taken after nights of horrific abuse, apparently, but never a mark. But no, I mean, she definitely used to look good, and that's fine, by the way. But that just goes to show, if you don't have the acting chops to back up your marketability as a female actress, and maybe this isn't fair, then your value is gonna decline. I mean, the older you get.
Yeah, and by the way, anyone who's like been to LA, you walk around LA and the streets are thick with people who look at least that good.
Yes, because they're all trying to be her. They're all trying to get into some role, and that's their business, is to look good.
You go into a typical bar or restaurant, and like all the wait staff are in the the top 1% of looks. I mean, they're all gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Shado, if Johnny Depp's personal property wants to claim insert type abuse, then that's fine. But the rest of this is absolutely ridiculous. Sheepsidian, Heard's camp speaks like Heard. Johnny's camp speak like a dysfunctional family. One side's a lot more genuine. By the way, Nick, can I get you on my show at some point? Where do I send the email? My email address is in the bottom of every live stream. RicadaLaw@ricada.com. .org, sorry, not com. RicadaLaw@ricada.org. I try to answer some of them, but I don't get to all. Let's see. Where is... Oh, I wanted to... Sorry, I'm supposed to say something here. Just real quick, to Kimberly and the Elliot Davis crew, glad we can make you smile. Thanks for watching. That's for Kimberly and the Elliot Davis crew. Hope you guys are having fun watching the show. Crew Glove says, so she can't tell what's on the picture, but can confidently claim that that's exactly what she saw. Yes. That's one of those fun things. I can't tell what that is. Is this an accurate representation? Yeah. Oh, okay. Burnt umbrage. How infuriating would it be after enduring 4 years of Amber Heard only to be confronted by all the vipers you've been paying to surround you and suck you dry? The May incident with RP, etc. Well, yeah, I mean, Johnny Depp paid for all these people to live in what I jokingly called a hippie commune, but think about it. He gave master keys to all these people. It was like open door to any apartment, just go in and out and walk around. Amber, her sister Whitney, her best friend, Isaac Bruch, everybody's just going through all these places. It's very weird. It's hard for me to imagine. I like privacy too much for that, but and then to have all these people claim that he did this. And that's what makes their testimony powerful at all, right? Is that they're there. He did pay for them. So how could they possibly be motivated against him is a question. But it's, I don't know. It
doesn't surprise me. I mean, they're not there anymore, right? They were living that life and now they're not.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Now they have to pay for their houses. Now
they're back in the $1,100 a month apartment they were living in before.
Right. Wait, you think this guy's hospitality business is not just booming?
Wasn't he a hospitality consultant?
Yeah, Joshua,
like not even a business.
Drew, hospitality. Let's see. Greenwood Advisory LLC. Is this him?
I hope it's not a hand tattoo advisory business.
No, it's a hospitality development consultant in Los Angeles, California. It took a while. Finally added the name and logo of my company, Sunstone Trust, to the Irvin skyline. Wait, what? Oh no, that was liked by Joshua Drew. I was like, wait, he's got his company name on a building. Okay, so no, he's done Greenwood Advisory for 2 years and 8 months. Prior to that, he worked at a bakery for 3 years and 10 months, Tartine Bakery. He was the VP of Restaurant Development and Director of Restaurant Development. And then he was a consulting chef for Sprout, an executive chef for Farm Shop, sous chef for Ad Hoc Restaurant, line cook, Vitri Osteria. So when he's with Johnny Depp, he's a consulting chef, and then moving into director of restaurant development.
That means
Tartine
all that means
Bakery.
nothing.
Yeah.
As a guy who's worked in the industry a long time, all these development jobs, business development, whatever you want to call them, those are people who are not actually productive employees.
Tartine Bakery, like how many locations are there?
I've got more respect for a line chef than someone who calls themselves an executive restaurant developer, whatever that is.
Yeah, I mean, if you're executive chef for like a major corporation, like a major chain of restaurants or something, you're pulling in a 6-figure salary, probably, right? Like you're an executive chef for Ruth's Chris. I mean, you're making good money. You're an executive chef for this bakery in San Francisco. 14 locations, Tartine Bakery, 14 locations. So,
but I mean, is it like a bank? Is every other employee a vice president? I mean, who knows what any of that means?
Yeah, I have no idea. That's what I'm looking at it right now. I don't know. I'm probably delving into this too much because I'm tired.
Anyway, listen, I'm gonna have to sign off. I got to get ready for my webinar.
Oh, yeah.
At the top of the hour. But thanks for having me. Depending on how tired I am after the webinar, I'll see if I can check back in. Otherwise, have a great show today, and congrats on 400 grand.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Have a good webinar, and if I see you later, great. If not, we'll see you soon.
All right, take care.
Cheers. Woo! They're due back in 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Okay, next. Jalissa V says, I guess I can just not clean my house, take pictures, and accuse my husband of domestic violence. I mean, that's kind of what it looked like, right? You knock over a few things, knock over a fruit bowl, and you're willing to break a glass or two, and then suddenly you've been abused. Brian Alleman, I've been stuck in meetings for the last 2 hours wanting to claw my eyes out from boredom. After 5 minutes of this, I realized maybe it wasn't so bad in the meetings. Oh, dude. No kidding. Why did they do Sky News? Why would you do that? They killed their live stream. Okay, we've got what? Okay, very weird. Tell you what, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Don't go too far. Let's see. What do we got? But I'll be back in just a minute. All right. Sorry about that. See, I saw someone ask a question in chat right as I was leaving, and the question was, is it illegal to take photos of the jury? Yeah. Typically that would be against a judge's order. You are not allowed to take pictures of the jury. Should have gone to the bathroom while Branko was still on. Yeah, I should have, but then he left a little bit before. I wasn't keeping track of the time very well. He left a little bit before I thought he would. So that's that's how it goes. Let's see. Got a new yeah, they just shut down their stream. That's amazing. I don't know why they did that, but why would they private the stream? Don't make no sense. Very weird. Well, I mean, there are obviously other ones, so it's not a big deal. I'll let me pull one up while I wait. This one won't have closed captioning, which is why I like the Sky News one, because it has closed captioning enabled. But c'est la vie. I'll keep looking for it just in case it comes back. Okay, where were we? Gethralkin says, is Jody the publicist on the phone with TMZ? Looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, having her publicist in those pictures just is a bad look for Amber Heard for trying to keep it quiet. But we know she wasn't trying to keep it quiet. We know that what she was doing actually was trying to be very much visible. That's why it was leaked to TMZ in the first place. Yeah, I don't like Law and Crime stream. I think Law and Crime is a pile of garbage organization, and they can lick my fucking nuts. And I'm still waiting for them to sue me. That'll be fun. But two, I actually don't really like the 2-camera feed that they use. It shrinks the images down even more, and it's a mess. So next. We've got Les Hodge. The longer Rocky goes, the more I side with Amber in the dish fighting incident. I don't believe she looked hard enough either. Tarkina Meyer says so. And Tarkina, if you're still there, tag me. What EverQuest server did you play on? I'm kind of curious. So in the elevator, JF supposedly touched her left cheek, and Amber said he was caressing her injury. Photo of bruise is the right cheek. Yeah. Oh, James Franco. Yeah, that's a question. Let Rob from Law and Lumber in. Did I not send him a link? I think I sent him a link. Double checking right now. Yeah. He's let's see. Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit before Rob's able to jump on from Law and Lumber. He has the link. He laid out his schedule for me in DMs, and he's got some stuff going on. So if he's able to, he'll pop in. If he's not, he won't. That's how that'll go. So let's see. What's Solusek Row number 1? Oh, wait, no, that's what Consequence says. Solusek Row number 1. I started on Sol Row. I then migrated to Aone Row with the server split. Okay, here we go. I've got a stream pulled up. I mean, I have one. I'm not worried about it. I'm just yeah, the Sky News stream is just reliable, so I still wait for the day when I run into someone like from my old EverQuest guild or something on one of these streams. That'd be weird. Where did we go? Did you know that Drew testified that Amber had a threesome with Musk and Cara Delvini while married to Johnny? No, I did not know that, and that's not coming into trial apparently, so that's not going to be very helpful. Where can you find the Sky News live stream? Well, you can't right now. They pulled it down. I assume they'll start up a new one when they come back from lunch, but there must have been something on that stream that they were not comfortable with having that they want to edit out or whatever, because they leave all their streams up normally. Nick Afifi says, not only did people show up for Johnny Depp, they've all known / worked with him for 20 plus years. None of these people, Assistant IO Rocky, still associate with Amber. Remember, Dr. Muffin said a hallmark of borderline personality disorder is instability in relationships. Yeah, and Branka and I have talked a little bit about why. It's because these people are charming on the outside, but below the surface, they're not. They're actual monsters. Maybe not their choice to be monsters, but that's what they end up being. Right, judge is back. Nothing's happening yet. Just a second. Yeah. Well, we'll go with this one. So sorry if you want some subtitles. I'll have to try and find them later and switch at a pause or a lag. But for now, we'll go with this. Romo Drummer says, I have a theory as to why Amber mostly has video depositions. For them to lie better, they are reading scripts in front of them out of view of the camera and the computer where they have the video chat with the counsels. That I don't think that's the case. I mean, the main reason is you can't cross-examine them very effectively. I mean, your deposition cross is going to be,
All right, please be
your
seated.
deposition questioning is going to go way different than
Your
in
next
court.
witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Whitney Enriquez to the stand.
Oh, it's Whitney Hurd.
Forward, ma'am.
Well, I gotta tweet it out. You got to get on that grift. Let's see. Here we go.
Swear or testify truthfully in this case and the penalty of law. I do.
This is going to be a very important moment. This is probably one of their most.
Will you please state your name?
Their best
for the record?
witnesses.
Whitney Enriquez.
And where do you live?
In Glendale, California.
And you're Amber's sister?
I am.
How old are you?
34.
So you're her younger sister?
Yes.
Okay. Are you married and do you have any children?
I am. I'm married with 2 small children.
Okay. How old are your children?
A 3-year-old and a newborn who's just over 2 months old.
What is your profession?
Before the pandemic, I worked in hotels doing various food and beverage management jobs, primarily events as well.
Now I'm going to take you to Mr. Depp and Amber, the early stages. When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I met him sometime in 2011 for the Rum Diary press tour, but I did not meet him until 2012 as Amber's boyfriend.
And were you living with Amber at the time?
Yes, we had an apartment together on Orange Avenue. I split my time between there as well as an apartment I shared with my boyfriend at the time.
Okay. Now, describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in the early stages.
We got along really well at first. He was sober at the time. And Johnny, when he's sober, is very bright and beautiful and lovely and kind and generous. And he was very easy to get to know. And frankly, we all fell in love with him at first.
The audio is a little
Now, describe
different.
your
I'll turn it
observations
down.
of Amber and Mr. Depp's relationship in the early stages.
Again, at first, that was wonderful. They were incredibly in love. I actually, to this day, have never seen my sister fall so madly for somebody. And things were wonderful. They seemed to really understand each other and get along well. But very quickly, this pattern emerged as their relationship went on, that if Johnny was using, there almost always was a fight. There was always a
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation, lack of foundation. All right, it's the foundation, if you want to lay
Okay.
foundation.
What, if any, changes in their relationship did you observe?
That when Johnny was using, there would be a fight. I saw it firsthand.
Objection, Your Honor, same objection. Overruled, this one.
Thank you. Please continue.
If he was using or if he was drinking, there was almost always a fight. There was always an argument. There was always a period where they weren't getting along, and it seemed to oscillate pretty quickly. He would be sober for a little bit and then almost just as quickly fall off the wagon and start to use or drink, and there would be some big blowout, and it seemed to go back and forth pretty frequently. There was never an extended period of time where it was one or the other.
What, if any, changes did you observe in Amber over the period of her relationship with Johnny?
At first, Amber was Amber. She was loud, funny. She laughed a lot. She was just this happy, bright, fun-loving thing, always surrounded by friends. And then it was a progression that took over such a long period of time, and it was so slow. In hindsight, it was like watching a slow motion gunshot. She suddenly stopped sleeping as much. She wasn't as funny. She wasn't as loud. She wasn't as gregarious as she used to be. Cut to the end of their relationship, she was so physically unwell. She maybe weighed 100 pounds soaking wet. She was emaciated. She wasn't sleeping. She had developed a heart condition and her eyes were sunken in. She just looked
Objection,
like
Your
two
Honor.
different.
Lack of foundation calls for hearsay.
She's giving her observations.
Well, heart condition, I'll sustain as to heart.
Okay, other than the heart condition, please continue.
She just, if you were to do a photograph side by side, you would see two very different people. And people that knew her throughout the entirety of their relationship saw the same thing.
I mean, she looks different now,
What, if
though,
any,
but she's not getting
observations
abused
did
now.
you make about Mr. Depp's Mr. Depp exhibiting controlling behavior over the course of their relationship relating to Amber's clothing?
Objection,
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
What, if any, observations did she
sustain
make
the
about?
I'll sustain the objection.
Very much.
What, if any,
leading.
observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber relating to clothing?
At first, it would be like light jokes, or, she left the house wearing something like, oh, you're going to wear that, or just some joke. It was very subtle, and then over time, again, just like the progression of their relationship, it just intensified. Then suddenly it's, they have the same stylist. He and I forgot her name, but suddenly they have the same stylist, and he had been essentially controlling what she wore to events and things like that. So she went from being able to wear whatever the hell she wanted, and then suddenly she's wearing anything that his stylist wanted her to wear, or wanted him to wear. And her style over time just got more and more conservative.
What, if any, observations
older
did you
too,
make about
though.
Mr. Depp with respect to Amber's work?
That too was one thing. At first, he was saying he was protective over the kinds of jobs she was taking. Oh, that's not going to be good for her career. That's not going to be good for this, not going to be good for that. And then suddenly he has a problem with her taking any sort of job or any sort of audition. And then it became every time that she even thought about taking a meeting, it was another fight. He would often say things like, I don't even understand why she needs to work. I'll take care of her. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of everyone else. She doesn't need to work at all. It was one of those things that he was, at the end, vehemently against her working at all.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber with respect to friends?
Again, these are all things that just very slowly over time just changed. At first, he was very inclusive of all of us. At one point, we all lived downtown together in these beautiful lofts. At first, that was part of the relationship, was getting to know him and him getting to know us. And then just, again, slowly over time, he took issue with Brandon at one point, and then Brandon wasn't allowed in the fold. Time went on, he had an issue with Io. Io wasn't allowed in the fold anymore. And then at some point, even me, he had accused me of doing something horrendous that I had never done. And then suddenly, I'm not allowed around anymore. And just over time, she had such a small network of people that were there to support her. It was hard to watch.
So the thing to watch for.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's
It's going to be this allegation of
attitude
against
or treatment of Amber with respect to her health?
Amber was she was a pretty healthy person at first. She didn't have any medical issues that, you know, didn't need
Cocaine
intervention
use.
of any sort. But in one of
92
Johnny's
pounds.
attempts to get sober, he had employed Dr. Kipper, who had these nurses, and he had a personal nurse that would like administer medication, and you know, I think the intention was to make sure that he stayed clean and
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Without discussing
That's
what
not
the
what the objection-
intentions were, just go ahead and give us what your observations were with respect to Mr. Depp, with respect to Amber's health.
Sure. All of a sudden, for really unclear reasons, Amber had her own personal nurse just administering medication, and
Because she wanted
from what I
pills.
saw, it was strange. I didn't think Amber needed, you know, medication on the daily or whatever. And then all of a sudden, she has a therapist that is employed by Dr. Kipper. Even her medical treatment was somehow controlled by or paid for by Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation with respect to the control. As to control, but paid for, I'll allow. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's no foundation for the
What,
control.
if anything, did Mr. Depp say about
Actually, she
Amber's
doesn't have foundation
electronic
for the paid for
devices?
either.
Well, every time they fought or had an argument, a device was going to get smashed. She lost a phone, a tablet, a computer. You could almost guarantee that something would get destroyed when they fought. Very often, fights were at least in part surrounded by text messages or something that he would find on her phones, or you know, whatever. And at some point, she wasn't even allowed to have passwords on her phone, or if she did have a password, it was something really simple that he memorized. But there was zero expectation of privacy for her in terms of what was on her device or accessibility of her devices.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp drunk?
Countless. I mean, too many times for me to quantify.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp high on drugs?
Again, it would be really hard to put a number to that. It was a lot.
And what types of drugs did Mr. Depp use, to your knowledge and your observation?
Well, personally, I've done cocaine and drank with him on a number of occasions. So that he almost always had weed of some sort, marijuana, like, you know, joints or whatever. I have seen him take MDMA on an occasion, shrooms as well. I once saw him consume a Ziploc bag that had a bunch of just unknown pills, some prescription, some not. He just took them all at once to see what would happen, and he laughed about it. Those are what I can recall.
Okay. Now, you said that you also did cocaine with Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if any, observations did you make as to what Mr. Depp carried in his pockets?
Well, he always had cigarettes or rolling papers. When I say cigarettes, I mean the tobacco and rolling papers. He always had a joint on him. If he was in a phase of using coke, he would carry around a little pill box that had his cocaine in it. He always had a pocket knife, a lighter, and yeah, it's about what I can recall.
Okay. What, if any, behavior changes did you observe when Mr. Depp had been drinking alcohol or using drugs?
Like I said, it was, you know, a completely different version. You know, he was almost unrecognizable when he was drinking and using to an excess. If it was alcohol and coke, he would slur. He would go on these paranoid, delusional rants about things that didn't make any sense. He, you know, his speech would be slurred. I almost never knew him to use cocaine without drinking. Those were generally combined. When he would smoke weed, he was much more relaxed. He was kind of what you would expect, happy on a couch, laughing. But when he was drinking, he would just get very angry, and he would just say really nasty, unkind things. And it almost didn't, usually about Amber, sometimes about me, but it almost didn't matter if she was in the room or not. He would just say really horrible horrible, horrible things about her or to her.
Name some
Can
of them.
you give the jury a few examples that you can
There you
recall?
Pardon my language, fucking cunt. He called her a fucking used up trash bag, slimy whore, saggy whore, just, you know, fucking cunt was thrown out a bunch. Just horrible things like that.
I'm going to take you to March 21st, 2013. We've called it the painting or Keith Richards incident. When did
This
you
is the best
arrive
part.
at the
You can
Orange
testify to
apartment
anything
on
you want
March
that the other person said.
21st, 2013?
It was sometime in the afternoon. I came in and Orange was typically a very neat, clean place. But as soon as I walked in, there was smoke in the air. Remember, it smelled like cigarette smoke and there was smoke in the air. So somebody had been smoking inside, which was odd because Amber and I don't smoke and Johnny used to always just go outside to smoke. But walking a little bit further in, there was like furniture askew. Going into the kitchen, there was, you know, Johnny was sat at our little breakfast nook table that we had there. And he was wearing glasses. He had, you know, there was cocaine in front of him. There was booze in front of him, journal, like no newspaper, things like that, just kind of scattered around at the table. And I sat down to talk to him to see what was going on. And
looks like a
it was
Whitney.
really hard to understand what he was getting at. It was really clear that he had been drinking for some time. His speech was slurred. And again, it was really hard to follow what he was trying to tell me. At first, he seemed to be upset that my sister had been photographed with our friend Marie in France. He then started saying that it must have meant that she was having an affair with her and, you know, everyone would be laughing at her. And this woman, her father was a French politician. So he then starts rambling on about, oh, he knows what her father is up to and her this, that, and the other. And again, it was just this strange paranoid tailspin is the only way I can describe it. That just, it wasn't true. My sister wasn't having an affair with this person.
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's pretty non-responsive at this point. All right, next question. Sustain the objection.
Please describe what your conversations
Whitney's
were. and
job
your
is to be a
observations
hitman
were
on
with
this.
Mr. Depp.
Bolster Amber's character all over
So
the place.
as I'm sitting there talking to him, Amber is in the
Johnny's.
kitchen and, you know, she's not sat at the table or anything. She's kind of hanging back and Johnny's still talking to me about what the problem was. And then all of a sudden the focus shifts to this painting that has been on the wall ever since Amber and I moved in. And the painting was done by one of my sister's exes. So he was convinced that it was on the
What's up,
wall
Rob?
to
How's it
taunt
going,
him, to tease him, and how disrespectful that he had to wake up next to this painting. It surely meant that Amber and Tasha were back together again, which of course was not true. But he was then upset about that. He was upset about this painting that was on the wall. I was trying to talk to him, not only to just try to figure out what was going on, but I was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for filming this documentary that was being shot at one of his houses.
Was that with Keith Richards?
Correct.
Okay.
That was my
The
understanding
most
of it.
dangerous
Please
witness
continue.
that I know of is Whitney.
So for hours we sat there.
Yeah.
I was trying to, you know, talk to him, make him feel like everything was okay, just try to get him out of the house. His assistant kept coming in and out at one point. And all the while, Amber is just in the kitchen. She's like giving us space, but she's in earshot and he's saying these things about her. And at one point she tries to come over to like check on him and she kind of embraces him from behind and he's just like, fuck off. And, you know, continues to say these things about her. And again, we sat there forever and eventually we did get him to leave the house. So
When was the last
he
question?
insisted that Amber come too, and that if they were going to work it
been a
out,
while.
she'd have to be there, and they would talk about it at some other point, I guess.
Let me just stop you for a minute. What, if any,
Oh, now you'll
injuries
stop her.
did you observe on Amber at that time?
At the time, it was before I had a real understanding of what was going on. It was pretty, and her face.
So you didn't
was
see any
swollen,
injuries?
but I didn't, and it was kind of red. I thought she had just been crying. And her lip did appear to be cut, but again, that at the time, that wasn't what we were trying to do. It wouldn't have been appropriate to, talk to her about it or anything.
Why?
That wasn't my focus, frankly. My focus was just sitting there trying to figure out what he was upset about and get him out of the house.
So how long were you at Orange with Mr. Depp and Amber before he left to go to the Keith Richards?
A few hours. I couldn't say, maybe around like 4 or 5 hours.
Did she do a bunch of speed before taking the stand?
Did you accompany
Kinda
Mr.
seems
Depp
like it.
over to the
She's very
recording,
eager.
or did you stay?
I did.
And did
Amber
Amber go too?
Correct. That was part of the condition of him leaving, is that Amber had to go with us.
All right. Well, please describe to the jury what happened next then on your ride over there.
So Amber and Johnny were sitting in the back. I was in the front with Sterling, the driver. And they weren't saying much back there. There was music playing pretty loudly. So I couldn't really hear what was going on back there. But at some point I heard the back door open, or the back window open, and Johnny is holding our dog out the window. And I froze.
I hope they
was
introduce the
scared
photos of
because I
Amber
just
doing the
remember
same
thinking,
thing.
I knew how inebriated he was, and and the dog was very small. I thought if she twitched or if he lost her somehow, she was just going to go out the window.
The dog was very small.
And
made that
Amber, of course,
massive-
was just saying,
Objection, Your Honor.
Not if there's the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
I'll sustain objection.
Okay. Don't say what Amber said. Just go ahead and continue with your observations.
He brought the
I'll be right
dog
back.
back into the car.
Yep, no worries.
And he was just laughing, this really scary, loud, it was almost like a cackle. And he then made some joke about putting her in the microwave. And that was the joke after that, was
That's a
putting
good
the dog
joke.
in the microwave.
Okay.
It's a hot dog.
During the year 2013,
You
what,
cannot
if
have her
any,
testimony stricken for
marks
bias.
did you
You could just impeach her
observe
with
on
bias.
Amber? Any injuries or signs of markings, anything like that?
Occasionally I'd see bruising, cut lips, split lips, weird marks, burns, or I don't know, on her arm, scratches on her arm, things like that. It was just weird, and it was periodic. It wasn't like a constant thing, but there were injuries to her.
And what, if anything, did you do? Did you ask her about them?
I did at some point confront her and ask her, and she.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell
Sustain
us.
the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay. But you did ask her about them.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes,
Yes,
objection,
okay.
Your Honor. Same objection. Next question.
That's
fine.
That's okay.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can't.
All
If
right,
she
I'm going
asked
to
her
take you
about
to
them,
June
that is hearsay.
2013, Hicksville. Were you in attendance at that event with Mr. Depp and Amber?
Yes.
Please describe for the jury what you can recall from that event.
So Hicksville is like this, it's this like collection of themed Airstreams. It's like a little, it's in the middle of the desert. It's just like a fun little place to go. So we went with a group of our friends. And yeah, so each one of us had our own little Airstream or whatever. So my partner and I at the time, we got there last. So as we're going around checking out the different Airstreams, because again, each one of them had a different theme. So it was kind of fun to see, who was staying in which theme or whatever. I open Amber and Johnny's, and there's cocaine on the table. And I didn't really think much of it at the time. I was just like, all right, fine. We're all here to have fun. And that night, we sat around the campfire. Everyone was drinking. Some people were taking shrooms, and then I drank too much, and I went to bed early before everyone else. And then the next day, when everyone was cleaning up, I had heard about something that had happened the night before, and an altercation that.
Objection, Your Honor. Here.
Don't tell us what you heard. Go ahead and just tell the jury what you observed.
I observed people cleaning up after what appeared to be just a night of friends hanging out. I then went to my sister's trailer where she was staying with Johnny, and it looked like a bomb went off in there. There was broken things. Things had been skewed. It just looked incredibly messy. It looked like somebody had ransacked it. That's what I observed.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to September 2013. What, if anything, did you do with Mr. Depp relating to going to London?
So September 2013, that was around the time of my birthday. Amber was filming in London, and she wasn't able to make it back for my birthday. And it was also a friend of ours, Io, also has a birthday at the same time, or around the same time as me. And Johnny thought it would be great to load up and
Camille
surprise
won't be
Amber
doing
on
cross.
set. He thought she would really enjoy it, and so that's what we did. We loaded up. We went on a plane that he chartered, and I believe my father was with us as well. And yeah, Johnny and I drank and did a lot of cocaine on that plane, and I ended up passing out. But we get to London, and it was wonderful to see Amber, and we had a dinner that night at the hotel that we were staying at, or it was either that night or the next night. I can't remember exactly, but at one point, Johnny picked up a steak knife and he hurled it at his assistant. It missed him, but obviously Nathan got upset and he left, and he was upset as well. And a fight broke out between Amber and Johnny that night. I didn't witness it. I wasn't there. I knew that they
Objection,
were.
Your lack of foundation. All right,
Yeah.
sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next
Didn't
question.
witness it. I wasn't
So
there. Let me tell
can't
you
tell us
about
about it if you weren't there. So
Okay.
what happened next that you were aware of?
I left sometime after that, and when I touched down in Los
paper?
Angeles, I learned that they had
Objection, Your Honor.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter,
Sustain the
Your Honor.
objection.
Yeah,
Next question.
it is offered to prove the truth.
When did they
Elaine.
get engaged?
They got engaged at some point when I was on the plane. After I left London, by the time I landed in London, they were engaged.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to jump all the way to November 2014, the 2014 Hollywood Film Awards. What, if any, involvement did you have with Mr. Depp relating to the Hollywood Film Awards?
The Film Actors
I was
Guild.
called over to where he was getting ready, 80.
And when you say 80, are we talking about Sweetser?
Yes, that's one of the houses that is on that street that Johnny had. He had several houses on that street. 80 was the one that he referred to as like the man cave. That's where he spent a lot of time. So I was summoned to 80, again, following a fight that he and my sister were having. And
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
I
Just go on, just don't talk about what you weren't party to. You got
Okay.
there, please tell
This
the
is
jury.
Whitney's job
Okay, please tell the jury what you observed.
to
what
run
happened
Amber's
when you were
narrative, no matter
Sure.
what,
When
no
I got
matter if she was
there-
there or not.
Johnny was outside and he was very drunk already, and he was continuing to drink. He was again rambling about my sister having affairs with people that it just wasn't true, and just kept saying things. It was, that she doesn't need to work, and he doesn't understand why she continues to take jobs. She must be doing it to insult him or to hurt him, or she's only taking these jobs because she wants to meet people. I don't know. The entire time that we were talking, his sister and his, assistants at one point, everyone was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for this. But eventually they did get him to leave the house. And yeah,
Who's on
I
cross? It's
saw
the
the
bond
award show
attorney.
later at some point.
I don't know her name.
What did you observe when you watched the award show?
Unfortunately, an extension of what I had seen at the house. He was still very drunk, actually a little bit more drunk than when I saw him at the house.
And what was he doing that caused you to believe he was very drunk?
Well, he was drinking the entire time that we were talking. And, in general, at this point, I had understood what
feed is
Johnny
awful.
looks like when he's
Try
drunk.
refreshing.
He's stammering. His speech was hard to understand. He was slurring. He was super unsteady on his feet. Yeah, I recognize what he looks like when he's drunk.
Okay.
I'm not
Now I'm
seeing the
going to take
lag
you
or
to
anything.
March 23rd,
So I wonder if
2015.
there's some issue with StreamYard.
And at this time,
sending it
were
out.
you living at the penthouse suites?
I was.
Okay.
Excuse me. Sorry.
When approximately did you move into the penthouse?
She's crackling. I'm not getting that at all. Hold on 1 second.
15.
I didn't want to switch. No, hold on. So here we go. Hold on.
I actually don't know for sure when I moved in.
When approximately did you move into the penthouse
I would
suites?
take
Was
me
the
a minute
question.
to remember.
It's right where we
Sometime
left
in
off on the other one.
I don't know, 14, I think.
Okay. And so as of March 23rd, 2015, you're living there, correct?
Yes.
And where are you living in those penthouse suites? What is it called?
So I was in what they call PH4. The layout is, the entire top floor of this building. Johnny owns the mall, and he was kind enough to let us all live there. So I was in PH4. Amber and Johnny were in PH3. I believe Isaac was in 2, and Rocky and Josh were in 1. But the only ones that actually connected were 3, 4, and 5. So again, I was kind of sandwiched between where Johnny and Amber stayed and Amber's basically closet. So basically you had to cut through to get to one point to the other. So I was sleeping. I woke up to Amber in my bedroom saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me?"
Objection, Your Honor.
You're not offered to prove the truth of the matter
Over-
asserted. Thank you.
overruled. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Please continue.
She said something.
She said overruled. It's okay for you to say what.
Oh,
just
sorry.
Just briefly what you just explained.
I woke up to her saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me? Your fucking brother is cheating on me." I got up. I told her to stay right there.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Yes, it is.
Overruled for that statement. Go ahead.
Please continue.
I instructed her to stay in my apartment while I go and talk to Johnny. So I leave PH4. I leave her in PH4.
Let me just stop. Are you sober, drunk? Have you been drinking?
Oh, rare occasions where I was sober. It was in the middle of the night. I was asleep.
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understood your question. So you were sober?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
So I go to PH5 where Johnny, Debbie, and Travis were all standing in the kitchen of PH5. I went down there to talk to him, and again, I can tell he's clearly drunk, and he has a bottle of alcohol of some sort in front of him as well. And again, he's talking to me about how Amber found these text messages between him and a woman called Rochelle. And then he starts saying that this woman was meaningless. It wasn't anything special. She's nothing special. But then he immediately shifted to, well, Amber pushed me. Amber made me do it. And of course I'm cheating on her, whatever. And it suddenly became about Amber making him do it. At some point, then Amber is on the mezzanine level of PH5. So it's kind of hard to explain. So the kitchen's down here and the mezzanine's up here. So she's there. It's her little office nook, and she starts shouting at him, saying,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
That's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. She's screaming expletives at him. I mean, that's not offered to prove the truth.
Overruled.
Thank you.
They're saying horrible things to one another.
But
fuck
okay.
you. He's calling her a fucking whore, fucking cunt, used up trash bag, whatever. They were saying horrible things to one another. She was calling him old and fat. It was a fight. They were saying really nasty things to one another. I leave them in the kitchen to go up the stairs, was trying to calm Amber down, hopefully get her back into my apartment.
Used up trash
Debbie
bag.
had come up with me.
And Debbie, who's Debbie?
Debbie was his nurse at the
Debbie
time.
Lloyd?
Yes, I believe that was her name.
Okay.
So we're with Amber on the mezzanine level.
I'm sorry, just so we know who where is. Is it you and Debbie that are with Amber, or is it?
Yes, Debbie,
Okay.
So this is
Debbie,
gonna be
Amber,
the
and I
stair
are
pushing
on the little
incident.
mezzanine area. And as I mentioned, the mezzanine overlooks the kitchen and the living room. So Johnny then hurls a Red Bull can and it hits Debbie in the back. She didn't even react. She didn't really seem to notice. But I'm standing up there talking.
Or it
I'm
didn't
standing up there.
happen.
I'm at the top of the stairs with my back to the stairs. And that's when Johnny runs up the stairs. And I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my fucking sister." She smacks him, lands one. And then he grabs, at that point, that's when Travis runs up the stairs after Amber landed one. But by that time, Johnny had already grabbed Amber by the hair with one hand and was whacking her repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there. Travis pulls them apart.
This
I get
story
Amber
is
into
so
mine.
different.
I close the doors behind me and lock them. I then hear Johnny's voice shouting.
Never mind, withdraw. Okay, sorry.
I hear Johnny's voice shouting, I fucking hate you. I hate you both. You fucking cunts. You fucking whores. And I hear crashing. I hear crashing and banging and smashing. And he starts screaming like an animal. And I then just moved Amber into the next room and I just kept her there all night. The next day I go and I see her closet has been completely destroyed. Racks were overturned. Yeah, one of the clothing racks had been like tossed down the stairs. There was art off the wall.
This
and down in the
hyperbolic
kitchen, there was
testimony
broken
is
glass.
so
Like,
stupid and short-sighted.
the place was destroyed.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 400? Whitney, do you recognize this text exchange?
Amber did
here?
not claim that Johnny punched her in the face
And it's on March
repeatedly at this
23,
incident.
2015 at 6:57, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you describe, just
Objection, Your Honor.
identify it, please?
Yep, sorry, on hearsay grounds. All right, you want to approach? We'll just take a look.
Just absolutely way wild incident. No pushing down the stairs. He's grabbing Amber by the hair and punching her in the face over and over. Amber testified that she slugged Whitney, or that she slugged Johnny Depp. Like the whole story is it's completely different than what Amber Heard testified to. Is this Johnny's sister? No, this is Amber Heard's sister. That's nuts, man. Fadi LD, they got right to it. I mean, this is what her job is. Now they'll probably impeach her. This lady's gonna do the cross. I don't know her name. We haven't seen much of her in action here, but she'll be doing the cross. I would assume they're gonna try and impeach her with the letter written by Whitney's friend saying that basically Whitney had told her that none of this ever happened and that this story is insane. If they don't impeach Whitney on it, they will likely call that person on rebuttal. But yeah, this is just again, this is the risk. Whitney's coming in there. She might want to hype up the story because how important this is. Whitney, if she's able to, has not been able to watch. She's not supposed to be watching this trial, so she shouldn't know what Amber Heard has said. Her story is wildly different than what Amber's story is on this incident. And jury's got to be asking, what the hell is going on? Shit. I was going to answer this super chat, but we'll get it in a minute. Is that letter in evidence? Not yet.
So this is Can we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, it's in evidence, yes.
Thank you. So Whitney, this is dated March 23rd, 2015, 6:57. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's to Kevin. Who's Kevin?
Kevin Murphy, he was Johnny's estate manager.
Okay. And then Michelle, if you can scroll up. So let's stop at the first one. Can you please describe to the jury what this is?
That is one of Amber's clothing racks on the stairs that lead up to the bedroom area.
And you took this picture?
I did.
Okay. Michelle, can you scroll up again? And please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo.
These are more of Amber's racks. These were her shoes.
Yeah,
and
to the
purses
mods,
and
can
such.
you
Those were all
can
like,
you
taken
ban the
off
Chinese
walls.
spam bots,
And
the commie
you can see
spam
here, all of her
bots?
clothes are on the floor. Her shoes.
Okay, thank you.
How is the letter from someone else not hearsay? Because it would be a prior
The
inconsistent
next one,
statement.
could you please describe
of
what
Whitney.
the next picture depicts?
More
We'll
of
get
the
there
same.
if they bring it up.
Clothing racks that have been kind of toppled over or moved. They were like neat. It looked like it's a closet room, but these ones were just toppled over or moved. This is the room that adjoined my room. So.
Okay. Let's go to the next one.
China number one.
Could you describe for the jury, please, what this is?
That's another clothing rack that has been taken down and taken apart, kind of.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just more clothing racks that have been taken down, moved.
Okay. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Same thing, just more clothing racks that were toppled over.
All right. And we go to the next one.
And this is the kitchen area. This is the taken from the mezzanine level that I was describing earlier, but that looks like broken glass.
China is asshole.
Or something, blue ceramic, broken.
Okay. And if we go up, and the top one there looks like part of what was earlier. Let's go to the bottom one. I think we have a bigger picture there. Does that help with
Yes.
what's depicted there?
I still can't tell what it was, maybe a plate of some sort, but there's also a rolled cigarette, a couple bottles of water. But yeah, whatever that blue thing is, it was broken. So it's all over the kitchen there and also next to the stove.
Okay. Thank you. After the staircase incident, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp ask you to sign?
There was an NDA on my kitchen table.
Can you tell the jury what an NDA is?
It's a non-disclosure agreement. It's basically, my understanding is it's a contract to keep things private, to keep your mouth shut, essentially.
All right. And you were given one or asked to sign one?
I was asked to sign one. I don't believe I signed it. I left sometime after.
So you moved out after that?
It was after this point that Johnny
Who asked
had
you to sign
accused
it?
me of selling stories to the media, which were absolutely untrue, but I moved out after that point.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that Amber asked you to move back in?
Yes, February 2016, she texted me asking me to come back.
Okay. And so you were living with her from sometime in February 2016 forward?
I think on and off. I think I had my own apartment by then, but I spent a lot more time at the Eastern after that.
Okay. I'm going to take you to April 21, 2016, Amber's 30th birthday party. Were you present for that?
I was.
Can you please describe to the jury what you observed that night?
It was her 30th birthday, so we wanted to make it, really special. We had made this beautiful dinner, and it was great. All of her close friends were there, and everyone was having a really good time. Everyone was having fun. Johnny showed up very, very late, and he was drunk when he showed up. Amber was obviously upset about it, but There came a time in the party where we all went around the table and said our favorite thing about Amber, just funny memories or whatever.
And Johnny said she was a saggy cunt.
When it came to Johnny's turn, he told this story about how they first met when they met for the Rum Diary. So, he had this story about how she came in to his office and she sat on the couch and her perfect ass left a perfect imprint on the couch, and he wouldn't let anyone sit there after she left that day. And it was one of those stories that everyone was kind of embarrassed. We had all gone around the table saying really nice things about her, and gets to him and he's talking about her ass.
But he said it was a perfect ass. That's a compliment.
We were all kind of embarrassed.
And when did you leave the party that night?
I left pretty shortly after that.
Okay.
And I went home.
What, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. Depp about his plans to attend Coachella the next day?
He was planning on coming to Coachella with us. Whenever at some point we were talking about what was happening the next day. And so that night he told us he was going to come to Coachella with us the next day.
Okay. And did he ultimately come to Coachella with you the next day?
No.
No, he didn't.
I'm going to jump forward to talk about some statements that were made, the counterclaim. What, if any, observations did you make about how the statements, we're talking about the three statements that we're quoting Adam Waldman, impacted Amber? And I'm asking for your observations. Just tell the jury what
your observations about
were
how she
of
was
how
impacted.
These statements impacted Amber.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound, lack of foundation, speculation.
Overruled, that's fine.
Thank you.
Amber has worked so hard to overcome everything that she went through in the duration of their relationship. She has really, really tried her best to move past it. And anybody that knows Amber at all knows that
Anybody knows?
some of the most important things to her are honesty, integrity. Her reputation is all she has. She doesn't have piles of money and private islands or.
Objection, Your Honor. It's non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection.
She was devastated by these.
This isn't the
To
response.
say that they're not true, it devastated her. And also we had just buried our mother.
How was she impacted?
So
Not how did she feel?
Amber, she started having panic attacks randomly. She was not sleeping.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
These are your observations. Thank you. Please continue.
She hasn't testified that they're her observation.
These statements
You
devastated
didn't lay that
her.
foundation.
They devastated her because they weren't true, and they were just very, very, very much affecting her.
And you talked about
They were
panic
just, like,
attacks. What
so
else
doing
did
it.
you observe that she would do as a result of these? Physical.
She would just periodically just break into tears. She I don't know how else to describe it. She was so unwell.
she's
She
a
stopped
hatchet
sleeping
man.
again. She
Very dangerous witness,
was
though.
super anxious. She couldn't relax. She couldn't sit still. It was very similar to the Amber that I had seen back in 2016 as she was trying to get out of this relationship. It launched her back into this space where she was just so physically unwell, and she cried a lot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
All right, let's see if she just roasts her alive. That was a quick, direct, straight to the point that they wanted to hit. I think that's the smart move for Amber. Plus, they're running out of time.
Good afternoon, Ms. Enriquez. We haven't met before. My name's Rebecca Lecca-Rose. I'm one of the lawyers representing Mr. Depp in this case.
Rebecca Lecca-Rose is the one who's going to do it.
You grew up in Texas with your sister and your parents, right?
Correct.
And you were really close with Ms. Heard growing up?
We were.
And you're still close now, right?
We are.
And you love her?
Of course.
And your
This is
childhood, though, had some difficult
Biased
moments, right?
testimony.
It wasn't perfect.
Your father hit you and your sister at times, right?
Yes.
And your sister would protect you from that abuse when she could, wouldn't she?
We would protect each other for sure.
And when you graduated from high school, you moved out to Los Angeles, right?
I did.
And your sister gave you a place to live in LA?
Yes.
And she helped support you?
In part, I also was working myself, and yeah.
And
I'm
you're
not sure
grateful
how
to her for
effective
being
the
there when you needed her, right?
bias testimony actually is.
And just like she
but-
protected and cared for you, you want to protect and care for her, right?
And when I can, of course, but yeah.
You testified to having a great relationship with Mr. Depp when you first started dating your sister, right?
Correct.
And you thought of him as a brother?
Yes.
He called you sis?
Yes.
And you had affectionate nicknames for him too, didn't you?
A number of them, yes.
Yeah. And you testified that for a time you lived in the ECB penthouses with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp owned those penthouses?
He did.
You didn't pay rent while you were living there, right?
No.
You didn't pay for any of the bills for the penthouses?
No. It's very generous.
And Rocky Pennington lived in one of those penthouses also, right?
She did.
And at some point, her boyfriend Josh Drew moved in, right?
Yes.
And Isaac Bruch lived in one of those penthouses too.
Yes.
And you know that he testified here that you call him your spirit animal, right?
I did not know that, but he's wonderful.
You call him your spirit animal?
At one point I did, yes.
You took trips with your sister and Mr. Depp also, right?
Occasionally.
You didn't pay for those either, right?
Nope, I did not.
During the course of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship, you were frequently involved in their arguments, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, you had a nickname, right?
Marriage counselor.
Yes.
Oh, see, this
you
is
often
better.
found yourself mediating disputes between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard,
This
right?
is better bias testimony.
Clearly not
than
very well,
You
but
love your
yes.
sister.
And when you were in that role of marriage counselor, you empathized with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, on occasion.
Because you had a pretty good understanding of what he was going through?
Depended on the situation. Sometimes I could totally see from his perspective. Other times I saw it from her perspective.
Well, you'd been there with Ms. Heard before, right?
We're sisters. Of course we've argued.
And you knew what it was like to want to run away for days and do your own thing and not have Ms. Heard there fighting with you, right?
I think that's kind of taken out of context a little bit.
Is it?
I think more metaphorically. But yes, I have been in arguments with my sister.
And you have wanted to run away for days, right?
Sure.
And not have her there fighting with you.
Sure.
Doesn't sound out of context to me. Sounds like exactly what she said. That's probably a line from one of her depositions.
You talked a little bit about the incident in March 2013, right?
Which one?
That was the one before you went to the Keith Richards documentary set. And you were present with Mr. Depp at Orange that day?
I was.
Didn't you do cocaine with Mr. Depp that afternoon?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Depp's already intoxicated?
He was by the time I got there.
And he was fighting with your sister?
He wasn't doing much of anything. He was sat at the table. He was telling me about the fight that they had.
So
he
he'd been
ignoring.
fighting with your sister that day when you arrived?
That was my understanding.
And you said she had a puffy face?
Yes.
And despite all of that, you decided it was a good idea to do cocaine with Mr. Depp at that juncture?
I hadn't yet connected the dots. I hadn't yet understood what that meant or what that would do.
That was a yes? Yes, you took cocaine with Mr. Depp?
I
after all
did.
that?
Yes, I already said that.
You testified that you had suspicions that Mr. Depp was allegedly hitting your sister by some point in 2013, right?
Suspicions.
And notwithstanding that, in June 2013, you were actually joking with Mr. Depp about hitting your sister, right?
Regrettably over a text message, yes.
You were encouraging him to hit her?
I was not literally encouraging him to hit her.
But you were joking about it?
Regrettably, yes. Again, I did not have an understanding fully of what that was. I never would have said that now, knowing what I know.
But that was around the time that you allegedly became aware that he was that
don't
there were
know.
injuries on your sister that caused you to have suspicions?
I don't know if it was around the same time.
Turning to the staircase incident in March 2015, you testified that Mr. Depp allegedly hit you during that incident, right?
Yes.
But you aren't sure if that contact was even meant for you, right?
I honestly don't. I don't know what he was aiming for. My back was to him.
And you weren't injured during that incident, right?
No, I wasn't.
And you didn't seek medical attention?
No.
And you said Debbie Lloyd was there during all of that, correct?
She was.
And Mr. Depp's security, Travis McGivern, was there too?
Yes, he was.
And you saw your sister hit Mr. Depp on the stairs that day, right?
After he struck me, yes.
You said she landed one, right? And then the next day you found some damage in the adjoining penthouse.
Correct.
And we saw some pictures of what you saw that day, right?
Yes.
You thought it was important to document that damage, right?
Not to document. It was Kevin's job to kind of clean up the houses, take care of the houses. I took pictures just so he could be aware of what he would need to bring. I didn't know if he had tools here or whatever. I was just preparing him for what he was going to have to fix.
But you didn't take any pictures of your sister that day, right?
No, I didn't.
Why? Could Kevin
Now,
fix
after
her?
March 2015, you continued to have a close relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
And you still loved him.
How? How do you have a close relationship
And you
with
were
this
there for
person
him
who's
if he needed to,
beating
right?
your sister
Of course.
in front of you?
And in fact, just a couple of weeks after that staircase incident, you were still acting as the marriage counselor, weren't you?
Look
At
at
some
that.
point, sure.
Look at her resting Karen face. I hate you.
And
I hate
that
you.
fall, after the staircase incident, October 2015, you claim you had seen Mr. Depp hitting your sister. And then in October 2015, you were actually still trying to reconcile him and your sister when they were fighting, right?
Yes, I was asked to support. I was just trying to help what I thought they both wanted.
Did you ever tell her to
I
leave?
was just trying to support, or trying my best to support them the way that I thought I could.
But you never told her to
You
leave
still
the
loved Mr.
relationship.
Depp at that point, right?
I did.
And you didn't think that he and your sister were past the point of no return, right?
What I thought was irrelevant at that point. I
Why?
really,
You're their marriage counselor.
those two were in love and they were working very hard. They wanted to be together, it seemed like. So I just helped as best as I could. I don't know how else to describe it.
Your sister still wanted to be with Mr. Depp, right?
And she loved him.
And you didn't think they were past the point of no return.
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
Okay. Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1283. It's not yet in evidence. We'll just show that to the witness.
It's insane testimony, right? Like you're the one who mediates disputes between them, but then you're there when he
If I might
beats her
approach, Your Honor, I have
mercilessly
this in redacted and unredacted.
in front of you. I think this is the letter. But you're there when he beats her mercilessly in front of you. You have to rescue her, lock her in a room, keep her away from this monster, right? And then you're trying to get them back together in October, like you're trying to help them out. Who believes this? By the way, while we have this little pause, if you like the stream, please go ahead and click on the like button if you like the coverage and the commentary. It helps out with the algorithmic distribution of everything on the channel, not just this live stream. So I really appreciate it. If you don't like it, please don't click it, but leave a nasty comment about how much you hate me. That would be cool. I appreciate that as well. But yeah, let's, how's this witness going for you guys so far? For me, she is an extremely dangerous witness because she's there. She's one of the only witnesses to physical violence that exists, but I just having trouble selling me on this thing. Her story being so different from hers is not good. Let's see. Okay, where I'm trying to find my spot in the super chats where it was. Romo Drummer, I have a theory as to why Amber mostly. Oh, wait, I read that one. Fadi Aldidi, what are the rule differences for plaintiff and defense between a deposition and testifying live? There's no rule differences for plaintiff or defense. It's all about who notices the deposition. If you notice the deposition, you go first and are on direct exam. The other party's on cross. So that's what matters. It doesn't matter whose witness it is. It's who notices the deposition. Oftentimes they're switched, not always from normal. Lancelot says, isn't that background they use for school photos? Yes. From the other guy.
And Ms. Enriquez, if I could just direct your attention, we can go to the third page, please.
We'll see
Do I
if
have
this
control
is,
of this or no?
No, you do not. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
we'll put it up for you.
this might be the letter from her friend or text
And-
messages. Not sure.
We can go back to the first page if you'd like, or we can take a look at the unredacted version if we need to. But do you recognize these as text messages that you sent to Mr. Depp
These are
on
texts. Okay.
October 2nd, 2015?
Yeah, vaguely. I mean, they're clearly my text messages, but yeah, I recognize them, I think.
Okay. And if we can go to the third page, please, Tom. And you'll see the second blue box from the bottom there. You texted Mr. Depp and you said, I love both of you so much and would fucking stay out of it if I thought this shit were past the point of no return. But that's not where you guys are right now. Did I read that right?
Oh, but that's not where you guys are at. Yes.
So you didn't think they were past the point of no return in October 2015, right?
At that point, clearly I didn't.
Take that down.
Oh.
So you don't think she's being abused then?
You wanted Ms. Heard to stay with Mr. Depp even after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
That's really oversimplifying something that's far from simple.
Is it?
Again, Amber was very much in love. So was Johnny. She's telling me that she wants something. Whether or not I agreed to it or not, whether or not I was okay with what was happening, it wasn't my place. If my sister said that she still wanted to be with Johnny and if I could help with that in any way, I was going to support her. I was going to be there for her to support that.
Yeah, you didn't want to contradict your sister, right?
Pardon?
You didn't want to contradict your sister.
I don't know if I'd characterize it that way. I was trying to support my sister the best that I could or knew how or thought she wanted.
And you say you wanted to protect her though, right?
At that point, I don't know if I would categorize it as that. I was just trying to support my sister.
You went to Coachella with your sister for her 30th birthday in 2016, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you were aware, I believe that she and Mr. Depp had fought the night before.
You could turn your microphone on, Ms. Bretterhoff. Okay, withdrawn. All right. You can answer the question. Yeah.
Still turn
Yes,
on
I
your
was
mic.
aware that they had argued the night before.
You didn't see any bruises on Ms. Heard at Coachella that year though, right?
Yeah, she was wearing a lot of makeup.
You didn't see any marks on her?
Not that I can recall.
Didn't notice any swelling, right?
To the best of my recollection, I don't.
And your sister didn't have a working phone on her that day, did she?
No, she didn't.
But you did?
Yes, it did.
And you wanted Mr. Depp to know that Ms. Heard's phone wasn't working, right?
I believe I reached out to him for her, yeah.
And you were encouraging him to reach out to her through you if he was trying to reach her, right?
I believe so at one point, yes.
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her.
I'm sorry?
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her, right?
Sure.
And you wanted them to reconcile, didn't you?
Amber really wanted him there. Despite the fact that they had had a fight the night before, it was very complicated. It was very nuanced. You know, they fought, they got back together. They fought, they loved each other. They hated each
Doesn't
other,
sound
loved
like
each other.
abuse. Does
I
it?
just remember her wanting Johnny to come to Coachella at some point. I wasn't trying to reconcile them. I was just trying to help facilitate.
And you did that even though you were concerned about marks that you say you'd seen on her since at least 2013 and during the course of their relationship, right?
Again, that's really oversimplifying something. We all saw this. We all thought that Johnny,
We saw
would
this
see Johnny
ATM
on the other
machine?
end of this. Because again, when he was sober, things were wonderful. When they weren't, when he wasn't sober, they were terrible, sure, but we all thought that he was just going to get better. We all wanted to just see the other side of that. So yes, sure, if you look at it simply, but it's not simple at all. I don't know how else to answer it.
And this was after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
Yes.
And you knew that they had just had another fight.
Welcome
right?
back.
Thank
Yeah.
you, sir. What I miss?
Whitney's version of the stair incident is
You know who Jennifer
wildly
Howell
different
is,
from
right,
Amber's.
Ms. Enriquez?
I do.
She's the founder of the Art of Elysium nonprofit.
According to
She
her,
is.
Johnny
And you
punched
worked there
Amber
for a time,
multiple
didn't you?
times in the
I did.
face during the
Ooh.
incident.
Around May 2015, you actually moved
Ooh.
in with Ms. Howell, right?
So different than not just Amber's, but everybody's.
15?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you moved out of the penthouses because at that point you and your sister were fighting, right?
It was, yeah, it was around the time that, you know, he had accused me of leaking stories, and that was the impetus of me leaving.
And you testified earlier, I think, that he had asked you to sign an NDA, right?
At some point.
And that was around the same time that he was concerned you were leaking stories about their wedding to the media?
I believe so.
You and Ms. Howell were close?
We were.
Close enough that you lived with her for around a year?
I don't recall if it was that long.
And you confided in Ms. Howell, right?
About some things, yes. She was my friend.
You called her your chosen sister? Ms. Enriquez, you claim to have seen signs of injuries on your sister during the course of her relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
But you never witnessed any incidents that resulted in visible injuries to your sister, right?
Other than the staircase incident? I witnessed that incident. What are you asking me exactly?
You never witnessed any incidents that resulted in signs of injury that you were concerned about over the course of their relationship?
Other than the staircase incident, I did witness that.
No, at no other time when you...
No, that was the only time that I saw him.
And you didn't see what caused any of the injuries you claim to have seen during the course of their relationship, right? Other than the staircase incident.
Yeah, staircase incident is the only one that I saw.
But you have seen your sister.
And how much did she pay you to testify that way?
That was the time, yes, after he hit me.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
I have no redirect.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No, she may be.
Is subject to recall? No.
Afternoon break.
All right, ma'am, you are free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you, okay? Thank you.
This is very interesting. No redirect.
All right.
Our
So there-
next witness, Your Honor, is another deposition designation.
Okay.
And it's going to be,
How long is it?
this particular one is about 45 minutes.
All right, while we go ahead and, it's early, but why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon recess, so that way we can get everything ready for you.
I see a
We'll just
runkle.
take our 15-minute break now, and then we'll come back and have
Yep.
that deposition, okay? So we'll see you in 15 minutes. Don't do any outside research, and don't talk to anybody.
So they got out of the cross quickly. The big impeachment for her comes in the form of that letter that was written. Now, they didn't use that on cross, and there's probably a good reason why they wouldn't try. One, you have to admit the letter, and
So
having
that's
to
45 minutes, and what do you have another?
Yes, then we have another one.
It's another
We have
deposition?
We have a few more.
Okay, so they're both depositions.
Yeah, all the rest of them today are depositions.
Okay, I just want to make
Oh.
sure we don't need
So you're
any
going to try and kill the jury.
items
Yeah.
from that. Okay, that's fine. We'll come back at 3:05 then? Okay, all right, thank you.
So one reason they may not have wanted to cross her on the letters, she didn't write it. So you have to bring it in over a hearsay objection, but it's prior and consistent statements, so that's fine. But she may not authenticate the letter. Oh, I don't recognize this. I don't know what it is. I mean, you've got a hostile witness here. So if they have the ability to get the other person either through calling them in or through video deposition themselves, they can bring her in on rebuttal. I can't remember who wrote the letter. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
No, I missed all of the Whitney stuff. The only thing I knew was that Whitney was the only one that could corroborate the stairs incident, and that there was a lot of other stuff that they wanted to use her for, but I didn't think they would get to it for some of the discovery crap.
Yeah, with the corroboration of the stairs incident, there is a letter written to Whitney by some mutual friend of all theirs, who basically says, you know, that you told me this wasn't true, or that this didn't happen, or that you said this thing otherwise. So there's prior inconsistent statements from Whitney in this letter. So I'm not sure how I would assume they're going to try and enter it. It seems to make the most sense. Like I would be pulling that in as fast as possible. But
well, where's the witness themselves?
Right. And that may be the rebuttal. They may be saving that witness for rebuttal. I don't know. I mean, I can only speculate on what I would be trying to do. But yeah, Whitney was a very dangerous witness because she's the only witness to physical violence alleged that is in this trial. I mean, obviously there's someone at that weird hippie trailer park thing that they did who would have allegedly witnessed the grab, but they didn't call them or have a statement or a video deposition despite knowing their name. And then there'd be the flight attendant, but they didn't call them either, probably because those are really weak stories. But yeah, I don't know that Whitney did a ton of favors here though. That staircase incident was so different. I do not remember Amber testifying at all that Johnny Depp punched her multiple times in that incident.
Well, and then you also get the way that she testifies. Like Josh Drew. So for the morning, they were depositions. I was listening on 2XP trying to catch up. Skipped over most of Rocky's because I thought she was worthless.
Hold on. You're like moving at 2x speed. It's weird. It's like lagging out and then making you go really fast.
Let's try this again. Any better?
Yeah, try one more time. You were good and then it changed.
Okay, so I was trying to listen at 2x speed, trying to catch up. I thought Rocky.
There we go.
I listened to like 5 minutes of that, and it was horrible. I didn't think the jury was going to get anything out of it, so I fast forwarded to Josh Drew. Josh Drew, I mean, the dude's inherently credible, just the way he's acting, the way he's talking. So I thought he did damage to Johnny. But then you watch Whitney take the stand, and she's moving at 100 miles an hour, reading off of a script. I mean, I asked you when I jumped on, when was the last question asked? Like that makes the witness almost inherently incredible.
Right.
So
yeah, your connection got real weird again. Can you try, I hate to ask, can you try disconnecting and reconnecting real quick? Yeah. He was on full robot mode. That was annoying, but it's not his fault, obviously. But gosh, I wonder what the issue is there. Let's see. Stanya Gorez, how many of Amber's friends and family who use Johnny and benefit from him financially are going to testify against him? He was generous to allow all to live at his compounds, and now they turn on him. Yikes, not a good look. Right. And the other unfortunate thing is that does build their credibility a little bit. Sort of. But Andrew Branca suggested, but they don't live there now. So you can go after him that way too. Camden Brewer, it looks like he's posing for his high school picture for the day. Ali Youssef, this guy's sense of self-importance is off the charts. Holy shit. He sounds like a kid from middle school, took an online IQ test and tells everyone he's in Mensa. Yellow Flash 2, this is the kind of simp that brings a hoe the blanket after she's been railed by someone else because she's cold. Yeah, when the sweat starts to dry. Let's see, who else do we have here? Johnny Arbor 07. It's a Murphy Despiel. Amber Heard was doing everyone around her. Well, I don't know about that. Okay, hopefully that clears it up.
All right, third time. Is it a charm?
Oh, that's it. That's that magic.
You know what it was?
What's
I had four LexisNexis tabs open.
Oh. Yeah, that'll eat up some resources.
just a few.
Okay, so tell me about your impressions of Josh Drew, though. You said instantly credible. Did you watch through his testimony, or did you skip it?
I watched through a bunch of it, and the funny thing is, there's a natural weight to the way he testifies. It's not forced. It's not coerced. He seems noticeably kind of uncomfortable saying some things, which is something you kind of like seeing out of a witness. Like they don't really want to be there, but they're also not going to lie to you. So I kind of liked the way he testified. I didn't have any problem with it. And he hurts Johnny Depp's case, but I don't know by how much, because he did testify very openly that there was that 10 or 15-minute window. And he said it repeatedly, you know, I was out of that penthouse for 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but Whitney, man, for the little 2 minutes I saw of her, instantly discounting whatever she said.
Yeah, and it's the problem with Amber Heard's Australia story. It's hyperbolic. I mean, these are what you're alleging happened is horror movie stuff. I mean, very, very scary. And then you're like, yeah, but you know, I got up and made Johnny coffee the next morning, and everybody on earth goes, wait, what the hell is that? Like, I don't buy that your lacerated feet, you walk down the steps dripping blood out of your genitals to go make coffee for the guy who just did this to you. I'm not there. And then the same thing with the stairs incident from Whitney. You know, this thing is March 2015. She alleges that Johnny grabs Amber by the hair and punches her repeatedly in the face until they're able to get separated. Then she swoops Amber into a room and locks her in to keep Johnny away for the rest of the night. And then in October 15, Johnny's attorney on cross brings up, in October 2015, you're trying to help them stay together. Right?
I mean,
like,
and isn't it funny that they both depict themselves as the heroine of their own story?
yes. Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Amber saved Whitney. Whitney saved Amber. But again, it's just crazy. Oh, and she testified that she was basically like a relationship counselor, a mediator between them. And then she says, so you witnessed Johnny hitting your sister, but you are trying to still get them back together. And she's like, well, it's really complicated. It's a nuanced issue. Not for most people. Like, most people are, in my experience, when there's physical abuse, people are like, you need to get the hell out. And the person doesn't take the advice. Like, that's the difference. They don't take the advice. They're like, no, you know, it's not so bad when he's not drinking or whatever. But everybody around them's like, girl, you got to get out of there. You're going to die. And so that was very strange to me. I think it crushed her credibility quite a bit when she told the staircase story.
you want some inside the courtroom info?
Yeah, I want whatever you got.
You do?
Yeah.
I just share. Let me see here.
Okay, let me know when you're ready and I'll pull it up.
Go ahead.
All right, here we go. What's this thing?
That's the jury box.
Oh, okay.
All right, so
I gotta blow this up on my screen. Just on mine. Everybody else should be able to see. Okay, so Asian male, late 20s, early 30s. Asian male, mid 20s, no mask, no mask, mask. African American Indian female, late 30s, early 40s with a mask. Asian female, lots of masks, lots more than I would expect. 4.
It's interesting, and I can't tell if it's masked because they're actually legitimately concerned for the health, or if it's masked because they kind of intentionally want to not show their face to the different parties.
Right.
So I've been trying to give a breakdown of the demographic. It's probably the youngest jury I've ever seen. Like, a lot of average age is a lot of 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
This dude over here hates
Base
Amber.
Polynesian man.
Hates Amber.
Yeah.
When Amber's the witness stand is down here in this corner. So when you see Amber looking at the witness stand, she looks directly over his head, doesn't make eye contact, and looks for these two. Tries to make eye contact there. They've been looking away from her on some occasions, and then she'll go down here to try and find some friendly faces here. This guy she focuses in on, and sometimes her. She doesn't look at him very much because he's the older guy that kind of looks like he wants to murder everyone in the courtroom.
Love that guy already.
Yeah, and then these guys up here, this is our note taker, number one. He's constantly writing notes, doesn't really give a whole lot away. This guy likes to doze off, really checks out during a lot. Now, what's really interesting, though, is when Amber was being crossed, he went ramrod straight and started taking notes, like visibly took the cap off of his pen and started writing.
Sure.
And this guy's a tough read as well. But I was on the phone with James, who's sitting next to Runkle in the courtroom. I talked to him during the lunch break, and he said during that first bit of testimony, the Rocky stuff, everyone was zoned out. They didn't want to be there. They were miserable. All the jurors were kind of looking down, away, twiddling with their thumbs. And when they had that sidebar, which I didn't catch, but they had a sidebar apparently, that our friend Polynesian male was openly conversing with the rest of the jurors. One of them popped a little joke and they were laughing in the box, which is kind of odd. It's just not something you see. So it gives you an indication as how seriously they were taking that testimony. They just don't want to be there. They all perked up for Josh Drew, especially our younger Caucasian male. He was pretty intent on that testimony. So that's kind of the breakdown from the morning.
I can't believe they put all the white people in the front. It seems very racist.
They hid the Asians in the back left corner. It was terrible. But so James wanted a shout out because this kid's been giving me insane details. James.
So this is the dude who was sitting. Yeah, he was sitting next to the DUI guy yesterday. Everybody was asking. James.
That's
okay.
him. I talked to him in the line when we were going there. We talked to him for maybe 3 hours. He has a notebook that if one of the teams is listening to this, if the Depp team is listening to this or the Herd team, I don't really care. Give this kid some money and buy that notebook because he has the most notes on this jury that I've ever seen, and he's really been good at it. But his Twitter is James from Court, and he's been jumping out into the hallway during breaks and tweeting what he's seeing. So.
Okay.
Kid created that Twitter account and he had 20 followers this morning, and I called him and he was like, yeah, man, I'm up to 600. And I was like, you want some more? It's like, I'm going to put you on blast.
James from Court. Well, he's up at 4,416 right now. So there we go. He needs to stop trying to respond to tweets for now, by the way. He needs to.
He needs
to stop doing that immediately. Because he says, okay, been going back inside now. Sorry, I couldn't respond to tweets. My phone has been literally blowing up. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. Lumber Law and Legal Bites Media. Y'all are my idols. Yeah, you can't sit there and do that. Won't work.
You'll go crazy.
But yeah, okay. So that's very interesting. Did he give you? Runkle gave us some insights at the break about how that Josh Drew testimony went. What did James draw any conclusions that he relayed to you?
No, he just said that they were noticeably more aware. I don't know whether they found him credible or incredible. I think that everyone kind of agrees that of Amber Heard's witnesses, he was the most credible.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Runkle mentioned, that he was, they perked up. He seemed very credible. Runkle had heavily adjusted his thoughts on the case, Johnny's chances of success. I feel like he was overweighting the guy's testimony a little bit, because while he may have been credible, like Amber's still the star witness, and I think the jury has to identify with the party before they're going to go ahead and really rule one way or another. And I think Amber did so much damage to herself that it's in a bad spot for her still.
Yeah. I mean, he backed me off. Watching Josh Drew backed me from 65 to about 60% Johnny.
Sure. Yeah, I can see that.
So.
But oh man. So anything else catching your attention lately? I mean, what else are you observing? I know you were down in the courtroom, you were down there the one day, then the next day you guys got sidelined by a bunch of line cutters.
That was so you heard like Nurse Liz had like 12 people come and hold spots for us the entire night, right?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, Nurse Liz got people that dedicated and donated time to hold 3 spots for DUI guy, me, and Runkle for the entire night. Mm-hmm. They did. We got there. We were number 70 and 71 based on the informal count. I mean, it's like Lord of the Flies in that line.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
We should have killed 2 of them then.
Probably. I mean, I didn't. I had a suit on. It was my nice suit. I didn't want to get it like messy, but
right. Oh man, that sucks. But yeah, y'all's coverage from inside the courtroom is invaluable. Having insights on the jury is critical, because that's the one thing you just cannot get from watching outside is, well, how is anybody reacting? We can all project how we think a juror might react, but that's nothing, because who knows who's on your jury. And how people react is going to be the critical question, because they're the ones who decide the case.
Yeah.
So
You also can't get legitimately stared down by Amber Heard, which is uncomfortable.
she's really pissed that you wrote that, or that you made that video.
That's the only conclusion I'm drawing from it. There's no other reason why she's looking at me for a solid 5 seconds and then turning away and then looking back every single sidebar.
Well, we know they're heavily monitoring and trying to manage the PR portion of this. One of the things, I don't know if you saw the beginning of the day, but when Amber Heard came in, she gave a very performative hug to Elaine.
Oh my God.
Because you had mentioned something about there being a spat between the two, is what I heard. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what I mentioned based on a court observer. The funny thing is the people that are in court, they don't have the media wherewithal to just broadcast any of this info. That was something that was known by about 3 rows of the people in that courtroom. And it gets told to me like a week or so after it happens. I'm not even sure. And then I make a single comment on Legal Bites stream, and then it's trending on Twitter. And then Amber Heard is giving the most awkward, uncomfortable hug to her attorney that I've ever seen in a courtroom.
Yeah, it was weird. Okay, so they're back in court here. Real quick, Mike the Dad Crosby says Johnny Depp, medical personnel in person, no visible injuries, employees, no visible injuries, officer depositions, no visible injuries. Amber Heard, past personal friends, visible injuries, photographic evidence, minor injuries, if any. I mean, the injuries are very questionable to me. I think if they just on close lay some of those images over each other and say, these are the same image with different colors, that'd be devastating. They need to just do that.
Yep.
Fubar again says, is there going to be any testimony from Amber's makeup artist? Oh, and cheers to Lady Raggets for putting up with you. She deserves all the cheers. I don't know. I don't know who they're going to call.
Makeup artist is on the list. So is the hairdresser.
Yeah. But I think they have like 40 people on the list, and they're not calling all of them. So we'll have to see where they go with it. My understanding was the makeup artist from the Corden show didn't say anything about the injuries.
Elizabeth Mars.
That's my understanding as well.
M-A-R-Z.
M-A-R-Z. Thank you.
Elizabeth Mars.
I think this is the makeup artist.
Please state your full name for the record.
Elizabeth Ray Mars.
Between the time that you lived in New York, so let's say 2007, 2008 through 2015, 16, how many times would you estimate that you saw Ms. Heard?
Turn it up a bit.
I don't remember. More than 4 times?
No.
I have a really bad joke. Your chat's not going to, your chat might appreciate.
15 and
She looks like she's cast in like a 60s porn.
Ms. Pennington
Like right here.
Yeah, we were pretty close. Pretty close.
In your
like to
previous
ask you
testimony,
some
I'll represent
questions.
to you.
See if we can
Courtroom casting couch.
a little
July
deeper.
of 2016, you would communicate with Ms. Pennington weekly.
I don't remember. Maybe at that time, perhaps we were communicating. Like I said, there were moments where we were communicating weekly or daily.
You'd agree with me that you would remember something as significant as one of your girlfriends telling you, somebody you've known since Texas when you were young girls, you would remember if Ms. Heard told you that her husband or fiance or boyfriend was beating her. You would remember that, correct? And your testimony is that you only lived at the Eastern Columbia building in February of 2016 for 2 weeks.
It was around 2 weeks. I don't know the
There's no
specific amount
answer.
of time, but it was
Some of the
definitely
editing.
a little over 2 weeks, less than a month. And yes,
And when you stayed at the Eastern Columbia building, did you stay in one of the penthouses?
yes.
Okay. And did you understand that that penthouse was owned by Mr. Depp at the time?
I assumed it was, yes.
And for what purpose did you go
Oh, we're losing clothes.
on May 21st, 2016?
Teleporting into
to
and out of
assist
stuff.
Raquel and getting ready for a bead show that she was going to be doing the following day.
Did you ever see
Going
Mr.
to the
Depp
bead show.
be violent towards anyone?
I experienced him that night as like I was scared of him. So that's all I can say from the moment that the one interaction I had with him that night, it was
frightening to me. His behavior was frightening to me.
No, she wouldn't wear makeup?
I mean, I don't think of her as someone who wears a lot of makeup. No.
Yeah, you've known her a long time.
Right.
She's never been somebody that wears a lot of makeup, correct?
Exactly. Unless she's going to something that she needs to put makeup on for.
Right.
The
But other
editing
than
on this
that,
is
she's
terrible.
usually bare-faced and beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's your recollection, your best recollection.
Oh, look at that
Miss Pennington
face.
Was with you in Penthouse 5 and never left with Miss Heard before Miss
Can't tell if she's mad or constipated.
Correct.
So you hear some type of commotion. You don't know where it's coming from, correct?
It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like it's coming from it. We hear commotion, and then it feels like it's getting closer and closer and closer.
Did it sound like voices, or did it sound like destruction?
It sounded like voices and destruction.
That the door was abruptly opened, correct?
Abruptly opened.
Okay, so you hear the commotion. It feels like it's getting closer and closer. What happened next?
Then, soon after the door slammed open and Johnny came like bursting through the door.
Who opened the door?
Johnny.
Okay. Was Johnny alone?
There was the two men behind him, following him.
So Johnny opens the door. He's got his two,
He
what
burst
we'll
open the
assume
door.
are his
Get it right.
bodyguards with him. What happens next?
So it all happened very fast. The door kind of burst open and he came in very, just from my perspective, really under the influence of something, drugs or alcohol, because he was very sloppily,
I don't even know when this
he looked
is.
wasted. He was holding a very large bottle of wine, looked like some sort of like a Magnum bottle of wine, which was kind of spilling all over the place. And as he opened the door, what I remember what he mumbled was, "Get your bitch out of here." And I just remember it all happened very fast, like the door slamming, him saying, "Get your bitch out of here," the wine, that whole, his whole being really frightened me. It almost felt like he was coming towards me from my perspective. Whether he was coming towards me or not, it scared me.
I think this is the March 16th,
Past
the
him.
incident at the penthouse.
You said Mr. Depp appeared to be either drunk or high. Is that correct?
He seemed to be intoxicated.
Okay. Is that different than drunk?
No, I guess. Yeah, he definitely seemed like he was under the influence of something.
And on May 21st, 2016, how was Mr. Depp's demeanor different?
It was much more sloppy and all over the place and frightening and combative. Felt very angry. He felt angry. And yeah.
And when you say combative, what was combative specifically about his demeanor?
Just the way he burst through the room, just very forcefully and rushed in very quickly to the point that it made me want to get past him and run out very quickly. Like it wasn't an invite. It was very, it was intense.
Okay. So Mr. Depp comes through the door to Penthouse 5 and you hear him say something to the effect of, "Get your bitch out of here," correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you ran out immediately thereafter?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Depp spill any wine in Penthouse 5 before you ran out?
Yes.
How much wine did you see him spill?
I don't remember.
Some.
The entire bottle?
Not the entire bottle.
I mean, this is Vasquez crossing her. So these two chicks, you can imagine, hate each other in this moment.
Wine that was coming out.
Yeah.
Would you say that being sloppy is different than being combative?
Yeah, I would say sloppy and combative are two different things.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was on May 21st, 2016, both combative and sloppy, correct?
Yeah, I would describe it that there was a little bit of both. Yes.
Some sloppy
combative
combat?
and sloppy.
Was he more sloppy than he was combative?
It felt more combative. than sloppy.
And just to clarify, the only thing that was combative
Didn't
was
she just say the reverse?
the words he was speaking?
No, it was completely the way he entered into the room, rushed in, his energy, the way it felt like he was coming after me, like he almost felt like from where I was standing, it felt like he was charging towards me, and I was scared, and it was.
He's like, she wasn't a police officer. Oh my God.
It felt, combative. It felt. I'm trying to look for another word that can describe what I felt, but it was.
This is the worst acting performance I've ever
It
seen.
was scary. My heart was beating really fast, very quickly, and I was freaked out.
The story is
Okay,
just
so after you exchanged
devoid
some
of
text messages with Miss Pennington, you came out of the
credibility.
hiding spot
Like, doesn't
and
feel
then went to
true at all.
Miss
Like,
Even from the
That-
voice and the words and the smiles and the smirks, like
who
nothing
was
about it.
one when you got out of the hiding spot and came to Penthouse One.
I mean, it was Josh, Raquel, Amber, and I were the people that were at some point in there during that time.
Do you remember the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident?
I remember seeing her after that incident, and it was in that apartment.
In Penthouse One.
Correct.
So the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident on May 21st, 2016 was in Penthouse One. What do you recall seeing, the first thing you saw when you saw Miss Heard?
I just remember she looked really upset and disheveled, and her hair was a mess, and she had a swollen face. She had a red swollen face.
Okay. Had you ever seen Miss Heard cry before May 21st, 2016?
I don't think so. Not that I can remember.
Okay. What side of her face was swollen?
I think it was her right side of her face.
Do you have an independent recollection that it was the right side of her face that was swollen?
no, I'm going
I'm
off
taking
pictures I
myself back
looked
there
at.
and trying to remember like where I was standing versus, you know what I mean? I think it was, I think looking at her, it was on my left and her right side.
Okay. So let's talk about her hair seemed disheveled. Is that what you said? Her hair was disheveled.
Mm-hmm.
Was she crying?
Yeah, there was definitely tears.
Was she animated?
Yeah, she was visibly really upset.
So visibly
Most damning
very
evidence
upset
is that she was crying because we
means
know she can't
what?
fake
She was
that.
crying. Okay. And what else?
Tears, sadness, felt like confusion, felt like those were the main things. that were
Would you
happening.
describe? What did Mr. Drew say, if anything?
I don't remember him saying what he said. I think everybody was just shaken up.
So soon after you went into Penthouse One, you remember some police officers coming. To
I
Penthouse One.
remember there was police officers in the hallway.
Was Miss Heard icing her face after the incident, but before the police arrived?
I think so.
Who gave her the ice?
Notice she keeps looking more and more pissed off because Vasquez is just beating her to crap in the depot.
Who gave her the ice? No testimony from ICE from anybody else
No.
at this incident.
So you were in Penthouse
That's a
One
good
when
question.
the police came.
Yeah.
How do you know that they came? What did you hear? What did you see?
Because they said the police are here. So I
Who said
remember. I don't remember.
She's a
Again,
self-love
this is a very
empowerment
long time
coach.
ago, so
Oh, kill
specific
me.
Details are going to be really hard for me to remember. I just knowing that police were there in the hallway, 2 of them.
And in February, when you lived at the penthouse for a few weeks, you didn't hear or see any abuse by Mr. Depp towards Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
And did you go to Amber and Johnny's penthouse thereafter, or where did you go? next?
So I just remember at some point ending up, yes, at some point we were in their penthouse afterwards in Johnny and Amber's. At some point we went over there.
And did you go over there, you think, after the police came?
It was after the first 2 police officers came.
Okay. Do you remember glass on the floor?
At this point in time, I don't remember what I saw. I don't remember if it was cleaned up by the time I got there or if there was glass on the floor when I walked in.
Do you recall seeing wine?
If what was
spilled?
cleaned up?
I recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway, like a lot of wine spilled in the hallway.
When do you recall seeing the wine spilled in the hallway?
At some point in the night, maybe after, before. I recall, I don't remember specifically, but I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway. I remember that being one of the things that I saw that was part of the destruction of whatever happened.
Okay, so the police come and you stayed in penthouse 1.
Correct.
Okay. It was after the police officers left that you went to penthouse 3, correct? Where Amber and Johnny lived?
Correct.
Recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway?
I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway, yeah.
Okay. And you saw the wine after the police officers came, correct?
I think so.
Did Miss Pennington take any photographs of the scene?
I remember Raquel taking photographs of Amber's face.
Okay. And now going to your description of Miss Heard's face, you said it was the right side of her face. You said it was what? Swollen and red?
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Correct. Yeah, it was swollen and red.
Was any part of her face more swollen than others?
It was around her eye.
Had bruising developed already?
No, it was red and swollen.
Okay. So you did not see any bruising on Miss Heard's face the evening of May 21st, 2016, correct?
I saw a red, swollen, puffy face.
Okay. And
Puffy
just
face.
on the right side, correct?
Correct.
But wasn't it your testimony, Ms. Mars, that you were inside penthouse 1 when the first police officers came to the scene?
Correct.
And how much time do you estimate they spent in the penthouses?
I don't remember. The second group of officers, there was 2 sets of officers that came. The second set of officers that I actually
Wait, penthouse
was in
1.
the apartment in PH3, I think it was.
Did you hear about
Isn't that the setup?
either Ms. Heard, Mr. Drew, or Ms. Pennington cleaning anything that Mr. Depp allegedly destroyed?
I don't remember, but I do remember that I'm pretty sure that Josh was helping to clean up before I got into I remember that knowing that the place was cleaned up before I entered in there.
Before you entered into where?
Into the main apartment.
So you recall Josh, Drew cleaning up before you entered penthouse 3. What was he cleaning up exactly?
I just remember by the time that I had gotten into that apartment that someone had cleaned up the glass and the wine that was on the floor.
Do you recall who told you that penthouse 3 had been cleaned up?
No one specifically told me. It was, what I was expressing is that it was cleaned up before I got there for the most part. I just remember that for the most part. From what I don't remember.
To clarify, Ms. Mars, when you came into penthouse 3, after the police officers, the first set of police officers came and left, you did not see silver candlesticks, candelabra sticks, broken on the floor, baskets of fruit that had been on the kitchen island, fruit everywhere, baskets on the ground, containers holding the spoons and forks, kitchen utensils spilled, a lamp, a little statue thing broken in penthouse 5. I'm sorry, penthouse 3.
Now that I'm reading this, I'm sort of remembering that there was like some stuff that had like something that had been broken, like a little like the statue thing kind of sounds familiar to me now that I'm reading this. But again, I don't remember when I walked in I don't remember this being on the floor.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing.
Okay. So you don't remember seeing it?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember. But again, as I'm reading this statue, when I see the statue, I there's something that's like, oh, maybe, yeah, I feel like I remember there was some things that were broken, but I don't specifically remember what they were.
You did not witness
I
firsthand?
didn't
what?
firsthand anything. I didn't witness firsthand Johnny abusing Amber.
But do you recall testifying to that effect, that Johnny charged at you and then you were scared?
He charged towards me and I was scared. I ran past him.
You didn't run past him because he told everyone in that penthouse to get out of his penthouse?
I ran past him because he ran into the unit and it scared the shit out of me because he was wasted and screaming. So that's why I ran out. If there's a grown-ass man coming at you and saying, get your bitch out of here, and swaying a magnum-sized bottle of wine, I'm sure, I don't know what anyone do. I can't say what anyone do, but I ran out.
And will you just remind us what side of Miss Heard's face you recall the marks being on May 21st, 2016?
So we switched to the other
The right side of her face.
team
Do
now.
you feel indebted to Miss Heard in any way?
The editing on this one is particularly
Have you ever
worse
done Miss Heard's
than
makeup?
others.
You testified
Agreed.
earlier today that Miss Heard often, in the times you saw her, would not be wearing makeup. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it possible in some of those times that she was wearing the type of makeup we ladies sometimes use to not appear as though we're wearing makeup?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell whether or not she was wearing basic concealer or foundation.
Correct.
Talk to me about the loud noises. What did you hear?
Yeah, just
We ladies.
screaming, yelling, doors slamming, commotion.
Could you tell whether the screaming and the yelling was a male voice or a female voice?
From what I can remember, male.
And could you tell where the screaming and the yelling was coming from?
It felt like it was started farther down the hallway, and then it was coming like closer. So essentially, I mean, I don't know, but it could have been the hallway.
And so after you start hearing the screaming and the yelling and the door slamming and the commotion, you testify that Mr. Drew got up and went to the door?
Yeah.
What did Mr. Drew do?
He was
He valiantly protected
kind
us.
of pacing by the door and looking through the peephole.
Does Mr. Drew, to your
And what happened
experience, have experience looking through
And then
peepholes?
the door like burst open and Johnny came charging in and screamed, again, holding the magnum-sized bottle of wine, flailing it around, looked intoxicated, kind of stumbling, and screamed, get your bitch out of here, as he ran in my direction. And I was scared. It was very frightening and just scary and unexpected. And so I just darted out past him and ran up towards the pool gym area and hid there.
Prior to the night of May 21, 2016, had a man ever charged at you holding a magnum bottle of wine, screaming profanities?
Objection.
And what was your reaction to this event when it happened on May 21, 2016?
Fear.
Besides the screaming and the door slamming and the wine waving, do you recall anything else about Mr. Depp's actions that evening? During that moment, I guess I should say.
Nah.
Just erratic. I would describe it as erratic behavior.
Was anyone else with Mr. Depp when he charged into Penthouse 5?
Behind him were two men.
What about Ms. Heard?
No.
What about Ms. Pennington?
No.
So you testified that after Mr. Depp burst into the apartment and started charging towards you, that you darted out and hid in, I believe it's a communal exercise area, is that correct?
Yeah, I darted out and went up the stairs and hid somewhere over by there.
Why did he
Why did you
charge
hide?
into this apartment if no one's there?
Sorry, say again. Why did you hide?
Because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
I just didn't know what he would do. I didn't know what he would do.
This is a big story to try to pull together on clothes.
I'm not even convinced. I don't even know what the story
area?
is. Johnny Depp burst in on her alone.
That I was, I
For
mean, I
what?
just remember being scared and not wanting to leave that area until like I was clear that I wasn't going to be attacked.
And at some point, did you leave the area?
Yes.
And what prompted you to leave the area?
A text with Raquel, just telling her to come to her and Josh's apartment.
And did you do as Ms. Pennington said and go to her and Josh's apartment?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember what you were thinking as you were sort of coming out of your hiding spot and walking towards the penthouses again?
I think the whole thing was just bizarre, like really frightening and bizarre to me. I don't specifically remember what I was thinking other than like, holy shit, what the fuck just happened, you know? And
I think we're all kind of wondering
is
that
he
right
gone? Maybe I was thinking that. I don't remember specifically.
And when you say, is he gone, who's the he you're referring to there?
Johnny.
When you got to Ms. Pennington's and Mr. Drew's penthouse, who'd you see? Who was there?
I don't remember who was specifically there when I first walked in, but throughout the time being in there in that moment, definitely Amber, Raquel, and Josh. And maybe like just by peeping into the hallway, one of the police officers.
When you saw Ms. Heard after you came back down from your hiding spot and you're in Mr. Drew's and Ms. Pennington's apartment, how did she look?
She looked frazzled and just completely disheveled. Her hair was all over the place. She had a swollen face, looked like she had been crying, and yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you think the swollen face was a result of her having been crying?
No.
What do you think it was a result of?
It looked like she had been like hit in some way. Like it was not from crying. She had markings on her face.
How many people
Were
have
the
you
marks
seen
that
who
you
have been
saw
hit?
in Ms. Heard's face after you came down from your hiding spot present when you had been hanging out with her earlier in the day?
No.
You testified earlier today that you witnessed some, I believe it was Ms. Pennington or Mr. Drew, take some photos of Ms. Heard's face. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'd like to mark what will be Mars Exhibit 13. Ms. Mars, as the court reporter hands you Exhibit 13, I'll represent to you that these were some photos taken on the night of May 21st, 2016. So if you turn to the second photo in the set, do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is it?
Amber.
And do you see any marks on her face in this photograph?
Yes.
And do these marks look like the marks that you saw in person on her face on the evening of March 21, 2016?
Yes.
And just to clarify, these marks were not on her face when you saw Ms. Heard earlier that same afternoon and were helping Ms. Pennington make beads.
Correct.
There are other photos in this set. Why don't we turn back to the first one? Some broken frames on a bed. Do you know?
They're not
what
broken.
picture
Oh, this
is of?
drives me nuts. None of them are
Yeah,
broken
I mean,
or
this
even
is
cracked.
Amber and Johnny's bed, and there's photographs on it.
So I take it that you've seen Amber and Johnny's bedroom before.
Yes.
Do you recall
In what
whether you went
capacity?
into Mr. Depp's and Ms. Heard's bedroom that night?
No.
No, you don't recall, or no, you didn't?
No, I don't recall.
The next photo on the set is the picture of Miss Heard. Just after that, there's a photo, you're with me, of what appears to be a hallway. Are you with me?
Yes.
Do you recognize what this is an image of?
Yes.
What is it an image of?
It's the hallway between all the penthouse apartments.
So you've been on this hallway many times.
Yes.
Do you see the sort of red staining on the right-hand corner of the page?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that red staining the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was wine.
So you saw that staining on the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
Do you recall whether it was there when you arrived in the afternoon?
I don't remember seeing it, no.
So when was the first time you remember seeing it?
I think when I came out of my hiding spot and came downstairs back into the
I think they just brought her on to say hiding spot as many times as possible.
But you didn't see the wine get spilled?
Not this, no.
You saw other wine get spilled?
I saw, yeah, as he was, and when he came in the apartment, when he was flailing the wine.
And the he there is?
Johnny.
Then the last photo in this set appears to be of some picture frames hanging on the wall. Do you see that?
Yes, I think it's in Amber and Johnny's apartment, I think. But again, I don't remember if it's in her studio. I don't know.
Do you recall seeing this photo in one of the penthouses before?
Yes.
And when you saw it, was it broken?
No.
And what, if anything, do you remember about Miss Pennington's state?
Also distraught, upset.
You'd been friends with Miss Pennington for many years at that point, correct?
Correct.
Had you ever seen her similarly distraught?
Not
Once.
similarly, but seen her sad.
We ran out of life cereal.
But have you ever seen her have the same reaction that she had that evening?
No.
So you also testified that you saw Mr. Drew in his and Miss Pennington's penthouse. What, if anything, do you remember about Mr. Drew's state?
I just remember him being just a grounding energy, just trying to be supportive to Amber and to Raquel, and just really trying to be like the man in the situation that was going to like really be grounded amongst like women that were sort of like frightened and sort of a little more frantic. He was very grounded and very like clear, and I remember like feeling safe with him. Like he was, it was like protection.
You testified earlier today that, quote, there are some things that I really remember and some things that are a little shady, end quote. Which bucket do the marks that you saw on Miss Heard's face on the
I really remember those.
2016 fall into? The things that were a little shady, or the things that you really remember?
That I really remember.
They've done that like with 4 different witnesses. Like, how are you allowed to bolster
Your
that
Honor,
like
is
that?
Melanie Iglesias, and that is
How
also
many
by
more witnesses
video.
are
And
they
I will
gonna
say
call?
that begins with Ms.
Uh,
Vasquez questioning first, and then then
I don't know how many more today,
If you
Tom.
spell it last
Sorry,
name,
I'll turn you up.
it's
You're quiet. Here we go.
INGLESSIS.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I had you. You were turned down in StreamYard. I got you turned up now. I don't know how many they're
State
gonna.
your name and address for the record.
Oh,
My name is Melanie Iglesias. And Ms. Iglesias.
Whoops, it's me first.
I'm a makeup artist. And you, in fact, are a professional makeup artist, correct? Correct. When did you
so this is a
first
makeup
meet
artist who
Amber
testified she
Heard?
didn't see shit.
April 2015.
That's why
And
she's
what was the
noticed by the
occasion?
defense here.
Tribeca Film Festival in New York. And were you providing makeup services for her on that occasion? Correct. Okay. And did you become friends with Amber Heard after that? I did. Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I recall seeing this on the kitchen of the penthouse. When you enter, they have a bar kitchenette to the left, and that was there. Yes.
But when you came to the penthouse after Amber had texted you, whether it was that night or the next day, you saw this in the kitchen. Is that correct? Painted?
Lack of foundation.
And so you do recall being there that evening?
I do recall being there. You know, my only concern with all of this is that was it the day before or during another incident? But it says, if my text said I was there the night before, then I was there the night before.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what is depicted in this photo?
Well, it's a bed. It looks like, I mean, it's a very tight picture of the bed, but it's a bed.
And do you recall seeing this the night of December 15 with the broken part of the bed?
Upstairs, yes.
Okay. And when you say upstairs, what do you mean?
Well, her bed, the bedroom was upstairs.
And the downstairs had the kitchen with the writing. Do you remember where the other property that you
So
saw
this lady is
was?
testifying
Was that
for
downstairs or
Amber.
upstairs?
Okay.
The property that was damaged. Was that upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
All right, and just so I'm clear, you recall damage to the bed, is that correct?
And asked and answered.
On December 16, 2015, did you return to Amber Heard's penthouse?
Yes.
And why did you come to Amber Heard's penthouse on December 16?
It was the James Corden show. She had an appearance, so I went back to work.
And when you arrived at the penthouse on December 16, please describe for me what you observed about Amber Heard's face and any injuries.
When I came to the penthouse on December 16 to do Amber's makeup, she had injuries. She had two light, like, I don't know how, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a medical expert. I don't know how I would describe them, but it could have looked like somebody had headbutted her lightly. So she had a discoloration here under both eyes and on the bridge of the nose. And she had what I would call a split lip or something on the lip, like a gash or a split lip.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this photo as being Amber Heard's head?
Yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for me what this photo is showing?
It's showing a chunk of missing hair.
And what, if anything, did you observe on December 16 about Amber Heard missing a chunk of hair?
It doesn't look
I
like a
remember
chunk of
this
hair is
because
missing to me.
She showed it to us.
It looks like a swirl, like on the top of the head.
I looked at it.
Okay. And can you describe what is depicted right along her scalp there?
I don't know.
Do you recall that there was some bruising along the scalp and some pus, for lack of a better word?
I don't recall.
Leading.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes.
And who is that?
This is Amber Heard.
Okay. And were you just described what you saw on the 16th with respect to Amber Heard's injuries. Does this accurately depict what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Exhibit 16. Again, do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes.
And who is that?
Amber Heard.
Okay. And
I do think it's
does
interesting
this picture
'cause
reflect the injuries?
I think when the
that
jury
you
looks at
saw
this,
on Amber Heard on December
at least when I look
16,
at this,
2015.
Yes.
I don't think that's me. That's just coincidence.
And then I'm going to ask you to take a look at one more of those, and that is Exhibit 17.
But
And I'm going to ask again.
when I look
Ms.
at these
Iglesias,
photos,
do
I
you
don't
recognize
see
the person in this
the
picture?
injuries
Maybe to
being
try to move it
described.
along. Is it Amber Heard?
No. And in
I
the
wonder what
UK,
Yes.
In the UK, she testifies to seeing
And
one bruise, a singular bruise, multiple
reflect
times.
what you saw
This time it's two.
well on December 16, 2015.
I can only imagine the jury's looking at this
Now,
going,
do you also recall there being an injury to
maybe
Amber Heard's lip?
Correct.
And Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 19. And do you recognize the person in this photograph as Amber Heard?
Yes.
And does this picture accurately reflect what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, could you please describe what you did by way of makeup to prepare Amber Heard for the James Corden show on December 16, 2015?
Yes. We covered, I just did makeup, but just a little heavier where it needed. So we covered, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer, one that has a little more of a peach undertone, which I would normally don't use on Amber, but peach to cancel blue. So I did that under the eyes. And although Amber always, has a red lip, is one of the signature look, I remember clearly talking that we had no other option that night, but then to use a red blood, like a really red lipstick to, make sure we could cover up the injuries on the lip.
that's not how lip injuries
Were
go.
you able to
though.
cover all of the injuries with the makeup that you applied and as you just described?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, if you could look
If
at
the lip
what has been
doesn't
marked
get
as exhibit
more
number
red
22, do you
or less-
recognize Amber Heard in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the picture of her? Is this a picture of her that evening,
I'll be right back,
December
gentlemen. Gotta
16,
go to the bathroom.
2015 on the James Corden show?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you
Thank
observe
God he's
on
gone.
the
Am I right,
difference
chat?
in Amber Heard's
Am I right?
demeanor before the show and then on the show?
That she had the ability to, turn it on, that she, the ability to do her job and perform how she was supposed to perform on the show.
And prior to Amber going on the show and while you were working with her on her makeup, how would you describe
Tommy
Amber's
made the chat very mad.
mood and demeanor?
Angry,
Oh, chat-
sad, a little
Chat loves me.
erratic, I think through waves of emotions,
Do you recall someone named Ms. McMillan having any role in helping to prepare Amber Heard for that James Corden show that night, December 16?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Samantha was a stylist. Samantha was there the day of the James Corden show, as she was always there to get her ready before an appearance or show.
And did Samantha work on Amber before or after you were applying the makeup?
I don't know if she worked on Amber, but when I entered the Penthouse 5, Samantha was there with Amber. So Samantha was there before I entered the penthouse.
And do you recall whether Samantha was hugging Amber when you came in?
I recall opening the penthouse. So there's two penthouses. There's a penthouse where she gets ready. So Amber at the penthouse where Samantha gets her ready, where all Amber's clothes is. If I recall properly, that's the penthouse that I enter first, just to say hi before I would go set up in the other penthouse. And my recollection is when I enter, Amber was crying, looked pretty upset on Samantha's shoulder, or they were like, I don't know if hugging is the right way, but they would definitely had a moment where they were together and Amber looked really upset.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask just a couple more questions about the makeup that you applied on Amber on December 16, 2015 for the James Corden show. I think you said that you had applied some concealer and that you had some peach undertones with it to cancel out some blue. Did I hear that correctly? I was asking about, I wrote down that you said
There are
that you
3
had
total
applied
women on the jury, and none of them wore makeup.
concealer. You had some peach undertones to cancel blue. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So what type of concealer did you apply to Amber? And if you use different color tones, can you please describe why you used the color tones you did?
I used a different kind of concealer that I would normally use on Amber, which I used a concealer that had peach undertone. Peach undertone concealer are more effective to cover any darkness of blue undertone than a normal concealer.
Okay.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard typically wore?
Objection,
Yes.
Dagan.
Can you please describe?
Yes, she's pretty natural. She has a concealer from a company called, she used to have a concealer from a company called Clé de Peau. Her makeup would be pretty simple, concealer and a little benefit tint that she used on her lips and she used on her cheeks. Very natural.
It had a natural look to it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But there was,
I'm going to call
she did
bullshit
wear
on that cheek.
concealer and what you described, correct?
Do you mean in her daily life or that night?
In her daily life.
Yes, she has a concealer that she uses all the time, and she has a couple of products that she uses all the time, daily. Yes, well, I mean daily. Yes, as far as I know.
And do you feel confident in what you described that you saw that day of Amber Heard's injuries? And I'm talking about December 16, 2015.
1,000%, without a doubt. Because I just don't remember, you know, it's 5 years ago. I don't remember the exact date.
And could you describe Amber Heard's demeanor in those days before and
What's the
after
jury makeup? How
filing
many
for divorce
males versus females on the jury?
violence restraining order?
3 females,
An area
the rest
of
men.
different emotion,
2 of
you know, from,
two of somebody will be
I mean,
alternates.
definitely
What age?
sadness
Are they
to
older,
not
younger?
divorce to
I'm just
divorce,
gonna have to-
younger.
anger,
Yeah.
to being really upset, to being really sad. So it was just a roller coaster of emotion that I think we were all there those couple of days to help navigate and go through it.
I take it from your response today, you still feel very emotional about this. It's very difficult for you, isn't it?
It's not difficult for me, no. But
Then why were you crying?
Remind me at the time how I felt. Yes.
When did you first tell Ms. Heard that you
Back to Camille, thank God.
Yep.
were no longer interested in having her as a client and being friends with her?
That phone call.
Which
About a
phone
month
call?
ago.
How was it said?
Well, I just told Amber that, you know, I wish her well and I just have no interest in continuing a relationship, whatever.
Why?
Work-wise or friendship-wise.
But is there a specific reason other than the birth of your child and the postpartum issues that you described, both as a
No.
client and Ms. Iglesias? What was your impression of Mr. Depp when you first met him?
Lovely.
You thought he was lovely?
Yeah.
Was each of the, well, let me ask the backup question. Did you interact with Mr. Depp?
Nobody is still
How many
Amber
times
Heard's
did you interact with Mr. Depp?
friend.
Through, you mean all in all?
Oh, yes, the entirety of your interactions. How many were there, approximately?
5, maybe less than 10. Maybe, yeah.
And would you describe all your interactions with Mr. Depp as, quote, lovely?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp act in a violent manner?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see him kick Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw an object at Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp slap Miss Heard?
No.
Punch her?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp kick Miss Heard?
No.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Iglesias, that you never saw Mr. Depp be physically abusive towards Miss Heard?
Correct.
And you never saw Mr. Depp cause any injuries to Miss Heard, correct?
Did I ever saw him causing any injuries? No.
And so any injuries that you claim to have seen on Miss Heard, you don't know one way or another how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
The only source of information that you have is Miss Heard's own words, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear Mr. Depp and Miss Heard having a fight on the phone?
I was there. I was present in the room.
But just to confirm, could you hear Mr. Depp's voice?
No.
So fair to say that the only voice you heard was Miss Heard's, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know what Mr. Depp said to Miss Heard on that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any other occasions where you witnessed a fight between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, or heard about an incident or a fight between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, other than the three that we've now discussed?
I would say every time. I would say that during my friendship with Amber, before she filed for divorce, which, I mean, timeline, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half, it was always some conflict, some fight, some physical fights, some verbal fights, some kind of problem, it's always was a problem, a problematic. It was a very consuming.
Sounds like just a lovely relationship that everyone wanted to keep
It
them
was
in.
all consuming about that relationship. It was a very consuming friendship. And hence, that's why I decided not to continue it.
But you yourself, Ms. Iglesias, didn't witness any of these altercations, fights, arguments, correct? Between Mr. Depp. I think you testified that you interacted with Mr. Depp less than 10 times. When you did interact with Mr. Depp, was Ms. Heard present each of those times?
All of those times.
Did you find him particularly loving towards Ms. Heard?
No, not particularly, no.
And during these interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, at that time, you were aware that Mr. Depp allegedly was abusing Ms. Heard, correct?
Well, most of the interaction that I had was towards the end of 2015, right? I'm assuming, so I was not fully aware yet of, I guess, the seriousness of their fight, if I can say so. I think, most of the time I saw them together was towards the end of before December 15. So Thanksgiving, that time, and Amber's, I think, birthday, I'm getting into the date. So the few times that I saw Mr. Depp was before I understood the seriousness of the fight.
Understanding, again, came from Ms. Heard only, correct?
Well, Ms. Heard and some of her friends, yes.
Who were some of her friends?
Rocky Pennington, Io, Twillett, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, Josh, Drew, the people that were leaving, her sister, Whitney. Those were the core group.
You said you spent Thanksgiving with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Was that in Thanksgiving, November 2015?
Yes.
correct, because they were divorced by May 2016, so yes.
Oh God, kill me.
How would you describe that evening?
Awkward,
Why?
because Marilyn Manson was there?
Did you know Marilyn Manson?
No, but this was an awkward Thanksgiving sitting there. It was quite intimate. So sitting, yeah, it was just awkward. He's just an awkward being, and it's just awkward to be around. So it was an
Yes.
awkward evening.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having any type of disagreement or fight that evening?
Disagreement, maybe, like a disagreement.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, there was, it was such a small, intimate surrounding that you pick up on things.
I hate you, Tom.
And so I could tell that it was awkward. It was just awkward. I think Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson disappeared for a while. Then everybody was at the table, so they was wondering where they were. It was just awkward.
And you're pretty sure they had a fight because Ms. Heard told you after the fact that they had a fight, correct? Because you did not witness Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard having any type of fight the evening of Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Iglesias, do you have an independent recollection of going to the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles on December 15th, 2015?
I have an independent recollection of going to the penthouse before one of the incidents. And at the time, I couldn't recall if it was the day before the James Corden or the day before the phone incident. So and that is what I made sure I needed to remember, that it was the day before.
Tom, are you playing white or black?
Yes. Does that make sense? So I knew I had
He's playing
come
white
a
because he's
day
racist.
before- a day before one of the two biggest fights that, and I wasn't sure if it was that day or that day, but it was December 15th.
And sitting here today, you're still not sure if you went to the penthouse on December 15th, 2015, or if it was the day before the May incident in 2016. Okay. And when you went to the penthouse on December 15th, I believe you testified before that you didn't see any injuries on Amber Heard that evening, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall seeing any injuries on Amber that night.
Do you recall if Ms. Pennington was at the penthouse that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall if anybody else was at the penthouse that evening?
I don't recall.
But you do remember Ms. Heard being there and Ms. Pennington, correct?
Correct.
Check.
You're there. You're quiet. I'll bring
Did you
you
take
up.
any photographs of Ms. Heard?
Oh wait, no, you are up.
The evening of December 15, 2016?
No.
Do you recall being present when any photographs of Ms. Heard were taken on December 15, 2015?
I don't recall.
Do you remember being present when photographs of Ms. Heard's injuries were taken on December 16th, 2015?
No.
And did you take any pictures of Ms. Heard and her injuries on December 16th, 2015?
No.
So I don't want to take up the time of showing you all the photographs Ms. Bredehoff showed you earlier today, but there were a number of exhibits.
Several people are apparently leaving the courtroom and walking around to try and wake back up.
14 through 20
Yeah, this
that you were shown
is
earlier
brutally
this morning.
boring.
Just to confirm, you didn't take any of those photographs, correct?
Not on my phone, not with my phone, and I do not recall taking Amber's or Rocky's phone to take those pictures. No, definitely not with my phone. I do not recall taking physically myself those pictures. No, I don't recall.
Would it be normal for Ms. Heard to have makeup on her face before you arrived to do her makeup ahead of an appearance?
it would be normal for Amber to have concealer on, a little of that tint there, yes, because it is quite normal for Amber to wash her face. She always likes to wash her face before the makeup with the product that she likes, do a toner, you know.
Nick, did you see James's tweet that he's sitting next to Whitney Hurd?
And then wash her face and start
No.
clean.
But you don't remember one way or another whether Ms. Hurd had a fresh face with toner and moisturizer on before when you arrived on December 16th, 2015, correct?
No, I don't recall.
Would she usually wash her face and go through that process in front of you?
Yes, I mean in front of me in her bathroom, but you know we were close, so it wouldn't be abnormal for me to be chit-chatting with her while she cleaned her face. And you know, I don't think specifically in front of me or not in front of me, but yeah, I mean she would wash her face in the bathroom, which is adjacent to where we get her ready.
And I want to be really specific. So based on your best recollection, what injuries did you see on Ms. Hurd on December 16th, 2015?
Amber had a slight discoloration on both eyes and on the top of the bridge of the nose. And hold on, and I do believe the right eye had a little more of a gash right there. It wasn't that strong, it wasn't that swollen, but it was definitely some blue and yellow discoloration there, mainly on the inner corner and a little more here. And then she had on the right lip, as I said earlier, I'm not sure the exact medical term, but it looked like a split lip or like a gash here.
Did you ever see Ms. Hurd's lip bleed on December 15th or December 16th?
I don't recall.
But you remember that it was not bleeding on December 16th when you were applying the makeup, correct?
When I was applying the makeup, correct.
How about before you were applying the makeup? Do you recall it bleeding?
I don't recall.
And I think you just described it as either a gash or a split lip.
Is this Camille doing the questioning?
I don't know what would be the medical term for it.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of injury would have caused this. I'm not a medical expert, no forensic expert, but it was slightly swollen. And by the way, you can see it in that video. So it's crazy to me, but it was slightly swollen. And there was either a gash or a scab, no, not a scab, but it was swollen with some kind of cut.
Did she just say that you could see the gash in the James Corden video?
Do you recall Ms. Hurd ever having a cold
I don't know.
sore
I
on her
tuned
lips?
out, honestly.
No.
You said there was slight discoloration under both eyes. Was there swelling
she
under both eyes
did.
as well?
No, you cannot. She did
Clarify
say
swelling.
that. She said swelling.
Maybe very little, but it was mainly discoloration too. I recall mainly discoloration, like a bruise. Maybe there was a little tiny swelling on one of the eye that was a little more injured than the other, but not huge swelling, no.
I believe your testimony earlier today was that he lightly headbutted her. Is that correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know if he lightly or not lightly headbutted her.
But you did say lightly earlier.
That was your testimony, that it appeared as if she had been, quote, lightly headbutted. Do you remember saying that earlier today?
And maybe I was misquoted. It's not my position to say how
You did say.
headbutted she was or anything. And maybe I'm misquoted.
Okay.
Misquoted. Who are you quoting?
The hair that was missing?
She showed us, me and the hairdresser, the hole where the hair was missing on top of the head.
And was Miss McMillan there as well?
No, Samantha McNair was really never when we get ready. So it was two separate things, and Samantha never really comes up when we get ready, no.
But just to confirm, these injuries, right, that you saw on Ms. Hurd on December 16th, 2015.
You can hear the scare quotes
You
around
don't
injuries.
know how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
And so any information you have about how the cause of these injuries came from Ms. Heard only.
From December 16th, correct.
Well, any injuries other than Ms. Heard and her friends, you never witnessed Mr. Depp being violent or abusive towards Ms. Heard and causing any injuries.
Correct.
So let's talk about the makeup that you actually used to conceal these injuries on her face on December 16th.
Yeah.
I believe you testified you used
She's mirroring what I'm feeling.
peach undertone. Did you have training and experience dealing with injuries or covering up bruising on people? Do you have any specific experience or education?
Specific experience, I have experience in doing bruises and cover bruises for special effect. Yeah, I mean, throughout my career, I have created bruises and I also have covered bruises for, with models or real life, whatever it is. So yeah, I have experience in covering some bruises. Yes.
Johnny's smiling.
I mean, it's a little harder to cover swelling. That would be maybe, try to bring the swelling down. Covering it up would be harder.
And how about cuts?
Yeah.
Specifically as it relates to Ms. Heard's makeup look on December 16th, do you recall what foundation you used?
The brand?
Yeah.
You probably don't remember the brand, but do you recall the shade that you used?
How would I? No, it's 5 years ago. Absolutely not.
Do you recall?
You have a celebrity client.
So you do have a specific
like
recollection
specific
of
products that you
using a
mentioned.
peach undertone concealer.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because Amber always had in her bag, we have the same concealer. She has a concealer from a brand called Clear to Pull. And it's a specific shade, it's beige. Beige was Amber's color for under her eyes, period. So the day, December 16, I didn't use beige. There's another concealer that has a little more peach in there and orange. It's called Honey from the same family, and I use that instead. And I think I have a wheel that is a bruise wheel that has different colors, and you pick up the color to gently touch up any darkness.
Did you make a different
The
choice?
bruise
for
wheels
her
are actually
overall
to
look
create
other than the
bruises
Yeah,
in Hollywood.
that's another
That-
whoops.
injuries that you saw on her face on December 16th?
Not a different choice, but I remember we specifically, I know you read it before. We had a red lip that was not uncommon for her. She has a signature red lip, so it's not suddenly it was, oh my gosh, she has a red lip. But I remember that day I specifically structure my makeup. There's a couple of things we do with Amber. We do a smoky eye and a nude lip or red lip. And I remember specifically thinking of my makeup about we needed to highlight there to try to not draw attention there. And the red lip was our only option to cover that red cut that was there. So that I remember very specifically thinking that we had to have a red lip, sharp brows, and construct the makeup to take away from here. So basically, it's not doesn't mean nothing to you guys, but just basically a lot of highlight up here to kind of not focus on this. I remember talking about it very clearly.
I've seen the pictures. You don't need to not focus on that.
Forgive my ignorance, but what did you do to cover up the cut on the lip other than apply a red lip?
A red lip. A red lip. It is swollen. I can see it in the video on the James Corden show. So her lips was swollen. It was big on that side. You can see it. There's nothing I can do about that. But we did a really dark red lip to match that red gash, cut, whatever that was there.
Do you recall Ms. Heard being hindered as a result of the injury on her lip? And when I say hindered, I mean, did she have trouble opening her mouth widely, or, did she complain about it hurting or splitting open and bleeding? Do you recall any of that?
I don't recall.
You didn't have to put anything on to protect over the wound before you just slathered on a layer of
And
red
again,
lipstick?
just to confirm on December
Or
15th,
lip gloss or whatever.
2015, you don't
Lip
recall
stain.
seeing any injuries, including a split lip on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall having any specific conversation
Look how tired she looks.
with the hairstylist that was doing Miss Heard's hair on
Have y'all
December
discussed at length the
2015,
quality difference
related to the
between
abuse
Johnny
that
Depp's legal
Ms.
team
Heard was
and Amber
describing
Heard's legal
for you?
team?
Yeah, yes, we talked a bit about
In
it.
in snippets
What-
over the
what do you
past several
recall
weeks.
about that
Yeah.
conversation?
I mean, I think everybody was a little like,
Mainly just shitting on
oh
Elaine.
shit, okay.
Well,
I think
I watched some of the highlights
surprised,
from the
everybody
past
was a
couple of
little, like,
days, and I thought
how to move
Johnny Depp's
forward
legal
with
team did a
it. I mean,
fantastic job on
but
cross-examination
we
and
talked, as I said,
the
when
redirect.
Amber was in the chair and Adil was
Oh,
behind
against
her
Amber,
and I
yeah.
was in front
Crushed
of her.
it.
I recall
Yeah,
the
look at
three
the
of us
avatar.
in this conversation, and I recall Adil showing me the whole day.
But just to confirm, you don't know how that chunk of hair was missing
Vasquez
from
is
Ms.
Thor.
Heard's head. You don't know what caused that chunk of hair to be missing, correct?
I don't know it, correct.
You don't have any personal knowledge, I should say, as to how that chunk of hair came to be missing from her head.
But I did not witness it. Correct.
Alex, may I please have you bring up Depp 9? Ms. Iglesias, you've testified previously that you see, watching the video clip, right? You see Ms. Heard's, you see the swollen lip and you see bruising.
Point it out to us. That'll be
I see.
great.
I've known that face. I know that face so well. I've done it so many times. I can tell where the
But you
bruises
can't remember
are,
the
and I can tell where the
specific
swollen lip is. Correct.
concealer that you would normally use all that you've done so many times.
So, Ms. Iglesias, do you mind please identifying for me, is this, does this photograph accurately depict Ms. Heard on the James Corbin show on December 16th, 2015?
Yes.
But can you describe for me where you see bruising on Ms. Heard's face?
Well, I didn't say I saw bruise, but I saw the discoloration. I can see my makeup. So I see the discoloration on the right eye, just right under. I see that little dent there. And also, I mean, this is a picture that is,
We should have the picture up.
This is not a really accurate picture. She's sideways. The light is one way.
No, it's not an accurate picture.
There's a better
That's
picture
good.
that you can see.
There's other better ones.
Yep.
somewhere.
There goes all of your testimony down the drain.
Mouth, I will show you, but there's other still picture when you can see the split lip better, or the swollen lip. So I mean, I can see there's better pictures where you can see that side of her lip is swollen. This here.
And when you're pointing, just to, for the record, you're pointing to the right side of Ms. Heard's lip.
I wish
correct?
we could see what she was looking at right now, though.
It's here.
Because it's the same pictures they've been showing at trial.
Sideways. There's better pictures where you can see what I feel you can see better. But
It might be the same photograph.
yeah, she's still sideways.
But Ms. Iglesias, this is your testimony that you believe you can see swelling on the right side of Ms. Heard's lip.
Yes.
Like you lose all the impact of the
see
impeachment by
bruising
not having it
or-
right there.
Concealed bruising under her eyes.
Well, I mean, I know I've concealed those bruises, so yeah, so I can see them because I know I did it, but so that's neither here or there, but yeah, I mean, I can see them just on the eyes, on the right eyes, I can see the little gash right there. And I can, all that darkness, right, I mean, I don't have the mask anymore, but all that darkness right there, that is not eyeshadow. And that is neither dark circle for not sleeping. This is part of the little, the injury is showing through.
Do you see any
Now she's an expert.
discoloration or bruising on the bridge of her nose?
I do not. No, I must have done a great job then.
Do you recall anything about Ms. Heard's appearance when you first encountered her in Coachella Valley?
No, I don't recall.
Notice
Did
how
you
she
notice
always
any
have dark
injuries on Ms.
spots
Heard?
under her eyes?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard discussing any abuse that she had sustained the night of her birthday on April 21st, 2016 by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
I feel like if this
What do you
depo goes
recall
on much
about
longer, she's going to sell us a latte while reciting her poetry
recall
slams.
There was a fight. There was I don't remember. I don't exactly recall the fight. I know there was a fight and there was some problem. That's why they were late coming back to Coachella's. I don't recall exactly what she told me, but there was some problem the night before, yes.
But you don't remember seeing any injuries on Ms. Heard after her birthday dinner in April of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing any injuries on Ms. Heard's face at that dinner on May 24th, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard's general demeanor at the dinner on May 24th, 2016?
What I remember about that dinner is that she was, and I'll tell you why I remember this clearly, because she was very distraught and she was very confused if she should file or not for divorce. And she was really sad and upset and angry and all of it. And I remember that because that night I actually physically took her phone. So she should not, so that if Johnny tried to reach out to her again, she wouldn't have a phone that night and she would go through the divorce tomorrow, the next day. So I remember physically having her phone. And when I dropped them back at the penthouse, she said, keep my phone. So if you contact me, I won't know, I won't cave, and I will file for divorce tomorrow. So I went home in my house with her phone. And that's why I remember, that's what is sticking in my mind. And then the next morning, and you can see in those texts, she said, I need my phone. And then I had to drive to the penthouse and give her her phone back. And at the time, that day, I'm assuming she filed for divorce, and that day the whole circus started.
And you believe that Ms. Heard should go through with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on what exactly, Ms. Iglesias?
On what she told me on her recollection of the marriage.
I think you testified earlier
Oh, God.
that Amber's practice was to wear concealer, some foundation, moisturizer, things of that nature. Do you have any recollection that Amber strayed from that and did not wear makeup during the week of May 21st, 2016?
No.
Do you have any recollection that week of thinking, oh my goodness, Amber Heard isn't wearing her makeup this week?
No.
So do you know whether Amber
So that
Heard
means she was, right?
took any steps to reduce her swelling during this, in preparation for the James Corden show?
Yes, she took arnica, and we had an arnica gel. I always have arnica gel in my kit anyway, and she had arnica gel. She used arnica gel and some ice.
And what does arnica gel do with respect to swelling?
Nothing.
I use arnica gel in my kit to bring any swelling area of my client's face down.
And how does that typically work? What's your experience?
It just brings the swelling down. I mean, not drastically, but it helps the swelling a little bit.
But nonsense.
It is not actually a swelling relief.
Yes,
It's
Your Honor, we have another video.
Okay,
Oh,
we can for a moment. Let me
I was
just.
about to celebrate this being over.
No.
You think how much you want to bet that she's saying that the jury's falling asleep? I don't want to play another video today.
God. The bailiff's going over to run entertainment interference. He goes over, he's like doing this. Come on, guys, pep up. Let's go, slugger.
Start juggling spare
I can
mag.
just imagine the members of the jury just being so upset that they're here for 8 weeks. They're listening to two multimillionaires fight about their problems. They can't go to work. They're upset, and they have to listen to all this petty bullshit.
Juror number 2 was visibly nodding off during Amber's direct examination. Like, if that was a direct exam of an in-person witness, I can only imagine what he's doing right now.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure You said the 3 women on the jury don't wear makeup. At
They're-
least in court.
They don't look like the type of women that are going to know a lot about how to do a lot of the concealing and all that other stuff. They don't give a shit. They're of the age that they don't care.
And then you have the rest as young men who could care less about any of the makeup discussion that's going on.
Do we know how much Johnny Depp's team is going to ask in damages?
$50 million.
Is she even solvent? I mean, does she have $50 million to collect?
No, but there is such a thing as involuntary bankruptcy, and they can give me a call to help run that one.
And then
Well, also,
Amber has countersued for $100 million. Just as an
Well,
FYI.
regardless of how this case shakes out, I think from a press point of view, this has been wildly successful for Johnny Depp and his team.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I already see articles that some people in Hollywood are offering him roles or want to offer him roles and all that kind of stuff. So,
Yeah, we were talking about this morning. I mean, regardless of what the jury may do, and juries are unpredictable, of course, Johnny's clearly won on the substance. What really matters. I mean, even if the jury were to come out against him and say you got to pay this,
All right, your next witness.
$100 million,
We're going to
he
call
can make $100
Christy
million.
Sexton, and this is by video deposition as well.
All right.
That'll be the last one for the day.
Okay, thank you.
And it's 10 minutes long. Please.
Some preliminaries.
No, there's an hour left to court.
No.
Your full name for the record and your current address.
Oh, what is this audio?
Christina Lisette Sexton.
It's like she's talking to her through a 10-foot length of PVC pipe.
For how long, Ms. Sexton, have you lived in Australia?
I've been at that address since July 2017. There was a transitionary period. I met my
It's
husband.
like a transatlantic phone call from the 1930s.
So 16 and 17 decisions on which country we were going to move to and such. So I did not establish residency here until July, and then began all my paperwork subsequently when we were married in October of 2017.
So I take it from your last answer, Ms. Sexton, that Australia was the lucky winner for which country you and your husband would choose to live in. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, indeed.
And do you currently
We just
have
picked the place that was furthest away from Amber Heard.
right now?
Antarctica was unavailable.
Yes, I'm an acting coach.
When was it, to the best of your recollection, that she took a class that you were a TA in?
I believe it was sometime in 2009.
For how long?
Isn't it true
did you
that this phone
remain
call is being
Amber
routed
Heard's
through 18
primary
different freighters across the Atlantic?
I don't know about exclusive.
I like the chat comments. They got it. They nailed it. This is like a fast food speaker.
The last time.
Would you like a shake with that?
Together,
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
2017. I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts.
Like, would you like to supersize that?
Um,
Can you see me?
The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017.
Okay, so the first movie, or the first TV series, I should say, that you recall working on as an acting coach with Amber Heard was the Playboy Club.
Yes.
And listed there 22.
Is there any reason your coaching didn't help?
Yes.
I take it from what
This is a bad resume list for her.
frequency varied. It's fair to say, is it not, that you saw Ms. Heard many, many, many times during the period between
Courtroom.
2010 and 2017.
Oh,
She's like an acting coach and relationship advisor.
Ms. Heard during this 7-year period more than 100 times.
Easily, yes.
It's actually quick lube and acting classes. So while your oil's getting changed.
More than 200 times.
Absolutely, yeah.
Another 100. Same answer for 300.
Yeah. As I said, when I would see her, it would be multiple times a week in preparation for a project.
When's the last
Do you realize that you're talking about testifying to seeing her for over a year of days?
Mid 2017.
People just nuked Liz Mars's socials for Instagram. She just made it private and all of her other socials private.
she was really focused on moving to the next level of her career, and really stretching herself as an actor. Which is why she started coaching so much at that time, and initially even went to classes. So she was really driven to do a lot of work, and kind of mine out everything that we could from the text and go over things a lot. So she was very driven as an actor to.
It sounds like she was a real prodigy.
To get to the next phase of her career.
Why didn't she make it?
Section 1, refresh your recollection as to when that took place. That's the IMDb page.
Yes, it was either 2011 or 2012. If it's saying that it came out in 2011, then the premiere would have been in 2011. So yeah.
When was the next time you recall seeing Johnny or Mr. Depp?
I would say sometime in the middle of the following year.
So sometime in the middle of 2012, you think?
Yeah.
And where was that?
At her house on Orange. I remember seeing him quite a bit. In the early period.
Again, I'm focused on the early period. Did you have occasion to run into Mr. Depp at your coaching sessions with Amber later when she moved into Sweetser Avenue and then at the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles?
Yes, I did see him often at both Sweetser and.
I'm waiting for like a police transmission to step on this broadcast.
I'm waiting for her like parole officer to come and tell her time's up.
In Mr. Depp's behavior.
Yeah.
Again, we have someone in a deposition who dressed for the background. It's like there's a head and arms floating here.
He was like figuratively and literally, he would sit in dark rooms. The art overall changed, like everything got much darker in the houses with like heavy.
Oh, good. This is good dramatics.
I don't know what the art form would be, dark, but it just like literally lighting would go down and big curtains would be everywhere. And he became much less talkative as time went on. I would see less and less of him personally. I would hear him in the house, but I would see less and less of him interaction wise. And when I did, he wasn't very happy.
What would you hear him say on those occasions when you could hear him but not see him?
At different points in time, I heard different things.
One time it was
sometimes it would just be him milling around the house. Sometimes it would be him having conversations with his team, bodyguards and stuff, or his friends that were over making music at the Sweetser location. Sometimes it was him and Amber fighting. Like I was in his home, so I heard him quite a bit.
You said a couple of answers ago that from time to time you would hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd fighting.
It's the Charlie Brown school teacher.
Again, keeping in mind that it's a long time ago, can you describe what you heard?
I would say I would just hear a lot of him yelling. His voice would carry through kind of the halls of the house. And then like I remember one time in specific that I could hear Amber was trying to get out of the room and then the door shut again. And then I could just hear muffled yelling on his part.
At the beginning of their relationship, once Ms. Hurd has revealed to you that they were in fact in a relationship, did she talk to you about Mr. Depp's struggles with drugs and alcohol?
In the early parts of their relationship, she had said that he was sober. She was trying to support him in his sobriety. And then subsequently throughout the relationship, we would talk about his breaks in sobriety.
Based on your work as Ms. Hurd's acting coach, primary acting coach, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had opinions about what role Ms. Hurd should take?
Did Mr. Depp have opinions about the quality of your advice?
Johnny say, why would you want to do that kind of role? My woman is going to play that kind of role. Stuff like that I heard a few times from him over the course of time.
What a monster.
Saying that he didn't, hearing Mr. Depp say he didn't want his woman playing a role, playing a whore, excuse me. Did you ever hear him use any other language like that about
So he
the kind
didn't
of
want
role
her
that
to be a whore.
Heard was being offered. To focus you
I
in,
mean, why play what you are in real life?
Ms. Sexton, I'm talking about the period when Amber
Get
and
stretched out a
John
lot.
broke the relationship until you stopped being her acting coach in 2017. And I'm focusing in on what you recall hearing from Mr. Depp about what roles he thought Ms. Heard should play.
As I said, he would be sitting. Initially, when she lived in the Orange location, sometimes he would be nearby. It was a fairly small house, and he would be nearby and kind of earshot. So there were times that he was kind of just disparaging. That's a shitty role. Why would you do that? That kind of thing. But he wasn't super negative then. Later on, as it went on, he was very vocal about the negative terms. Like I said, he called it.
No one ever suggested to this acting coach you should act out being on a diet.
Shit, all sorts of things like that. Generally, pretty negative if it was something he didn't want her to do.
Did the number of roles that Ms. Heard auditioned
I don't know. I
for
might take Johnny Depp's advice on what roles to take. Honestly,
during the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp?
Yes, it did. It was decreasing as it went, and there would be stretches of time where she wasn't auditioning at all or working on anything at all.
During the time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were together, did you observe changes in their relationship over time?
Yeah, early on they were incredibly lovey-dovey and passionate and always together in a positive way. They were very playful and friendly. And
then he got to know her.
I would see
And she
less
drove him to drink.
them together, and I would hear a lot of muffled arguments through the walls. And when I did see him, sometimes the balance would shift. It went from being like a normal couple to very tension filled, especially those last few months that they were together. And yeah.
Did they, was there a withdrawn? Did the number of times
Why leave it in the video?
Heard was late for or canceled sessions with you change as her relationship with Mr. Depp went on in time?
Yeah, and as I said earlier, Amber was never late when we worked at the studio. And then as it went on, I began having to actually build in a cushion of an hour around her appointment. It started out just an extra 15 minutes here and there because she'd be late coming downstairs, or they'd be discussing.
Is it possible that she was late because she became an addict
at that moment in time? And eventually, as the relationship progressed and the fighting got heavier, I would have to build in time because she'd be sobbing at the beginning of sessions, and we couldn't work until we got her together.
Act like you're not sobbing.
Yeah, I ended up having to do a lot of cushion time around her just so that we could actually get something accomplished because she was often very upset.
Did you have occasion to observe Ms. Heard crying naturally, not acting, when you had coaching sessions with her during the time that she was together romantically with Mr. Depp?
I would say the last year they were together, probably 80-90% of our sessions began with her crying. That would be increasing as it went on. Ironically, she has a little difficulty crying, acting wise.
No kidding.
Which a lot of us do. And so, yeah, we would have to work when we were doing it acting wise. But it was.
I hope they
lot
just
towards
ask
the
her a
end.
bunch of questions about her struggles with crying while
Based on
acting.
your testimony here,
Do you know how bad I wish I saw the jury right there?
acting is the crying that she did in a role different than the crying you observed so often in the last year of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Oh, it was great.
Yes, inherently acting, crying.
Describe
is
the
very
differences.
different,
Like
unless
describe
somebody
the
is
crying
really
she would do.
Well,
in a
her crying in a
role.
role involve tears, actually. So
entirely different thing where they focus on their own stuff.
Just paint it out for the jury. That'd be great.
So she's not a method actor, so it would be completely.
Did you teach her how to use a napkin for tricks to try to get herself to cry?
So, Ms. Sexton, how did you react?
Too bad this
when
is back in
you saw,
2019.
Amber at these sessions crying the way you described it?
I have a caretaker personality, so I would prioritize taking care of the person in front of me over doing work, which is why I ended up building in all that extra time, because I cared about her as a human and I wanted to be there for her in as much as I could as a friend. So there's no point on working on something if someone isn't fully there or they're upset. It's more important to deal with the person and take care of them than work.
Absolutely untrue on acting classes. You often want to be in a state of distress to work on how you act when you're in distress.
What was your understanding of the reason for her tears?
I would hear them fighting and then hear her come in, and she would be a wreck after she came in. I couldn't make out what they were saying, and I personally wasn't trying to listen to their fights, so I would just hear the sounds of the screaming. And her usually, you could tell she would open the door and try to get him to be quiet, and then it'd go back to him yelling. And so that would directly occur before she would come down and be upset and trying to pull herself together.
What do you recall seeing her say she told you that they were fighting about?
I was witness to some of those. He didn't want her going out without any sort of security or any team. He didn't want her going and doing things just on her own.
You described earlier in your testimony, Ms. Sexton, what Amber Heard was like when you first met her. During this period when she was involved with Mr. Depp, and particularly toward the end of their relationship, did her behavior change?
Over the course of time, she became more and more of a hermit, only leaving the house when she had to. Again, as I said earlier, literally the houses became darker with the curtains drawn all the time. I remember one time in particular when she was living at the Eastern Columbia that we went downstairs to get a slice of pizza. I think there were four of us.
A whole pizza.
And Amber gave a homeless kid down there some money, and we helped him get to the bus stop, and we came back up, and Johnny yelled at her about going out, and that she knew better than to be going out at night and that kind of thing. And when we tried to kind of be like, it's fine, we got pizza downstairs at the building across the street, then he just started screaming and getting really angry. So I made my way out.
What about her weight? Did you notice any changes during that period in her weight?
Uh-oh, tread
Clear,
carefully, lady.
I'm asking about the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp.
So Amber is one of those people that loses weight when she's stressed out. So she would drop weight and look skeletal at certain points in time.
Skeletal what?
I remember
An acting
at
coach.
the wedding, she had lost a significant amount of weight to the point that I was asking her if she was eating regularly. So she's always.
Amber's the kind of person who loses weight when she's on
drop
coke.
down and get a little gaunt if she was super stressed out.
The chat's attempts to spell skeletal is hilarious.
She takes Adderall and Provigil. I mean, that's a weight shedding combination
she
from
lost
hell.
a significant amount of weight, and I noticed it specifically because I had been in Australia doing a film, and then when I came back, so I'd been in Australia since December. I came back in February, and she looked, she was skin and bones.
And
like
bones?
She was much thinner than she normally was at that point. So I know during that time period that she had lost a lot of weight. She was very gaunt.
Now, I'm going to shortly move on to specific incidents. But for now, Ms. Sexton, I want to speak generally about things you observed and saw. And the first question question I have in that regard is, during the time that you were Amber Heard's acting coach and she was involved with Mr. Depp, did you observe injuries on Ms. Heard?
When she came back from Australia, there were a lot of like little red marks on her arms that looked like freshly healing things. Skin, like red marks on her skin, on her arms that I saw. And then subsequently I would see like bruises that look like arms being grabbed or wrists. Then I saw that all towards the end.
Did there come a time when you accompanied Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to Hicksville, California?
Yes, I went to Hicksville for Johnny's birthday celebration with them.
And in your own words, can you tell me about that trip and what happened chronologically?
We arrived at Hicksville and we had made kind of like a barbecue and drinks. As we were having a lovely time, Johnny was playing guitar and singing. And then as the night went on, like around sundown, they started passing around a bag of mushrooms and a bag of white powder. I didn't even partake in the alcohol because I had had surgery a few months before, so I was the only one stone cold sober.
Very convenient.
Then I went to bed early, and while my friend and I were in our trailer and we heard the fighting happening, Johnny screaming and a commotion, we didn't come out of our trailer. And then the quieting down and everyone being like, oh, it's okay. The bodyguards, I heard them running over there. And then the next morning when we got up, the group was talking about what had happened that night. And then I kind of left that conversation and went to the trailer to check on
Got
Amber.
a hearsay objection in there.
And
That's that edit.
I saw the completely torn apart trailer. Johnny was apologizing for what he had done, and he was instructing his bodyguards to just pay it off. Let's just take care of it. And I stayed with Amber. She was really shaken up.
The next day, can you describe for me what the trailer where Amber and Johnny were staying looked like?
The inside was in shambles. I remember seeing a light hanging off the wall. There was broken stuff everywhere. Dishes, it looked like, or not dishes, like the wood was broken. Things were hanging off the wall. It was in shambles on the inside.
And that next day, I think you said that you had a case to see Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How did he look that next day when you saw the trailer?
He looked very worried. He was apologizing. He was saying he would take care of it. He was trying. He was like, "Don't worry about it, babe. We're gonna get this taken care of." And Amber was really like closed off and quiet, and he just kept kind of apologizing to her over and over again, and then telling his bodyguards to just take care of it, just get it done, whatever it is, just pay for it. And then he went off to go have that conversation with them.
What was Mr. Depp saying that next day when he was apologizing?
I just remember him saying, "I'm so sorry, babe. I'll take care of it. I know this is bad, but I can take care of it. I'm sorry I did this," that kind of thing.
Sorry I broke your stupid little trailer.
But I want to make sure the record is clear. Did you recall Mr. Depp using the word monster? Okay.
I heard him on different times making apologies that he said, "I'm sorry I turned into a monster." I just remember a profuse amount of apologies. I don't know if that time in particular had that verbiage.
Anything else about Hicksville that you remember that you haven't told me about?
I mean, the only thing I stated that I did see him eat the mushrooms. I saw him holding the white bag. I don't know what he did with that, the bag of white powder. Everyone except for me was drinking, and different people were partaking in different drugs at that time. So I didn't keep track of that. Yeah, I don't know anything else that I can recall.
Okay. I want to go forward to another incident. And that is the day of April 21, 2016.
I want to go backwards in time and decide not to stream this part of the testimony.
Which I'll represent to you was Amber Heard's 30th birthday. Did you have occasion to see Amber Heard that day?
Yes, I attended the party.
And again, you say you attended the party. Can you describe the party you attended, who was there?
The party was happening in one of the penthouses, the one that they didn't live in. It's where they did most of their art, and we did most of our coaching. And I don't remember the number of that one. And there were several friends of Amber's there, and we spent the first couple hours waiting for Johnny. And then eventually Amber said, just let's not stop waiting for him. Let's just start. So we went out to the balcony to start dinner, and that's when Johnny finally came down, and he was severely inebriated when he came down. And they
I hate adverbs and descriptions on testimony.
It starts with an M. Escorted him, kind of helped him stay stable. And we went to the table and we started dinner. And Johnny and I was sitting 2 seats away from Johnny. Johnny and Amber clearly were very tense and had been, I don't know what they had been doing, but they were very tense. And he would try to kind of touch her and she would shy away. And then Rocky was trying to change the tone of the party because it had really gotten very somber at that point. And she asked everyone to kind of say their favorite story about Amber. And as we went around the table, everyone shared their stories. And when we got to Johnny, he started talking about that he remembered when he first met her, the imprint of Amber's ass on his couch.
Yeah.
His words. And it just all kind of took a turn from there. She was clearly embarrassed. She asked him to stop, and he kept telling the story. And it got really awkward and uncomfortable at that point, and never really recovered any sort of jovial energy. We ate, and then I left shortly thereafter.
I forgot to ask you this question about Hicksville. The day after, when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in the wrecked trailer, did Ms. Heard seem embarrassed?
Yeah, as I said, Amber was very closed off. She was very quiet. She had said, "Don't come in. I don't want you to see this." So, yeah, she seemed very embarrassed.
Now, switching forward to Amber's 30th birthday party, I think you testified that Mr. Depp seemed inebriated when he arrived. What's your basis for saying that?
He was slurring his words and wobbly on his feet. He ran into a couple things, which is when Brandon came over and kind of locked arms with him to kind of help him stand up.
You said you saw her later with a healing bruise. Where do you recall seeing that healing bruise?
On her cheek. It was on her right cheek. I think it was right. Yeah.
Do you know how long after the incident that you just discussed with the cell phone you saw Ms. Heard in her face?
It was a few days later, but I couldn't tell you exactly when. I mean, everyone heals a different way, right? I could still see kind of the yellow and stuff in there. So.
When was the last time you spoke to Amber? You said August of this year?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say to her?
When was the last time you spoke to her specifically? Do you remember?
We went over to it was sometime in August. I can narrow it down to August, to have wine have a glass of wine and catch up because, like I said, I think it had been 2 years since we'd physically seen each
I'm
other.
so hungry.
Both times when
And
you
I
met
hate
with Ms.
every
Hurd
second
in
of
August
this.
of this year, did you meet with her at her house?
Yes.
Did Ms. Hurd mention any of the allegations that Mr. Depp is making against her in relation to this case when you met with her?
Only to talk to the attorneys about it.
Just a recap on this stuff, because I know
Only to talk to the attorneys about it.
this gets so mind-numbing.
Did Ms. Hurd tell you?
Like
What have
she said,
any
would
of
you be
these
willing to
witnesses
sit down and
testified
talk
to
my
seeing
attorneys
in
about
regards to
everything that
violence?
you witnessed?
They've seen bruises, scratches,
and then
scrapes,
afterwards,
maybe.
I
Zero violence.
After I kind of talked about it all, it felt really intense to me, and I felt incredibly guilty.
They can't even say that they saw violence after Amber Heard was only alone with Johnny Depp. And so it only could have been him. None of that testimonies existed.
Allegedly raped her with a bottle in Australia.
Yeah, she did talk about the bottle then. Yeah.
Was it the first meeting that you had with Ms. Hurd in August this year that she mentioned that?
No, it was after, like, I had come to see her and had a wine night and catch up, and then after I had talked to the attorneys, after we had a good cry, we were talking more about what had happened, and she was saying how she didn't even tell me everything, and yeah, that's when it came out.
There's a new part of my story that I didn't tell you while confiding all the rest of it.
Ms. Sexton, Ms. Hurd told you about the bottle incident in Australia where she claims Mr. Depp penetrated her with it. Before your deposition, your first deposition in this case in August of 2019?
Yes, it was after I had talked to the attorneys.
After you had spoken to the attorneys informally, correct, at her house?
Yeah.
She informally spoke to the attorneys, spoke to Amber Heard, then you did your deposition.
On, I believe it was August 30th, 2019.
Yes.
You spoke to her the same month that you did your deposition, because it was in August when you spoke to her.
And make the record really clear. This was the first time Ms. Hurd had told you that Mr. Depp had allegedly penetrated her with a bottle in Australia, correct?
Yeah, she had told me about the assault with the bottle, being hit with the bottle and the broken glass and everything. And then she had told me about all that many times before. And then this time she started crying and sobbing and started telling me about the assault, the penetrative assault.
And when Ms. Hurd told you about this alleged rape that occurred, did she know that you were going to be deposed by her attorney?
No, because they were all in the other room. They didn't even tell me that they were like, we may have you for a deposition. And that's when I had said to them, if you're going to do that, I would appreciate it if you did it before I left the States. And they said, we may or may not need you. And it was a couple days later that they then sent me the contact and said, we are going to need you.
Since you've known Ms. Hurd, can you tell me how many times you spent?
She absolutely knew.
I would say probably around like 10 or 20 times.
And of those 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp and spent maybe more significant time than him just passing through a room, how many times would you say he was or appeared to be sober?
Not many. If he was coming down to have a conversation, he was pouring a glass of whiskey or rolling a joint or having wine. It always seemed to me that he's not a social animal, if you will, and he would have a drink or a smoke in order to go talk to people, is what it felt like. So most of the time I saw him, it was that.
You would agree with me, though, Ms. Sexton, that someone getting a drink is different than someone appearing drunk, correct? For example, if it was his first drink of the day. So my question is a little bit more specific. Of the 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp, how many times did
This sounds like Camille. They must have switched.
Not, holding a
glass of whiskey or smoking a joint, but how many times did he appear inebriated to you?
I would say at least half, if not more.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's personality when he was or appeared sober versus when he appeared inebriated?
He was very quiet when he was sober, and before he would start drinking, he was very quiet. Almost a whisper, mumble most of the time. And then he would get very loud when he was inebriated, and he would go to like boisterous first and telling like cool stories and stuff, that kind of happy drunk, and then it would move into the loud, angry drunk.
When you say loud and angry drunk, did you witness Mr. Depp be angry when he was drunk?
A couple of times, yeah.
Describe
When was
his
the first
anger.
time you witnessed Mr. Depp appear to be angry and inebriated?
I couldn't tell you the first time per se. I have images in my head. I remember him like yelling and screaming, and the bodyguard coming over and being like, "Hey boss, let's take this to another room."
Can you tell me as much as you can remember of that incident?
I remember being in the kitchen of that house.
A lot of time in kitchens.
He came down and he was yelling about something. Amber and I were having a conversation, and we were going to, I think we were going to work on something that day. It was later in the evening where it was really dark in there. Like I said, sometimes they drew all the curtains. In my memory, it's very dark. And he was yelling, and that older guy came and like scooped his arm around him, and it's like, "All right, boss, let's take this to another place." Because he was inebriated. I could tell from the way he was talking, and he was just kind of yelling. And I don't recall what was happening. It all kind of happened very quickly. I don't recall what he was yelling about, or if it was even at anybody. He was just kind of down there and drunk, and we scooped him up.
You anticipated my questions, which were who was he yelling at and what was he yelling about. So you don't recall, is that correct?
No, I don't.
And you said the other instance that you remember of Mr. Depp appearing inebriated and being angry was at one of his penthouses in downtown LA, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What were the circumstances that you remember about that incident?
I remember one time he was mad that people were in the house because I had just gotten there. I don't even remember. There might have been like 2 people there or something. I don't remember. But yeah, he was storming up those stairs to his office bedroom area. And then Amber and I went to the other penthouse to work.
And in either incident, both at Sweetser and at the penthouse, when you saw Mr. Depp and he appeared inebriated and was angry and yelling, did you see him hit Ms. Heard at any point?
No, I did not see him hit her.
Did you see him kick Ms. Heard?
I did not see him kick her.
Did you see him throw something at Ms. Heard?
I saw him coming at her, and that's when the bodyguard stepped in, like coming towards her. But I did not so throwing himself at, but I was not witness to him throwing objects at her.
Throwing himself at her.
He was coming at her. Are you describing the incident at Sweetser or at the penthouse?
Sweetser, he came in through that hallway, and we were sitting it was kind of like an island there, like right in front of the fridge, and I was in front of the fridge, and he came in from there, was like coming at her, and then the bodyguard came in and scooped him up.
This is the incident. You don't remember what Mr. Depp was yelling about or
Yeah.
what?
Yes.
But it appeared to you that Mr. Depp was coming at Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
Right?
She was shaking and upset. It felt like something that had been going on for a while.
And all the time that you've known Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards Ms. Heard?
I never saw him hit her. I heard him use terminology, as I said before.
Words are violence. We're back.
As I said, come at her, but I never saw him hit her.
Use terminology is words like cunt and bitch. That's words can be violent, threats, genuine bona fide threats.
No, the only thing I saw was the aftermath. Like I would see things broken afterwards. And like I said, in Hicksville, I heard the yelling and then saw the breaking and saw him apologizing for it. But I, with my own 2 eyes, did not see him physically break the stuff or throw the stuff.
When Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went to Australia, did she tell you that she threw a bottle of vodka at him and that's what severed his finger?
No, she had told me that he had broken the bottle and cut himself with the bottle that he had broken.
When she told you that he had cut himself with the bottle he had broken, did she say that he had taken the bottle and cut off his finger, or that it was an accident and that his finger was severed from the broken bottle?
Which is great because neither of those make any sense.
She didn't say that she didn't indicate that he cut off, like went purposely to cut it. What it seemed to me is that he had broken the bottle against something and then he was doing things with the bottle, like shaking it around, and that he had cut himself from that. It didn't indicate that he had in any way purposely cut himself.
Do you recall Johnny ever saying something to you in a conversation with him later?
Completely different from her story,
ability
by the
to
way.
draft insurance stuff?
From Amber Heard's
I
story.
remember a specific time when Amber still lived at Orange, and Amber was out with her girlfriends, and I had come over too early for the party. So it was just Johnny and I sitting there having some whiskey, and he was smoking cigars. And he was talking about that I said something about, he said he had to get up early to do a test. And I was like, oh, don't you have any sort of like concern about that? And he's like, it's easy to fake insurance tests. That's why we do what we do. I was talking to him because another client of mine had to do an insurance test. And he was like, oh, you can fake a piss test. You can do this. And he just kind of went over a few different ways that it's easy to fake insurance tests and made a joke of it.
Oh, thank God. Surprised the gallery didn't
All right,
erupt.
ladies and gentlemen, we've
into
come to the end
applause.
of the day today, so have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Have a good evening.
The jurors are there covered in cobwebs. Just skeletons wearing clothes.
It's like the waiting room in Beetlejuice.
Yeah, right.
Oh, just wow. These days of video testimony are the worst.
How many more witnesses do they have?
Don't know.
Do you need a WebEx? You don't need a WebEx link?
Deposition designations and live witnesses.
Deposition and live witnesses. Okay, all right, that sounds good. All right,
How many
everybody knows
of
their
each?
homework, right? Okay, thank you. All right, we'll see you in the morning.
How many of each? Please, Elaine. Just put a bullet between my eyes if you're going to play more of those. These useless depo witnesses. I mean, yet again, though, we get to one of the major incidents of violence, this Australia incident, and Amber Heard telling her person about how Johnny cut his finger off the bottle. And when Amber Heard testifies about it, she can't testify how his finger got chopped off because she never saw it, didn't remember it, doesn't know. He might have cut it off later. Well, she had been bottle raped and beaten so savagely that she has no idea what happened there. It just happens at a different time. Her own sister can't testify consistently with what happened on the staircase. So where are these witnesses' credibility? Where's Amber's credibility? Who do you believe? I mean, the likely answer is if no one's story lines up, you don't believe anybody.
How does this play out if clearly, Johnny Depp is no saint, right?
Right. Yeah.
Neither is Amber Heard, but how does it play out if they both basically defamed each other or were crazy towards each other.
Well, if they both defamed each other, then each one could theoretically win a jury verdict, and then it would be a damages contest,
That's right.
effectively. If neither defamed each other, you know, they would both lose, I guess.
Right.
Or you have the possibility of a hung jury, because it's got to be unanimous in Virginia.
Really?
Yeah. So it's 7 jurors, and it has to be unanimous. So
Is that for
if-
all civil trials in Virginia?
I don't know the exact rule. I just know for this one it is. There is some monetary threshold where this particular thing sets up, but I don't know if it's like a really low one or if
Do
it's
the alternate jurors know that they're the alternates?
not yet. I don't think.
Interesting.
No,
This
you
can be
can't
like
let 'em know.
Rittenhouse where
That'd
they
be
did
horrible.
the bingo thing at the end.
Yeah,
I mean, if you're a juror, wouldn't you just? I mean, there's a particular motivation here to find against both of them for the full claim, just to F them for wasting my
Yeah.
time.
If you're a member of this jury, you're probably just so pissed off that you
Yeah.
have to be there.
I would be.
Yeah.
You took me out of my life and made me sit there for what, a month listening to these millionaires yell at each other.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Any of the possibilities that are out there, I think the worst case scenario for Johnny would obviously be losing on his claim and then losing to Amber on her claim. I don't think that's realistic. The statements from Adam Waldman are really hard to link to damages sustained by Amber Heard. To me, that is just not jiving, mainly because she testified that she kept all her contracts. Like, it's like, wait, how do you have damages if you're still in Aquaman 2 and you still have your L'Oreal contract as of the time you're testifying? Those are the 2 contracts you mentioned. You have them. Well, I had to fight really hard. Well, what does that mean? Like, what?
It doesn't mean anything.
She didn't
That just
testify.
means you kept them.
Yeah, she didn't testify that, for example, Warner Brothers fired her. She hired an attorney to enforce for breach of contract. They renegotiated the contract. She received less money. She had to take a cut on residuals. She didn't testify to any of those things where she would have received damage. She just said, I had to fight really hard to keep it. But you still kept your contracts. So I don't see how they fulfill the damages element on her counterclaim at this point. There's just that element is missing. But that being said, I think if there is a push, which I think, Rob, you've said it seems really unlikely that a jury would not be unanimous just due to the nature of preponderance of the evidence and
I mean, just the nature of juries in general. Like, it's amazing how how many times they actually find unanimity.
Yeah.
I mean, you would think it would be the reverse. It's not really the case. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't think Amber scored any points today, not any big ones.
No, and it's like anytime they would get a good win, it was undercut by something. The best was the guy testifying. He was engaging, like you said, he seemed believable and credible, but everything else was a waste. And I thought Whitney Heard was going to be their bombshell witness.
So interesting
go
thing
ahead.
about her. Remember how there was all this conversation about the deposition that she walked out on?
Yeah.
So she was feeling ill during the middle of her depo and didn't sit for the cross element of that depo. There's a motion for sanctions motion limited to try and get her precluded from giving any testimony. That was pending as of the start of trial. We never knew
Right.
what the resolution was. And then all of a sudden she shows up on the witness list as possibly testifying live. I pulled up her UK witness statement, and that UK witness statement is 27 pages.
Wow.
Yep. And
So
today,
she was-
how long was she on the stand?
Like 30 minutes. I mean, so they must have severely cropped her testimony to what she, I mean, I don't even know what, it's relegated to just a staircase incident pretty much. And a little bit of foundation. How did you know her? But they didn't get anything else in. So I guess that was the sanction, was to limit her testimony. I don't know that was but I don't know that was a particularly beneficial win I feel like Johnny Depp's team didn't. I feel like they could have gone into her on cross on some other stuff, and some other people seem to be indicating that there's more to Whitney Heard that they could go into, but I'm not super familiar with it. The only thing I know about is that letter sent from her friend that impeaches her her testimony about the staircase. That's the only thing I'm particularly aware of. But they can bring that in on rebuttal. They don't need it on her, and I think it'd be better to bring it in on rebuttal because it'll be fresher towards closing arguments. And you come in and say, yeah, by the way, here's this person's testimony that says that Whitney Heard's statements about the staircase incident were entirely false, and she knew they were false. So I think that'd be, and that, we know because Whitney Heard told her. So I think that's better than going after her now. But I don't know. We'll see. I hate these video days. It is hard to stay alert.
Yeah.
Well, guys, do you have any thoughts about today? Otherwise, I'll when we're done wrapping them up, I'll read super chats. I have to go in 1 hour and 10 minutes, pretty much on the.
All right. Well, I'll leave you to it. I'll sign off. Try to join you again tomorrow if possible. Attorney Tom, Rob, nice seeing you again, and everybody have a good evening.
Yep. Thanks, brother. See ya.
And I've got to actually jump off to make sure that Runkle has a door that is open that he can go into.
Poor Runkle. Get that man some sleep and some milk.
All right. See you guys. Tom's nice meeting you.
Yep.
See you, Rob. Thanks for being on.
Well.
What are all these? Hold on. Let me figure out how to do this. There we go. Well,
okay. You need to.
I had to height adjust.
You need to compensate.
No, I had to give a better perception of reality than what the cameras allow for.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me see what I can do here.
Oh no, you're in the court.
Oh wait, no, hold on. I need to incept you on the back, so it looks you look small.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah, too much work.
So what's going on, man? How much of this trial have you been able to follow? Because you do real stuff. So
yeah, no, not a lot. I watched. I filmed a video today about Camille Vasquez's redirect from yesterday, which she objects like 43 times in 19 minutes and shuts down. I mean, this other lawyer, to be quite honest, is really embarrassing for her.
Oh,
I mean,
so bad.
She could not articulate non-leading questions, and every time she spoke, Johnny Depp's lawyer objected. The judge sustained it, and they got nothing out of their redirect. It was really deflating.
The theory is that she actually kind of rage quit the redirect early, like because she just couldn't go anywhere. My favorite moment, I'm sure you caught this, was when Elaine, the lawyer, looks to Amber Heard and goes, I'm trying.
Yes.
I was like, oh my God, that's awful. What are you doing?
The quality, I mean, it was a mixture of both really good lawyering on Johnny Depp's side, Camille Vasquez, and the preface to that whole thing was her cross-examination, which I thought was fantastic.
Yeah, her cross was very good.
And also, it was a combination with that, with just poor lawyering on the other side. It was pretty bad. But it was great. It made great entertainment, but other than that, not so much. I mean, I just looked through the highlights and I saw some clips from that. I go, I want to rewatch that. I want to see all of that, because as a trial lawyer, I always want to learn. I'm always looking to see how people do things and if I can learn from them. And I thought Camille Vasquez, she did a fantastic job. And it's definitely something that lawyers can learn from. I mean, because Amber Heard's not an easy witness.
No.
She clearly has some level of charisma. And, I love her strategic eye contact with the jury. Every time she's answering a question, she pauses, she looks over. She's slippery with some of her responses, like, did you turn over XYZ? And she says, I turned over everything, but that's clearly she kind of threw everybody under the bus too. So
Yeah.
I other than that, I haven't really been following this trial.
Well, so the interesting thing I learned about the I submitted everything is there are apparently some photos that were excluded in limine. That might be what she's actually referring to, that she submitted some photos that, and who knows whether they encompass the events that were discussed. I have no idea what these photos in particular are.
Right.
I think her phone had something like 58,000 photos on it or something ridiculous. But yeah, so there was perhaps some of the photos that were referenced or that would explain some of these events were not allowed in for whatever reason.
Sure.
But there were issues with the production of photos and documents anyway. In fact, which was interesting because she testified to this. They didn't dwell on it too much, but testified that she turned over her phone to Johnny Depp's team to have a digital forensics person pull the data from it. So they didn't go into this, but the reality is she didn't produce things. They had to extract it, and she delayed turning over that phone for a very long time. So there was a hindrance to the amount of extraction that can be done or the analysis of those things afterwards. I'm not sure if the stuff excluded in limine is because of that, some sort of discovery sanction, or if it's or if there's some other reason for the exclusion. But
yeah, and I think by this point you really have to question Amber Heard's credibility. I mean,
yes,
if there's any delay in turning over the phone, just like how she was saying, the $7 million that she was going to donate to charity, and she said she couldn't donate them because she was being sued. And then they went back and they showed the records that there was like a 13 or 14 month gap from when she had the money to
when she completely had the money.
Right, when she completely had the money to when she got sued for the first time.
Right. And that part of the testimony from the ACLU, and I think Amber Heard also, was that, well, the understanding was she was getting paid in installments for her divorce, so she would pay in installments. But then as those installments come in, it stretches that 13 months to like a 20-month period.
Right.
Where she could have been making installment payments and wasn't.
And well, what's the deal? And educate me, because I haven't really been following, but what was the deal with the ACLU? She didn't actually write the article, it was ghostwritten, and she just signed her name on it or something like that?
The majority of the article was written by the ACLU. Amber Heard became a congressional ambassador for like domestic violence through the ACLU to Congress. I said congressional. And so then the ACLU wanted to write a piece about domestic violence or whatever. And so they have Amber Heard, Aquaman's about to come out. So they decided to write this piece, get an op-ed in a major publication. They listed like New York Times, Washington Post, some People or Vogue or something. I don't remember the third one, but the idea was to get a piece in a major publication, an op-ed, and then run it right at the same time as Aquaman's release, so it would have the buzz. So they wrote the meat of the article, and Amber was responsible only for adding the personal flair sections to make it her own, which amounts to these two, at the end of the day, these two statements about Johnny Depp. And they're vaguely about Johnny Depp, and they're two of the three statements in the case that are the defamatory allegations. But she put that in, and then they had a significant back and forth email exchange, paring down the statements, trying to eliminate Johnny Depp from the statements itself to go away. And then so they come up with the article that they publish it, and the next day, USA Today identifies that it's about Johnny Depp, because it's really obvious. It says 2 years ago when I stood up against domestic violence, like, well, 2 years ago you got a restraining order against your husband at the time.
Right. So obviously her first argument is, hey, this article isn't about Johnny Depp, but it clearly implicates him.
Yeah, and she's testified several times. The article that I wrote about Johnny Depp.
Right.
So they're trying to get they'll try to argue the technicality that a reasonable person might not have known that it was about Johnny Depp, and so therefore, you know, it wasn't intended to be that way. But like I said, the next day, USA Today or whatever had identified it, and there's an email actually from like her, the ACLU, that says, "Well, so much for people not knowing it's about Johnny Depp," because
Right.
because of course identified immediately. So that's the gist of the ACLU's involvement. But I mean, it was significant involvement, and it kind of looks weird, right? Like the ACLU is making her an ambassador after she pledges $3.5 million, and then they're gonna have her, you know, co-sign this letter and add her own personal story to it. Their lawyers are reviewing it. Her lawyers are reviewing it. They're all working together on this thing. And you kind of, the ACLU looks really slimy because like you
Right.
wonder what is their gain in this? Are they doing this for $3.5 million? Are they her loudspeaker,
Sure.
her soapbox? Is she being taken advantage of? I mean, either way, it doesn't look good. Is there a quid pro quo for the payment in the article? Is there something else she's going to get? Does this ambassadorship have
Or-
value for her? Because
At
maybe
one
it
point in
does.
time, were the ACLU listed as defendants in this?
I don't know if they ever sued the ACLU. I wouldn't if I were them. I think suing the ACLU is extremely risky.
Right.
And especially with their defense comes to be, well, we only wrote the article that doesn't have anything to do with him.
Right.
So that's a simple argument. Plus, I think a lot of judges have deference to the ACLU for its old school credibility.
Right.
But yeah, and so they didn't sue the ACLU and they didn't sue the Washington Post. And I think they're justified in not suing the Washington Post generally because it's an op-ed piece. So Washington Post is republishing it, but they don't have the same level of journalistic standards for an op-ed publication as they would for a news story. So it's going to be really hard to get to actual malice for a publication because you can't show that they violated their standard of authenticating a news story or a fact.
Has any testimony come in on how much Amber Heard or Johnny Depp have paid in legal fees so far?
It was objected to. Amber Heard mentioned paying $6 million in legal fees. Johnny Depp has not testified to, but at the start of trial, he was already $6 million deep, was reported.
So
But that
he's not-
includes the UK trial.
That would
both
make
of them.
sense. I would think for something like this that has required probably endless amounts of work and depositions and all of that, these lawyers probably aren't working on a contingency fee. Because I don't think there's light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, if
No.
Johnny Depp gets a $50 million verdict, I don't think Amber Heard doesn't have $50 million.
No, she has the $7 million that that Johnny Depp gave her. She has $2 million from Aquaman 2, $1 million from Aquaman. Obviously she spent some of this money, but we're talking about money that she's earned that we know about. $1 million for Aquaman 1, $2 million for Aquaman 2, and I think a $5 million L'Oreal contract, plus a $7 million Johnny's paid her, which is pledged to charity, although that doesn't really mean anything until you actually make the payments.
Right.
So now if she's $6 million deep on her legal representation, who knows how much money she has available, and she does not have the prospect, in my opinion, to make $50 to $100 million. I don't think that she ever did, except as being attached to Johnny Depp, maybe.
This trial certainly hasn't done her any favors.
No.
Yeah, this is the whole internet age. Really, what we've seen over the past 2 years with live streaming trials. I mean, this could really change American jurisprudence. Well, I should say at least for high-profile cases. I mean, if you start, I mean, if you have two celebrities, the next time two celebrities go at it, part of the analysis is not whether they will win or lose the case, but it's also, okay, are we going to win or lose this case? But also, is this trial going to be live streamed and you know, all of our air is going to be all of our dirty laundry is going to be released to the public for millions to view.
Yeah, and Amber Heard's team fought this being public vehemently. They fought very hard against having anything. It was only right before trial that the judge ended up ruling that there would be a camera in the courtroom. I think just a couple months heads up on that. And so this one was, they tried to keep it out. Johnny's team has been saying, we want this open, we want this public the whole time. Even though, a lot of this stuff makes Johnny look like a pretty bad guy.
Right.
He's a drug addict. He's an alcoholic. He's verbally abusive. I'm not worried about the implications of the word. He's verbally abusive towards at least her, if not some other people. And I don't know that that's too much of a surprise for a high profile celebrity to be drunk, to be an alcoholic, a drug addict, and verbally abusive. But we tend to sweep that away from our minds most of the time.
Has there been any analysis on how much like leeway or deference you get for like what constitutes defamation? Because I agree, just based as an observer who hasn't seen a lot of the trial, I think it is correct to say that Johnny Depp is to some extent verbally abusive, emotionally abusive, all of that kind of stuff. Maybe even physically abusive, but they're both not saints is the gist that I'm getting. I mean, clearly she was
Right.
abusive in return. And so is it defamatory to say that, I was abused, but maybe she over exaggerated to the extent that she was abused? Or is it defamation to exclude the part that, hey, by the way, I was also abusive. Right. And that's just what I don't know.
That's why I like that this is a jury trial and we have a fact finder, because I think the jury has this real question. And they say, so the statement is, when I was appointed, when I stood up as a victim of domestic abuse or something like that. And then the other statement is, or the other one is as a representative of fighting against domestic abuse. I think the jury is allowed to determine whether or not someone who is, let's say there's mutual abuse going on.
Right.
If they can represent themselves as a victim of domestic abuse while being a perpetrator of domestic abuse, I think that's defamatory. I think, to me, if I say, okay, if each of you wake up in the morning and unprovoked slug the other one, right?
Right.
And then one of you stands up and say, I'm a victim of domestic abuse from my partner, I say you're lying, because
it's kind of like a weird, it's kind of like a weird civil take on the clean hands doctrine and self-defense.
Yeah. Yeah. Or like a mutual combat sort of idea. It's like,
Right.
can you be you may have been engaged in domestic abuse. You may have been on the receiving end of what we call abuse, but are you a victim of it if you're participating in it? And so we also have in this case some expert witnesses for mental health who are arguing that point too, right? Like, is this retaliatory abuse? Is she hitting Johnny Depp because of the abuse she sustained at his hands? Or is he doing that? And so I think it gets to the ultimate jury question for me is, do they believe that what Amber said and the result it had on Johnny's career to be fair? And like, at the end of the day, that's kind of how I think it's going to boil down, because I don't think a jury is going to get hyper technical on defamation in this case when they've got so much other stuff being thrown at them with all this abuse allegation back and forth. So I think they go, okay, whatever happened between them, Amber says this and Johnny Depp's entire career is ruined. Is that just? Is that, and maybe they say yes. And maybe they look at it and say, and her career kind of sucks too, so it is justice. I think that's the ultimate question for them.
Interesting. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if these jury members, after the trial's over, are willing to give, some sort of interview about what were the important things to them. Because if anybody's sat through a long trial and interviewed members of the jury after, it's weird the things that they remember.
Right.
And oftentimes it might not have anything to do with what you think is relevant to the case. You know, it's like, oh, I didn't like the way she was sitting upright, or, you know, I didn't like the way she looked when Johnny Depp was on the stand, or she refused to make eye contact with XYZ, or, you know, it could be a whole number of things. It'd be really interesting to see what their primary decision making factors were.
Yeah, especially with some of the and I think this is a big risk in a long trial like this, but Runkle and the DUI guy and Rob from Law and Lumber were in, you know, they were in the jury or in the courtroom a couple of the days, and they were observing the jury. And for them to say that the jury in week 5 of the 6-week trial is completely checked out during Amber Heard's party testimony tells me that they absorbed a lot during Johnny's testimony, and to then get to Amber Heard's and be checked out is extremely risky for the defense, because they've made up their mind, and they've made up their mind on the plaintiff's story. Now they may have come to the conclusion that he didn't make the case, but I think usually if you've done somewhat of a competent job, and I think Johnny did pretty well on the witness stand, you're going to be favorable to the party, to the plaintiff when they're done. That's the whole goal of the case, of course, is to be favorable to the plaintiff at the close of the plaintiff's case. And then the defense has to come and undo that.
Right.
So I think that's a big problem that they've got, that there's reports of jurors nodding off and sleeping and just not paying attention, because it means
just like
that they
today,
don't care.
Today was a snooze fest. Right when I logged on, I regretted logging on.
Yeah. Oh, no, I hate these video depots. Virginia doesn't have the power to compel someone to appear outside of the state. They can compel them to deposition, but that's it. So if any of these people don't want to show up, and notice, Amber Heard doesn't have any friends from that time anymore. They're gone. So all of these people, they all went through the UK trial a couple years ago. They're moving on with their lives, and now they're being asked to come back, and they have a choice to say, no, I don't want to go spend 6 weeks in Fairfax County, Virginia, waiting for you to call me. I'd rather live my cool life in Australia or LA or anywhere else in the world. And they're happy to not show up. So I think that's telling, and particularly on Amber's side. I think the couple witnesses that Johnny has brought in have been, you know, his security guys who are already there. So that's handy. But then having Isaac Baruch, who is super personable, come in, I think that was a big boost for him, because the jury had to love that guy. He's hard not to like. Even Amber Heard was laughing when he was talking.
Sure.
And he's testifying against her. So I think, I don't know if they needed to kidnap someone, bribe them, whatever, to get them in person in Virginia on Amber Heard's team. And the fact that she hasn't gotten anybody there is a mess, because none of these you can be the most likable person in the world. You sit through 6-8 hours of video deposition, remote video deposition with an attorney, and you're going to look terrible.
Right. You can make anybody look bad. All right, brother. Well, hey, I'm going to get off.
Yeah, get out of here.
And I'll talk to you later.
All right, brother. Thanks.
All right, see ya.
Peace. Well, there goes the shortest lawyer on YouTube. I'm always glad when he gets a step stool and is able to join the stream. By the way, all my panelists today are linked in the description of this video. You can check out all of their content if you're not already signed up. I'm guessing you are to most of them. Attorney Tom hasn't been on many of these streams, so make sure you go check out his channel if you're not aware of who he is. He does really great content. All right, guys. I am going to, here's the scoop. Here's the scoop. I'm going to read super chats for the rest of this show, but wait 1 second. I'm not going to get through all of them. I have a hard cutoff at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, because I'm taking my my sons to a bowling event, and that's been scheduled for a while. So I'm going to that. I will be back tonight at 11 p.m. I'll be interviewing Megan Fox from PJ Media. We're going to be talking about the Johnny Depp case and the media coverage around it. So if you want to hear a little bit of a different sort of approach to this than the strictly legal one, we're going to have some media perspective from someone who's been covering the case extensively on the media side of this, and talking about how the media is looking at this case. I'll be I'll be covering all the super chats from this stream that get missed on that stream as well. But without further ado, let me get through these and then we'll see. I know you guys are saying get James from court on. I'm not going to get him on this show because I'm time limited, but I will certainly be extending an invitation to pop on during some of this time. I think his in-court experience is valuable, his observations, and I would love to get to know him and talk to him. I'll be trying to set up an interview, but I'm not going to do it right now, obviously. Plus he's probably busy. So we'll fix that. We'll fix that up soon. But yeah, make sure you show up tonight at 11 for that interview with Megan Fox. I think it'll be great. And we'll talk about the media coverage of this case and how that's kind of shaping things and what they're seeing. Because I'm only looking at the court stuff. And so many more people know all of this extra stuff that either can or can't come in, and they're watching, the news press on it. Without further ado, Bill Nyland, what are the odds for close on the grumpy shifting from prank to the maker's mark, missing the sugar walls and plunging into the next opening? Couldn't be any larger than James Franco's fist. Whoa, that's a spicy chat. I don't think so. No, the maker's mark was a different time. It was a different time. Ali Yusuf, I cannot believe Heard couldn't get these longtime friends to appear in person. Could using video depots be tactical? It could be. The cross exam goes differently. New stuff comes up that you can't ask them about. It's kind of a pain, but I think at the end of the day, most video depots are just a snore fest for the jury, and I don't think they're very effective. Like, I feel it would be easy to provoke Ron Soyson to go full Ethan Ralph. Yeah, I think you could have gotten that guy. I mean, he's got that tough guy vibe. Well, if he was there, I would have kicked his ass. It's like, okay, sure. Sure, Pumpkin. Everybody's a tough guy when no one's around, but you never did. You had the opportunity to piece up Johnny Depp, and you never did. So I'm not buying it. But yeah, maybe you get that guy heated up. You get him talking about domestic violence and get him to look like a fool. Who knows? Retro Veteran Gamer says the Ministry of Truth has been shut down. Yes, that Jankowicz lady has resigned, and thank God. The Ministry of Disinformation. We actually had a disinformation department in the United States government briefly, and Nina Jankowicz has stepped down after all of her singing TikTok success propelled her into a career in this clown world government that we have, where someone can make singing TikTok videos and be appointed by the president of the United States to monitor the world's communications and make sure they're up to Karen standards, is fucking insane, but at least it's shut down. The DCV Titan says, my problem with today's testimony is that I'm finding that their stories are the same as Turds, but they also have the same holes. Like, they didn't see obvious questions coming and didn't plan a consensus answer. I don't know when you sent that, but man, there were some actual very glaring and important differences in those stories too, though. That really, like Whitney's staircase story, blew me away with how different it was. Steve C, I know it isn't universal, but do juries typically give more or less weight to depositions or live testimony? Live testimony, 10 times out of 10. Like, you have to be the most charming motherfucker on the planet to be more charming by video than you are in person. Jurors want to see someone. They want to see him move. They want to see him react. They want to catch him. They don't want a videotape that's been edited. They know these things have been edited. They want to hear them in the courtroom. They want to see if there's a pause. They want live testimony as much as any of us do. Well, there's some big chats. Thank you. Fluffy Cakes Live says, for the awesome stream and putting up with this. Oh, it's all good to me. I mean, as boring as it can be, I like to still see it. I like to see an experience with the jury's experiencing, and then, that can inform my decision. Michelle Skinner, how can we be sure Amber hasn't been the one trashing various places? We can't. Very important. Find it unbelievable that no one has ever hears her screaming, yet in her own recording, she tends to be the one always getting out of control, especially when she isn't getting the reaction she wants. Very good points from Michelle Skinner there, because yeah, and this has been a problem that I was talking about yesterday at length. Amber Heard has been painted as a saint. She never did anything wrong. She just loved Johnny. She just loved him so much. She was willing to endure the beatings and the good times. And she just loved him and kept loving him and only loved him. It's like, you participated in this. You instigated fights. Well, I didn't actually. You just, when Johnny's arguing with you, you just can't contradict him. But you contradict him all the time, except when he says you're instigating fights. Then you don't contradict him. Well, you just got to roll with it. I don't think people are buying it. I think she sold herself as too good. You can certainly be too good to be believable. There's is it Audie Miller? Audie Murphy. Gosh, Audie Murphy, a U.S. soldier during World War II. They made a movie about Audie Murphy, and he's just one of the most famous soldiers in U.S. history. And they made a movie about him, and the director got the script of him recounting his tales, and they said, we have to cut this down. No one will believe this. Like, the guy's life story is unbelievable because he did so many heroic things and did them in such a heroic way. So they had to cut it down. You can be too good. You can have a too good of a persona that it's like, this isn't real to me. I don't know anybody who doesn't have a flaw. So, Electanics, you talk a lot about people's appearances over certain stereotypes of what they should look like. Is this actual psychology of law, or is this more personal bit of fun? It's personal. There's psychology of law. I'm sure some idiot is paid to teach it at some school somewhere. I don't care. I think psychology of law is not universally applicable because juries are so varied, region to region, person to person. This is my personal impressions about how I would want things to be based on how I perceive people, based on my interactions with, thousands of people throughout my entire life. So for me, when I talk about how I think Amber Heard should look and dress, like today, I thought she was dressed stunningly. I thought it was a perfect outfit for her. It's what I've been looking for the whole time. She needs to look feminine, not sexy, but also not unattractive, not frumpy, not sexy, very feminine. And this is a nice conservative dress. It accentuated her feminine proportions very well, but she also had a jacket on. She wasn't wearing it most of the time. She just looked good and professional at the same time. Perfect. That's how she needs to look. All these other outfits where she's looking like communist dictators are very weird. When she looks like the Handmaid's Tale victim, very weird. Don't do that. Don't do that. She's a pretty lady. She should play it up to the point of not trying to be imposing on the jury. Other things I talk about, half the time I'm just making fun of someone because that's what I do. But the other half is just my perceptions on how things should be. I watch trials, I make observations, and yeah, you guys watch them too. So you often disagree with me, often agree, but that's the perception. Just trying to see what jurors see. Rick Nikita, them, I've been here since Rittenhouse. Me, I've been here since Diablo 3 speed runs. Get wrecked. Jamie Muddyman, could someone else on Amber Heard's team step in for Elaine when she was getting flustered? No, I don't think so in this court. Can you tag team basically while asking questions? My understanding of how this court's process has worked is that you take on a witness, that a lawyer is assigned to a witness. They will take that witness. And that's how it's going to be. So they'll take the objections and they'll take the cross-examination, for example. M, why would this portion have been cut, and has this been seen by you? It seems important to counter the paranoid, jealous Johnny on Andy Signor's Twitter of cut Josh Drew's deposition. Is this the thing where where Johnny Depp or Josh Drew testifies that Amber had a three-way with Elon Musk and someone else? Is that what this is? Three-way with Elon Musk and Cara Delvigny. Well, I believe Elon and Cara have both vehemently denied this allegation. He didn't witness the three-way. I don't think he was the cuck sitting in the corner watching. So it's very prejudicial in that case. So there's Andy Signor. I like Andy just fine. He's not a lawyer. There are very good legal reasons why this would not come in as testimony. Again, with Elon Musk and Cara Delvigny making public statements saying that this didn't happen, this guy not actually witnessing it. What you're going to do is prejudice Amber Heard by basically implying that she's a slut cheating on Johnny Depp. That's why it's not coming in. Wolfram says, if Rocky believes that is bloody hair and scalp, then I have some beautiful beachfront property on Mars for her. However, the Mars rovers occasionally peek in the windows. Colton T. Drew is a very gullible person who has never worn the pants in a relationship. Why would Drew undermine the gracious benefits of living with Amber Heard's best friend, Rocky? Rocky would never do the same either. Both went along with it. Next. Mark Behringer. Believe all women. Really? All of them? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Keith Gray. How can she be sitting in the court and yet then be called on stand? Who? Whitney was not sitting in court prior to being on the stand. Whitney would only she got to sit on court after being called on the stand because she's not subject to recall. But if you're talking about Amber, the parties always get to be there. And then experts get to be there as well, because stuff inside the testimony of a witness may change an expert's opinion. Keon, how is Whitney allowed to testify if she didn't do her deposition until after other witnesses have testified? Well, Law and Lumber helped kind of maybe point the directions on that. Whitney was not on the stand very long. Looks like her testimony was probably cropped down. So if she didn't sit for deposition, it seems like there was a sanction involved that said you can only testify to this specific thing or for this amount of time or something like that. Because I thought Whitney would be testifying for 2 days. Sean Fallon. Hi, Nick. Thanks for keeping me and my coworker entertained through the days with your day streaming while I work in a quiet elevator shaft, especially when you work in an end of life facility in the dementia ward. Damn. Squeeze Louise. Oh, wait. Oh, that's where I work. Yes. I gotcha. Squeeze Louise, High Lord of something. Is this Kristen Stewart and Quasimodo's love child? Oof. James Weaver. Heard doing cocaine would lead to heart condition and weight loss. She was broke actress until Johnny paid for it all. Rose in the Pines. The problem with Amber's witness. I mean, does anybody believe that Amber Heard was stress thin? She's not stress thin now. She's not fat, but she was significantly thinner in all of her pictures. Amber Heard's not shedding pounds here, right? She's not shedding pounds in 2013, 2014, 2015. She couldn't. She was rail thin back then. Shedding pounds for her is coughing and having some phlegm come out. Like, that's a weight loss program when you're that skinny. Rose in the Pine says the problem with Amber's witnesses and her testimonies, it's almost too textbook. It feels set up. I think lots of it is. Andrew, lightning strikes and creepy organ music can be heard. The doors in the back of the courtroom swing open and you hear this horrid raspy stutter. Tell me, Mr. Depp, what can you tell me about con sluts? Sean Lemoyne comes into view. The amateur iconoclast says, I'm 90% positive Josh Drew is the cop in Amber Heard's staged BLM photo. Could be. I have no idea. He seems like a weirdo. Martin T, FYI, regarding this sister, narcissism is genetic. Yeah, she came across very unpalatable on the stand. Lancelot 652 says, I'm sad it's not Vasquez destroying both sisters. Yeah, but she prepped for Amber. That was the whole thing. Lancelot also says, I know I'm biased, but all of Amber's witnesses are in her orbit. Her sister, her doctor, her BFF, her simp, etc. Well, and her doctor wasn't the expert. Yeah, okay. Lucky Last, this sister is not believable. John Roberts, The same warm, cheerful personality as her sister and just as truthful. Crusade is viewing, despite popular belief, cocaine, meth, etc. won't keep you from sleeping based on tolerance or after a day or two without sleep. Felipe, no, I never got the impression, I've never done cocaine or meth, that they keep you from sleeping. For me, stimulants, someone who has narcolepsy, I use Provigil from time to time to be awake during the day. These early days are brutal on me, so I'm on Provigil for those. If I want to go to sleep on Provigil right at the height of it, I can lay down and go to sleep. In fact, I think when I get into a fatigued mood and I'm on a stimulant, I will focus on the fatigue and get more tired. It's weird. It's hard to explain, but I've gotten into some cycles like that. Felipe Move, Richie, if we have her sister as a witness, why we didn't have his friends and family? Missed your answer from my previous super chat. Your volume is a bit low against the new feed, by the way, and you are clipping a bit, in my opinion. Sorry. Yeah. Got that fixed. I couldn't hear that the new audio was crackly and clipping and all of that. So I couldn't hear that at all. So sorry. There's no way for me to do that. But we got it fixed. They can call whoever they want to the stand. We did have Johnny's friends and family. We had Johnny's sister was the first person to testify, and Isaac Baruch was like the second. That's his family and his friend. So they could call whoever they wanted to. Those are who they wanted to call. I think they were pretty good decisions. Socknuts 19. I don't think Amber got cheek implants. She seems to have gained weight and living a lush life over 30. Her sister's face has aged and filled out the same. Amber also seems to have gained weight. Check out her upper arms. Oh, Amber definitely gained weight. She does not look like she used to, and she shouldn't. Again, not a criticism, but I think she did get cheek implants. I mean, when you look at them, they're more pronounced now, and she's rounder in the face. So I think both happened. Colin Helmuth, dark eyes, extreme weight loss, and now heart issues, all signs of extreme amphetamine abuse. As a recovering addict, I know, and very chapped lips, which will rip if you're smoking something and pull out without paying attention. Alejandro Hernandez's objection. I'll call cap on Whitney's testimony. Charles League, like I said, I pledged my money to those charities. In one of the rare instances, I was sober. Matt H., this whole embellished, exaggerated story by Whitney reads like school kids trying to explain away their own guilt to the principal by putting it on someone else. It sounds so disingenuous and self-interested. Yeah, once she got to that staircase, I was done. Didn't believe it at all at that point. Benjamin Blatt says, stop calling her a cunt. Cunts have warmth and depth. Whoa. Thank you, Benjamin. That was brutal. Appropriately brutal. Anthony Zink landed one. Each of them used that specific word. Chrissy, think that maybe all these people see Johnny getting aggravated are coming in at the end of Amber's provoking. Yeah, well, that's certainly possible, right? Let's see. Okay, I've got to find where it was. Here we go. Lynette Smolin, thank you for the donation. Loser in a suit. I had a coworker whose sister was abused, and she frequently had talked to friends about how she wants her sister to leave the guy, but she's unable to escape. But that attitude isn't shared by Whitney. No, again, all these people are trying to keep them together. It doesn't make any sense to me. If your friend, loved one is being abused, you tend to try to get them out, not encourage them to stay. And you know about it. You tend to get them out, not encourage them to stay. So I didn't get that. C Goody says, check out Future Conflicts for up-to-date news on current/future conflicts worldwide, not found elsewhere, from people that have actually experienced the horrific reality of war. YouTube.com/Future Conflict channel. Cool. Thanks. Registoge. Nick, you keep mentioning how different Whitney's testimony is, wildly different on the staircase incident, yet Depp's team didn't mention that at all. Pretty weak cross, in my opinion. What are they going to say? Whitney didn't hear Amber's story, so they can't say, well, Amber didn't say that happened. There's nothing they can do about that. They'll bring it on close. On close, they can say, notice that Whitney's story and Amber's story, they didn't match. They didn't match at all. They could ask Johnny about it because he sat there for the testimony and then ask him what really happened. They could do that. But they can't confront them on it. There's nothing to confront. Whitney's not aware, presumably, of Amber's story. So they can't say, well, Amber Heard said this. Amber Heard said that, because they wouldn't be able to do that. Yaten Agarwal's opinion, to be honest, you look more bruised than Amber in this live stream. Your alleged dark circles, maybe due to lack of sleep, are more evident than the bruising Amber had in the evidence. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I look at lighting helps here because I've got lights coming this way. So now I have bigger circles, but even still, certainly have some dark circles. Need more sleep. No rest for the wicked. Mo says, are Valley Girls human? I think it's debatable at the very least. I would say no. Joe Everyman, no, Valley Girls are not humans. Well, there we go. It's answered. Chris, again, I want to read this one. This is when I put up the will you simp poll. Chris again says, you guys and Rakeda are the biggest incels ever. Thank you, the fun police, for showing up. JM Corp. The lady talking about the penthouse has a tell. When she looks up, she's recalling from memory. When she looks left, she's pulling from the made-up story. Takul says, maybe I'm a wine noob, but why do they all say magnum size bottle of wine? Is that a normal size for wine bottles? I've never heard that expression, but I'm not a wine drinker. If I was going to buy wine, it's just one normal bottle of wine. Squizgar says, manlet alert, Attorney Tom has entered the chat. Gunnar says she had never seen her cry before, though. Tina Lewis, why are depositions that were taken 2 or more years ago still credible? Also, who's ruling over objections while depositions are being taken? Okay. I'll explain it again. At deposition, you make the objection, then the person answers anyway. If the deposition is going to be used at trial, you have to then get a ruling on the objections or get agreement on the objections. So you would send a proposed edit list. They would send it back. And if you have any spots where you disagree, you take it to the judge, and the judge rules on the objections, and then you make the edits. So that's how that goes. Mo says, first Runkle and now Hobbit. This is a Tolkien fan club or something. Burnt Umbrage. Amber Heard desperately wants to say that Johnny Depp actually killed her during that time. And then, owing to her perfection, she used her special powers of working hard to will herself back from the dead. Ancient Mongoose. I'm not balding. Johnny Depp just keeps coming over and ripping the hair off the back of my head. Suzmart 15 says, I was in a cat fight, bar fight 25 years ago. Got chunks of my hair pulled out. It doesn't come out in strands. It comes out in clumps. P.S. That was the only time in my life that I was in a physical fight. She is a liar. Martin T. Do narcissists attract other narcissists as friends? It's obvious these witnesses are lying. They all seem egocentric and happy for the attention. They're from LA. They know that enough attention will turn them into Johnny Depp. So some people will grab onto it wherever they can find it. Where are we? Oh my goodness. Here we go. Scarfy the Strange Says, as someone who was called into jury duty in Virginia, I can confirm the bailiff does try to entertain the jury. I just shared Law and Lumber's bed video with my brother. Of all things to mix with law, I never expected carpentry. Azriel Bain says, is this deposition taking place at a drive-through? Thank you for your testimony. Please pull forward to the second window.
Yes, we're speaking to you from Australia, right? Yes. I like a Big Mac, medium fries, and a vanilla shake. I need a vanilla shake, please.
Dank Count, after he helped all these losers with places to stay and lots of generous gestures to all of them, they all rat him out like scum. It should be a lesson on who to trust and invite in your circle. Such terrible people. I like whoever said that was normal Ricada audio quality. That's funny. Get banned. Get banned immediately. Igor Slagathor says, for Law and Lumber, since you've been there in person, were you able to identify who is a breather / sire we hear in the background? Oh, I'll have to ask him. Zyvan, if there's anything to learn, it's that no one wanted Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to break up because they were all freeloading off Johnny Depp. They're saying he's a monster and abuser now because the gravy train is over. Sion Arkale says, as someone who's pursued acting off and on, someone tell the directors and producers who would get pissed and ream terrible performers in front of an entire cast and crew to take a minute to think about hurt feelings. Michelle Skinner read that one, and Faith Elite read that one. California Girl says, I'm still waiting for some more faux tears. Cheers. Amy Music says, Nick, my daughter quotes you every day when she comes over to watch the trial with me. After the bottle testimony, Amber, I don't remember how that night ended. Nick and Sam with you in a fucking hospital. Sorry to have your daughter quote some profane language. I don't know how old she is. Visiting Walrus says, does Attorney Tom know he's gay? He might, but he doesn't even know how short he is, that's the weirder one for me. Sherry Law says, Warner Brothers would be better off completely cutting from the movie. They have enough money to recast and reshoot her scenes. Otherwise, they're doing enormous damage to the film and the other actors. Mike Muse, thank you for the donation. Wombat Mommy says, Ricada and Lumber, long lost brothers, finally united. People talk about the resemblance. I think I see it. Okay, let me see. I think that is all the big super chats that came in today. There are many, many more, of course. Getting down to the list. Here we go. Read that one. Okay, there we go. I see where I am. Let me get Odyssey. There's some chats over on Odyssey that I should grab. By the way, I'm also broadcasting to Odyssey and Rumble. Ever Eden Author says, now whenever I hear the word Coachella, I think of shits in a bed. And Elgonzo says, what a nail biter of a day. Pretty breaded. Should I get a Macallan 12 or Glenlivet 12 for a non-Scotch sipper? I've never had a Macallan 12. Glenlivet 12 is great. KTV says, 33 minutes ago, you made a huge mistake. You told Tom there were 2 mental health experts. Well, yeah, Dr. Muffins and Isaac Baruch. I think I was correct. Lieutenant Hobbit says, if you are feeling generous, please consider helping my cousin out with his GoFundMe. Look up Help Me Feed Stray Cats by Jeff Dominguez on GoFundMe. He's trying to help them and rescue them. Squeeb Esquire says, morning, sir. Apparently, my firm's Wi-Fi is breaded because I can't see or write and chat while on it. Sell data for the win. Unbreaded. Liberty and Freedom Mindset says, good morning from the communist nation of Minnesota. Are all you degenerate shysters ready for a good day, for a day of boring deposition? Get wrecked, Amber Heard. Shady Wolverine says, first time sub. Just want to say I love Nate's reactions on this whole situation. I think it's cool being able to have some outside input from all of you, especially being lawyers and all. Silence Phoenix says the only way Whitney could reconcile her witnessing the staircase incident and attempting to keep them together as the marriage counselor is if she didn't love her sister and wanted to sacrifice her to Depp's wallet. Damn. Sydney Highwind, good morning. I'm Tess's wife, Inverloch, D&D, and she told me about your channel for the trial, and so here I am. You're doing great, and it's very fun to watch. Oh, hey, Sydney, I had seen some pictures, I think, on Instagram or something. Congratulations. Tess is a fun person. I like her a lot. Tell her I miss her. I don't know if you're still here. Zach Damien, morning wreck. Coffee's on me. Been listening for the last 2 weeks when trial's going on. I've learned a lot through the channel. Good luck today. Thank you. Cledge Fenrir, ready for more deposition. You cannot avoid the late night puns now that we heard you hate them. Don't worry. That's all I have. Johnny D, any recommendation for a corporate lawyer to review employment contracts? My company is requiring 10,000 plus employees sign new contracts with a ridiculous non-compete clause. I asked you to email me. I'll try and check my email. I hope you did. Josh Wilk, maybe she won't show today. Not enough cover up to mask the bruising from yesterday's beatdown on Cross. Mark Van Ees, I just bought some Black Label. Joe Cooley, what, if anything, will you do with my $500,000 pledge? And why is it take talking about my freshly affiliated Twitch where I make balloon animals like cats? Joe the Great, where the A is a 4. You make balloon animals on Twitch? Congrats, brother. Odd Mimic Nick, is there a defamation suit equivalent to a plea deal that Amber's team can go into? Only if Johnny wants to do it. Yeah, they could settle this at any time. Johnny's team likely doesn't want to because Johnny's public image requires a public execution of Amber Heard. Nadi says 10K viewers, less than 1,000 likes. Do it. That's a long time ago. Lurk Moore says, if Australia doesn't exist, then how did we lose the Emu War then? Check and mate, Shaster. True Nana Shambada, bad pressure, bad calf care. Chat, we need a pick of the guns with a Murphy beard. Filing cabinet is on to something here. Oh, there is one. There is one. There are multiple. Kalinka says, lol, how Amber Heard wore so little makeup on the stand, but today she's almost glammed up with fake lashes and flattering makeup. She saw people saying she aged. Mo, on the backs of her arms, but photos only show one arm. Kinda X122. So where's the photos of these deep, long cuts? Are the medical records? Did she even seek medical attention for the cuts? No. No, she did not. T-Stretch. She might have advanced delusionary schizophrenia with involuntary narcissistic rage, but she's a very gentle person. Amazing Wireless 2. With friends like this, who needs to get beat by their spouse? Mo, wouldn't cuts on feet be worse due to weight? Cuts on feet would be a nightmare. On the bottoms of your feet, it'd be horrible. I've seen one of the Phoenix Wrong animations, not all of them. What's going on? Hold on. I'm getting messages. I have to make sure they're not important. Yeah, cuts on your feet would be terrible. Sarav Vinod said, thank you for the donation. Also says, is rebuttal included in the time allotted to them? Yes. Yes, they do not get extra time for rebuttal. Light B, Johnny and Camille over there going, this chick is so full of it. Amazing Wireless 2, this Rocky Raccoon broad looks like she's on the nod. Pamela B, is it true UK is opening up a case against Amber Heard for perjury? Heard that a couple times now. Congrats on 400K. I've heard it. I don't know. The Frisky Flamenco says, I feel like she's reading something, and if not, kids, this is why you don't do drugs. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. Wave E1 says stalling, so they help her answer these questions. Over Caffeinated says, Rocky is an MMA fighter. Maybe she's taking so long from repeated blows to the head. This isn't the same Raquel Pennington. That's a different Raquel Pennington. Amazing Wireless 2 says Rocky's eyeliner was applied with a heroin needle. Obsidian Sinclair, Rocky is as entertaining as a sedated mattress. That's how I feel right now, like a sedated mattress. You're showing signs of a gin blossom. Better purchase some arnica cream. I haven't drank anything other than, non-alcoholic liquids today. So, but no, I think it's just my fatigue and the lighting. My nose is definitely getting a little red. Obsidian Sinclair, Rocky is as entertaining as a sedated mattress. Bjornen, 1979 says, no surprise, Heard's BFF is an absolute dimwit. God Rocket, is it possible that Amber Heard walking out before the jury was her throwing in the towel? She's just like, F this, I'm over it. I think she was just mad. And she's histrionic. Everything's about her. Go take a nap. Oh, I will after I got to take my son's bowling, and then I'll be taking a nap until the show. Bro T3K33, Nick, I'm not from the US, so sorry if this is a dumb question, but please explain. Isn't it wanted that people from the jury don't know the people of the case? How does this work with Johnny Depp? They had to accept that Johnny Depp's effectively a household name, and they just had to get people who didn't have strong opinions about him either way. That's what they had to do. Vinbot 0109 says skeletal. The acting coach meant skeletal. Oh yeah, we know. Huge fan of the channel. It's nice to know that people with common sense still exist. Much love. Hey, thank you, Vinbot. Thank you. With that, guys, I'm going to read just a couple more, and then I am going to wrap up. I got to play the outro song and wrap up. Again, come back tonight, 11 p.m. Central Time. Megan Fox, PJ Media will be talking about the media and its coverage of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Contagion says, RP more attractive than Amber Heard? Changed my mind. Who's RP? Oh, Rocky Pennington? I don't know about that. Asylum 247 says, can you imagine not remembering these horrible things on a holiday, i.e. birthday, Thanksgiving, wedding? No. Amazing Wireless 2 says, I don't know who is more delusional, Rocky, Amber, or Ralph. Slash and Burn Theory, I'm really surprised Amber's team didn't sink so low as to dig up his late friend River Phoenix from the past. Michael Smith, I like to think Miss Heard had two black guys. Crazy Cat Queen, good God, did she smoke all her brain away? Kind of felt like it, man. Rocky Pennington was, it was like talking to a stoner the whole time. Too many clamps in that depot. When asked about blood clump of hair, she pointed to the back of the head, then asked again, used her free hand to point to the opposite side of the head. David McIntyre says, I don't think this witness is helping Amber's case. Her testimony doesn't match up with Amber's. I just covered it with makeup in those pictures, and nobody took a photo of actual injuries. Tails says, laceration, pledge, English is real hard like. Alyssa Wilkins, so many injuries, but no pictures. Very much pics or it didn't happen. Well, especially with the amount of pics that do exist and none of them showing injuries. Patlib1211, Rocky, just show me a pic and I'll corroborate. Ugh, let's just get this over with. I need another hit. Ender says, does it look like she's reading her answers off a screen to you? She keeps pausing after a lot of the questions and it looks like she's reading. her lawyer's there. I mean, in theory, she could be, but it'd be a really risky move for basically no benefit. Dunkai says, on a scale of Tuesday workday to weekend in Holland, what was your drug use coming into this deposition, Miss Pennington? Walter Deadman, scalp rip. That bitch is just going bald. Probably pulled it out like Homer Simpson herself. Joey Chappa says, knife on bed was probably used to cut hair. Could be. Ali Dahl, I'm catching up in 1.75x and I can't handle her already. I'm going to have to come back and watch later at 2x once I catch up to live. Sorry. That's somebody 7. Runkle seated third row behind Amber Heard with James. I think young jury observer DUI guy took notes with. And also Amber Heard kind of copying Raquel Depo attire in Depo attire, Lamau. Kind of also Camille's outfit today. Oh my goodness. With that, guys, I'm going to play the outro. Thanks for hanging out with me. I hope I'll see you tonight. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to get a little bit of shut eye today, and we'll see how it goes. Until then, guys, peace. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more a love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the